back to order. The meeting started yesterday for those who are just tuning in now. And so I'll just do a roll call, checking in at members of council. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford. Not yet. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott. Not yet. I do see Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Paquette have joined. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I think Councillor Wright mentioned they would be just a few minutes late, and they would be joining us as soon as...
I'm online there, Nat.
Councillor Wright is online. Fantastic.
And so is Councillor Paquette.
And Councillor Paquette. Yeah, we heard from him. There we go. Excellent. So currently we are on item 9, the nines, which would be the statutory public hearing item. And so what I'll do is starting with just go through the process here. And so before we begin, I would like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process for today. Although it is council's standard practice to hold statutory public hearings as standalone regular council meetings, a statutory public hearing may also be included as an item of business on a regular city council meeting agenda. Today's statutory public hearing deals with two items. The first, item 9.2.1, is seeking a decision regarding the removal of a municipal reserve designation for Edmonton Industrial and the sale, lease, or other disposal of the city-owned land. The second item, which is 9.2.2, is seeking a decision on a below-market value sale, lease, or other disposal of city-owned land in Wedgwood Heights. To be clear, this hearing is not a land use public hearing, and relevant discussion includes the removal of MR, the municipal reserve, and the protections associated with designated lands. That's for item 9.2.1, as well as all matters related to lease, sale, or other disposal of city-owned land, and that is for both items, 9.2.1 and 9.2.2. For each item selected by council, the clerk will call out the items, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak. Then administration will provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentation. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make the comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on the screen in chamber. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the item. And for everyone participating virtually, please make sure that you've muted your microphone when you're not speaking. And if you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the items?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. So is there anybody here to speak to item 9.2.1, the Edmonton Industrial Municipal Reserve removal and land sale, lease, or other disposal approval?
I have no speakers registered in favor or opposed for 9.2.1.
Neither does the clerk.
Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 9.2.2, Wedgwood Heights, below market value sale, lease, or other disposal approval?
Yes, I have 4 speakers registered in favor, and I have, looks like 18 speakers registered in opposition.
That's what the clerk has as well.
Okay, great. So the next step here, since we've read out the number, the one thing we can do for 9.2.1, as there are no registered speakers, it's up to council if there's a desire to hear a presentation and go through the discussion. There's no registered speakers. We had to select it because there were the opportunity for speakers to come up till now. If somebody is interested, that's fine, let me know. Otherwise, we're allowed to proceed and treat it like a public hearing where you can do it as a sort of an omnibus. So I'll let, if somebody wants to ask questions or would like a presentation, please click on the board for 9.2.1, just so I know. I'm not seeing anyone go on the board. Maybe I can go to Councillor Rutherford, who's often our bylaw person, if they are interested to move that.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the closure of the public hearing on item 9.2.1.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Principe. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
I'm a yes, it's not coming
Thank
up.
you, Councillor Rutherford.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. I will just check, since it's the ward represented by Councillor Clark, do you want to move first reading of the bylaw?
Yeah, I'll move the first reading of the bylaw. Do we have the bylaw number, or is it just?
Sorry, we're meeting, yeah, what's the?
Yeah, so it's a report.
In this case, it's a recommendation. So you can actually just move the recommendation as listed in the report. You don't have to read it all out. Yeah, you can just say that you'll move the recommendation as listed in the report if you like.
I'd like to move the recommendation as listed in the report
Right?
for the first reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Principe. And any final questions or anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing any, please vote on the recommendation.
Yes.
Thanks,
I'm a
Councillor
yes.
Jans. Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you, and please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. And that's it. We don't have multiple readings. It's just a recommendation. So that item is complete. Next will therefore be the Wedgwood item, which is item 9.2.2. And as I just went through the process, we will be starting with a presentation from administration, and then I will call speakers down afterwards. We'll go with the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of City Council. My name is Bartosz Jiraki, and I'm the Director of the Property Transactions Team within the City's Real Estate Branch. I'm joined today by Stuart Carrig, Acting Director of the Housing Action Team, Neil Ozaduk, Director of Land Development, and Kim Thurston from Legal Services, amongst other individuals. We're here today recommending City Council approval for the below-market sale, lease, or other disposal of the Wedgwood Heights surplus school site. Next slide, please. As shown on this slide, there have been a number of touch points with City Council related to the Wedgwood Heights site over the years. Upon previous City Council approval of rezoning of an additional sliver of land and a resolution approving the removal of the municipal reserve designation from the alternate site in November of 2024, administration proceeded to list the land for sale or lease on the open market for the purposes of affordable housing development. City Council subsequently approved the below market value sale or lease terms and the grant funding agreement terms. The approved terms for the grant funding agreement are shown as attachment 2 to this report. Subsequently, a preferred buyer was selected. In this case, it was Treaty 8. The city entered into a conditional sale agreement with Treaty 8 in October of 2025 based on the previously approved terms. In November of 2025, the city received a decision from the Court of King's Bench in relation to the legal challenge to the Wedgwood surplus school site rezoning, municipal reserve removal, and below market sale. While the court upheld the rezoning and the MR removal, it declared the below-market sale approval invalid and remitted it to City Council for reconsideration. In its decision, the court held that a statutory public hearing was required before sale approval could occur, which is why administration is bringing this report for your consideration. Next slide, please. In advance of this public hearing, administration has taken multiple steps to advertise the sale of the land below market value. Those include placing a sign on site, advertising the Edmonton Journal, and mailing out information cards to landowners and tenants within 120 meters of the site. In addition to the noted advertising, administration directly emailed a copy of the mail-out notice to the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, the Wedgwood Heights Community League, representatives of the Wedgwood Ravine Homeowners Association, and subscribers to a site-specific newsletter. Next slide, please. Attached is just a copy of the mail-out information card that was sent out. Next slide, please. Administration is recommending the sale, lease, or other disposal of this land below market value as it supports growth of affordable housing units towards reaching the 16% non-market housing target across the city. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing, and it is proposed to be constructed in the near term. Next slide, please. For the utmost of clarity, although the city has a conditional sale agreement in place with Treaty 8, the recommendation before council is for broad approval of the below market value sale, lease, or other disposal of land. This broad approval is being sought in case that a conditional sale to Treaty 8 does not proceed. Next slide, please. If City Council approves the recommendation in the report, administration would proceed to work through the outstanding sale conditions with Treaty 8, moving towards the eventual sale. Treaty 8 will be required to enter into the grant funding and the affordable housing agreements, and it is anticipated that this may result in a building permit being submitted and approved by November of 2026, with construction commencing in 2027. If the sale to Treaty 8 does not proceed, then administration intends to enter into a below market value sale or lease with a different entity. Any sale or lease would be subject to the buyer or tenant entering into a grant funding agreement or affordable housing agreement. If the city is unable to sell or lease the site, administration will review the site for potential civic use and bring forward any necessary approval reports for committee or council consideration as appropriate. Next slide, please. Non-support of the recommendation would result in administration providing notice to Treaty 8 that conditions in the sale agreement are not fulfilled, and as a result, the sale agreement would terminate. Additionally, unless otherwise directed by City Council, administration would view this as a signal from Council that a sale, lease, or other disposal, such as using the site for another civic use, is not supported, and as such, we would plan to bring forward any necessary reports outlining the rezoning of the site to Parks and Services Zone and to reapply Municipal Reserve designation for consideration at a future City Council public hearing meeting. For clarity, these are administration's anticipated next steps if the recommendation is not approved. However, City Council may also choose to provide alternate direction to administration. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, questions will happen after we hear from all of our speakers. So we are going to start with our panel in favor to start, and that we have 4 speakers. We have Miranda Jimmy, who's here. Please make your way down. As I call your name, you'll make your way down to the section over here. Trevor McCready. Trevor? Sorry, you're there? Yes, good to I think that's. And then we have Rupert Manin. Please come down. And Jamie Coe. Please come on down. All 4 are here in person. Our clerk is getting them settled into place here. I've heard a request. I think that Miranda Jimmy is looking to go last. Is that and that's acceptable with every of the other speakers, so that you three would start? Okay, perfect. So we'll just reverse that order. And I know you were all here at the introduction, but just as a quick reminder, each speaker will have up to 5 minutes. You will see the podium lights right in front of you, a little further up, just at the podium right there. And so keep track. Yeah, Miranda's pointing it out there for you. So those lights will turn on. You'll have green for the first 4 minutes. When it turns yellow, you have 1 minute remaining, and at red, that is the end of your time. And I will respectfully cut people off at 5 minutes as we give everyone equal time. So please make sure you're within your 5 minutes. As I don't like to cut people off, but I do, and I will if I have to. So, but preferably not. So we will start with Trevor. Please go ahead. You'll make sure you turn on your microphone, and you'll have 5 minutes to start. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I want to thank Chief Menina and our Chief Administrative Officer for speaking here today as well on the importance of this project for Treaty 8 First Nations. Edmonton sits on treaty land, and we come forward in the spirit of treaty partnership. Housing is one of the most pressing issues facing families across this city and in urban centers. At its core, this project is about providing families with access to quality, affordable housing in a strong Edmonton neighborhood. Many people move to Edmonton for work, education, medical services, and opportunity. What they often encounter is limited access to family-sized rental units, high market rents, long wait lists, and housing instability. This development addresses the gap with modern, well-designed units built to professional standards, intended for families to provide stability. Children can remain in the same schools, parents can maintain steady employment, families can build savings, tenants can demonstrate strong rental history. This is a responsible $21.7 million investment into Edmonton's housing supply. It reflects modern design and responsible density. This project aligns with the City of Edmonton's goals and priorities to increase the supply of affordable housing and contribute to the reconciliation through practical and measurable action. Treaty 8 is an accountable partner. We are investing with our own equity. We are entering into formal agreements. We are prepared to conduct further engagement. We are committed to being long-term partners with the city and the Wedgwood community. Reconciliation is not symbolic. I urge the City Council to approve this move forward. Indigenous governments can lead solutions to well-planned and executed housing inequities in the city. We respectfully ask for your support. Masicho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Rupert Manin. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council. I appreciate this opportunity to speak today. I appeared in front of Council, the old Council, I guess you'd call it, a few months back, but I'm here again. So, you know, I think numerous times we have to advance discussions. We have to advance discussions lead to Indigenous-led housing letter of intent signed on June 2025 between Treaty 8 and the City of Edmonton. That letter of intent reflected a shared commitment to increase Indigenous-led housing, to advance reconciliation in practical ways, to work in partnership and not opposition. We are here today asking the city to honor the shared commitment. For many families, affordable rental housing is the first step towards future home ownership. It allows families to build financial stability, establish credit, transition from core housing need into long-term security. We want this project to result in good neighbors, contributing residents, long-term participants in the local economy. This project addresses this by providing quality, affordable housing that can create the conditions for that success. This project is about opportunity, not just shelter. This site was identified as a surplus school site through a broader city planning process. Zoning has already been approved. Competitive request for proposals process was undertaken. Treaty 8 was selected as the successful proponent. Federal funding partners are involved. Professional builders are lined up. This has been carefully planned and responsibly advanced. This is a modern townhome development designed to integrate respectfully into the existing neighborhood. I urge City Council to approve this project, move forward within the spirit of the commitments made in June 2025 in the letter of intent between the City of Edmonton and the Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. again, I want to thank you all for listening to us here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And and then next is Jamie Coe. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Perfect. I was just looking for the presentation to be brought up. We have a very short presentation here, so thank you for the opportunity to speak and compliment the Chief's comments here through this short presentation. I'm Jamie Cooey. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer with Treaty 8. Next slide, please. Just a quick overview on the next slide is a bit about Treaty 8 and Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. So Treaty 8 was signed in 1899. It covers a vast area covering northern Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC, and part of the Northwest Territories. It covers approximately 840,000 square kilometers. There's 24 nations in the Alberta area of Treaty 8 and 48 nations total within all of Treaty 8. Next slide, please. As Chief Manine mentioned, the letter of intent was signed in June 2025 between Grand Chief Mercredi and the mayor at the time. We have a copy of this letter of intent hanging in our Treaty 8 office over on 184th Street in Edmonton. And as Chief Manine mentioned, it created a shared commitment to increase Indigenous-led housing, advancing reconciliation, and working in partnerships in positive ways. All of these are what this project is about. We do also have a support letter on file from the Confederacy of Treaty 6, supporting Treaty 8's application to the City of Edmonton under the Surplus School Site Program. Next slide, please. Just a small visual here of the potential project on the Wedgwood Housing Project. We're proposing 60 townhouse units, 47 3-bedroom and 13 4-bedroom. So 60 units, again, with a good design and a construction, and we're looking to partner with Landmark Homes on this. And as well as Grand Chief Mercredi mentioned, a Treaty 8 commitment to being a good neighbor in the community and a good community partner. So Treaty 8 has partnered with Landmark Homes, who is a well-established residential builder in Edmonton with a strong track record of delivering high-quality housing developments across the city. Landmark builds homes that already exist throughout Edmonton neighborhoods, homes that are attractive, well-maintained, and consistent with surrounding residential character. Next slide, please. Just a slide on the alignment with the City of Edmonton. So this project aligns with the City of Edmonton goals and priorities to increase the supply of affordable housing and contribute to reconciliation through practical and measurable actions. It increases housing density consistent with the approved zoning for the area. Again, this is a well-designed project. There's been a lot of effort going in over the last year and a half, if not longer, into this project from Treaty 8 and our partners to ensure this project can and will be successful and benefit the Wedgwood community. The next slide is just another visual here mapping out the current plans for the 60 units consistent with the current zoning requirements. The next slide is just a rendering that was provided by Landmark Homes of the 4-bedroom blocks. So there'd be 13 4-bedroom units if this project advances. The height is 10.69 meters, which is considerably less than the zoning max of 16 meters. The next slide is another rendering of the 3-bedroom blocks. Height would be 11.57 meters, which is again considerably less than those zoning requirements. Proposed to be 47 of these 3-bedroom units. And again, Treaty 8 wants a development that enhances, not detracts from the current Wedgwood neighborhood. Next slide. Last slide, just a bit about the financials of the project. So total cost of the project is about $21.7 million. If there is a favorable response from the city, the land value is about $1.52 million. Then we'd need to move forward through the Housing Accelerated Fund Affordable Homes Subsidy, working with the city on that. There is subject to further approvals. Again, those funding streams moving forward. But there is a Treaty 8 equity component, so our own skin in the game here of just over $1 million at $1.08 million, and as well as additional funding from Indigenous Service Canada. And there's other funding, just over $16 million to be confirmed. Pre-conditional approval is looking really positive. So I do feel like if this result is favorable, that this project can move forward and would be fully financed to move forward shortly. Merci Cho for your time.
Thank you very much. And last speaker is Miranda Jimmy. Please go ahead.
Good morning, members of Edmonton City Council. I'm Miranda Jimmy, a proud member of Thunderchild First Nation. I've made my home in Edmonton for more than half my life and have lived for more than 40 years in my traditional homeland of Treaty Number 6. I'm here today out of responsibility to the ancestors who came before me, the unborn yet to come, and all my relations who aren't given a voice in this chamber. I'm here to share my own personal perspectives and not representing anyone else. I'm a resident who wants to live in a city that supports neighborhoods for people of all walks of life. I'm here because I believe that everybody deserves safe, stable, and attainable housing. I believe that every person in this city deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. I want our city to not just build neighborhoods, but to support the growth of communities, spaces where people can be uplifted by one another and are stronger because of the bonds that they share. Most importantly, I want a municipal government that is brave enough to make decisions in the best interests of all peoples and the well-being of all our relatives. I want to see support for the good of our communities and consideration of everyone's needs rather than just those privileged enough to direct their voice and voice their concerns before you today. The community of Wedgwood Heights provides many unique opportunities for the inclusion of affordable housing. The site is appealing for so many reasons, and I'm sure the residents who already make their home there would agree. The location has easy access to Edmonton Transit and quick access to the Anthony Henday for mobility around the city. The site is a short walk from grocery stores, coffee shops, restaurants, and other retail amenities. There's access to daycare facilities and schools. The community is surrounded by natural green space with trails through Wedgwood Ravine and connected to the North Saskatchewan River Valley. Building family-oriented, affordable housing in such a prime location will be setting these children and families up for success in a stable, well-connected community. As much as I'm here to speak about my own views on this, of what I want in this city, I'm also here to focus on the positive impact this development would have for those families. I spent most of my young life without a stable home, moving every few years as rents increased and income became a challenge for my single-parent household. I know what cramped quarters feel like and how your sense of stability is non-existent when you live out of boxes and never feel settled. I know that those feelings can be reversed when you have a bedroom to call your own, a home where your neighbors are your community, and you have what you need to provide for others and give better than what you had growing up. Members of City Council, I want you to think about the kids that will live in these townhomes, the opportunity that stable housing can provide in their most formative years. Think about all the things that you are grateful for in your neighborhood and the chance to offer that to others who are struggling in our city. Think about the next generation of civic leaders who will be uplifted from poverty and instability through good public policy and decision-making. You have an immediate and tangible opportunity before you today using your decision-making power to directly respond to our city's housing crisis. You can demonstrate your commitment to the letter of intent with Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta and your ongoing commitment to support more affordable Indigenous-led housing options in Edmonton. Most importantly, you can allow for homes for 60 families and upwards of 300 children, adults, and elders. Your decision today will demonstrate to me and the other residents of our city your willingness to stand behind your commitments, respond to the needs of our growing city, and uplift the most vulnerable who rarely get the opportunity to stand before you but are impacted by every decision that you make. Before I close, I want to remind you, the elected members of City Council, members of City Administration, and all the members of the public who are here today, you have a responsibility to the spirit and intent of the treaty relationship. Whether you are a settler whose family has lived here for many generations or a newcomer who has arrived from somewhere else, each of us has a moral, ethical, and legal obligation to this agreement. We are all treaty people. Treaties paved the way for Edmonton, Alberta, and even Canada to exist, but many of the provinces have not been upkept. Through this approval of the land sale today, this is a small but important way to uphold your treaty obligations. You are clearly saying that First Nations have a right to this land, that we have a right to housing, and we have a right to belong in our own homelands. On behalf of all my relations, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to questions of our speakers. This is selected by Councillor Parmar, so please go ahead if you'd like to start, and anyone else can click on the board.
Thank you very much, Mayor Knack, and thank you very much, Chief Manine and Treaty 8 for coming here today and sharing the presentation. As this is a new file for me, I just have some questions, so you may have answered them already from previous councils, but I would like to understand, is this site specifically one that you were looking for, or is it because that you were successful? Are there other sites in Edmonton that you have looked at or would like to look at?
We really didn't have a choice on which site. This site was chosen for Treaty 8. We did apply just like everyone else, and this site was chosen to be our place to build. So we didn't really have a choice on. We sort of kind of wanted some areas where, you know, we were a better fit, but it never really came down to us making that decision. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And one of the reasons I'm asking is because it is a site that is one way in, one way out. It is away from amenities. There is currently no regular bus service that comes to Wedgwood. There is also concerns about fire and just having access to a fire station in that area that I've heard. I'm wondering. So this is a site that is, because it's pretty much the only one you got a yes from the city. Is that correct to say?
Yes, unless you have something else for us, it is kind of what we have to work with.
And that's what I feel, right? I feel like the issue today right now is that Treaty 8. I absolutely understand that Treaty 8 needs Indigenous-led housing. It is what we need as a city, and so I appreciate that. Can you share with me if the sale or lease would affect the decision? One of the concerns that this that has been brought to this council is that we are in a financial we have things that we need to pay for from the city, and the past decisions that have been made have been a sale for below market value. If this sale was approved at market value, would that affect your decision to build on this site?
Thank you for the question. As I went through the slide there, and I went through the kind of the funding proposal, and this is what we've submitted to our federal partners as kind of it. And we do have some preconditional approvals for it, but it is based on the land being at below market value. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just to further on that question, would a lease, like a long-term lease of $1, be a challenge to this development?
It would depend on the nature of the lease and the length of the lease. Obviously, what it is ownership of a facility on the land that you do not own. So it would be it would be a problem, but something that we would have to explore if that was the way City Council went. Missy.
The 16 million to be confirmed, is that a loan or is that grant funding? Were you able to just expand on that to see, is it City of Edmonton funding?
It would be federal funding that we're seeking. It would be a split of a forgivable loan and a repayable loan over the life of the project. Missy.
Thank you. And one last question is just in regards to parking. Could you share some information about parking for the site?
I don't have the specifics on me about the parking, but I think, we are designing, I think it's 47 3-bedrooms and 13 4-bedrooms, but we would be ensuring that appropriate parking is in place for the size of the units in the design. Missy.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any others. Sorry, Councillor Clark is there. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thanks for the presentation and everything. Really appreciate it. Just, I guess, kind of one sort of quick question, because there's a lot of talk about just kind of working with the Community League and some of the residents there already. But if you want to expand on some of your thoughts on how you guys can work together, and probably specifically for kind of the green space, because I've heard that come up quite a bit.
Thank you for the question. So I think part of the conditions, if we move forward, would be engaging with the community members. So, we have read all the current engagement reports from the previous time this went to the public hearing. But part of it would be to conduct our own engagements with the community and, hear the community's thoughts and then interpret and incorporate that into our planning going forward. So I think that would be a condition is my understanding moving forward, and something we would take quite seriously in engaging in the community, hearing their thoughts, and looking what we can do into the design to hear those thoughts out and put that into place in what that looks like in the future.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation and for being here. Just a quick question. I've got a Treaty 8 build in my ward at Station Point. It's extremely well managed. I am just wondering about that approach that you have there. Would that same ethic be brought to whatever's proposed and potentially approved today?
Yes, that would be what we would be doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions for you, our speakers in favor. Thank you all very much. You're welcome to go grab your seats back up in the gallery, and then we're going to bring down our speakers in opposition. I'll go through all of the names here. As you hear your name called, if you're in person, I'll ask you to please make your way down over here. Our city clerk will direct you to your seats. There's a few that I see that are remotes, starting with, I think, our first speaker, Jesse Watson. Are you here?
Howdy, everybody.
Hello, thank you. Next will be Kasia Marcinkowski. Please, if you're here, make your way down. Cam McFadden. We have Isabella Sulikowski. Isabella's not joining us? Okay, that's great. Thank you. Kelly Gray. Ali Gandhi. Kristen Steffen. Marcella Rain. Mariah Jo Breckenridge. Bruce Hillier. Carol Igenzair. Phil Shuchuk. Jennifer Eisen. Aaron Medley. Wendy Zelmer. Peter LeVay, I think, is virtual, correct?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leah Widnowski and Marshall Hundert. Thank you. No, don't apologize. No problem. That's all right. Just here for question. Okay, fantastic. I think we can reorder, yeah. So as you're coming down, our clerk will just get, so if you have a preference, we'll just make sure our clerk can get you in the right seating order there. But yeah, we can make that work. Okay, that way, yeah, we're just confirming, and clerk's got everyone in seats. We've got some that are answering questions only. I think we can get everyone on this panel, and looks good. Yeah, we'll do everyone on one panel, since we've got it. I should confirm, was there anyone else that hadn't registered to speak that wished to register to speak? No? Okay, great. So then we're going to proceed in order here, as mentioned at the introduction, but I know some folks came in a little after I read out the intro. Again, just a reminder, everyone will have 5 minutes. Again, you'll see the lights right down here on the podium at the front. You'll have that green light will be green for the first 4 minutes. When it turns yellow, you have 1 minute remaining, and when it turns red, I will politely cut you off, or preferably you would be finished at that point, and that would make it easier for all of us. And yeah, I think we have a few virtually, so again, you'll see a timer on the screen when it's your turn on the online, and of course, feel free to keep your own timer if you can't see the one on the screen. So without further ado, I think we will begin with our speakers, starting with Jesse Watson. Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Hey everybody, yeah, I'm Jesse Watson. I'm not a resident of Wedgwood Heights. I'm here more because I care about process and due diligence. So I'm going to start with a couple quotes. I think it's important to remind us of what we said as we go forward. So last year at a public hearing, a councillor on the panel said, "We failed consultation." Later that same year at another hearing, another councillor said, "This seems predetermined." And another one at another hearing said, "It feels like it's already decided." Now, 3 admissions by councillors in 1 year. And what's changed? Not much, nothing. No policy updates by administration, no structural reform, the same process with the same outcomes. Now, I think it's really important for people in the back that Wedgwood went to court. A judge ruled, they decreed that consultation was improper and illegally done. There wasn't proper consultation by the city of Edmonton. Yet here we are, following the exact same structure, ending at the exact same result, with a housing provider already selected, with councillors already signaling their votes. If consultation was ruled deficient and councillors admit it feels predetermined, why are we repeating the same process? Why are we not improving it? And here's kind of an uncomfortable truth. Other surplus sites likely went through the same flawed process. The only difference, those communities didn't have the resources to challenge in court, to win. So they're left with what feels like a public hearing, but operating like a formality. Meanwhile, we hold or are about to hold these budget road shows. We're going to film our consultation tours. We say we want engagement, but engagement without influence isn't consultation. You wonder why people stop coming. Why residents feel apathetic. Right on this own call, we have 53 people online in a city of 1.3 million people. It's because people feel helpless and their voices aren't being heard, and councillors are saying it. When we have councillors admit that the process feels predetermined and nothing changes, what message are we sending? I want to end with a video that I'll request the clerk play about a councillor. I think it's very poetic and very big picture thinking, but it's also hypocritical. And I want us to think about this video as we go forward with the hearing. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, please declare a point of order. Councillor Rutherford, what's?
I don't know, but usually we don't at public hearing have anything that just is related to one specific councillor.
I think the video has been submitted in advance to the clerk, and I believe as long as there's nothing that's attacking or defamatory, then if it's the councillor's word, I think that's a perfectly reasonable video to play. But we'll see how the video goes and make sure there's obviously the challenge in the world of AI is, if there was something that seemed doctored or anything like that, but until we see it, it's hard to rule on anything. So I'm happy to let the video be played for now, and please go ahead.
The reason public feedback is important is because it's the public's money, it's the public's voice, and ultimately the public's policy. So what the public wants and what the public wants to spend on it is entirely up to folks to verbalize and say and engage in the process. Really, this is their government. It's their say.
That was the end of the video. Sorry, I just want to confirm. Perfect. And anything else to our guest?
No, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Next up is Cassia, and I'll hopefully got it right, Marcinkowski. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kasia Marcinkowski. I'm a resident of Wedgwood Heights, here to oppose the sale and especially the below market sale of a much needed and loved Wedgwood Park. We're here today because a year ago on February 4th, 2025, City Administration, with Council approval, failed to comply with Section 674 of the Municipal Government Act when they approved the below market sale of Wedgwood surplus school site and a batch of 11 sites. The Court of King's Bench ruled the original decision invalid, yes, but also procedurally unfair and unreasonable. This is because the MGA requires a public hearing before municipal reserve land can be sold. MR lands are considered a valuable public asset reserved for community benefit, and the process ensures public input before they're sold. Instead, this was voted on at an executive committee meeting and then requisitioned to a regular council meeting, where the public was unable to speak. Members of our community asked to speak and were denied. We were legally entitled to be heard, yet we were not. I'm not suggesting those of you at that meeting acted in bad faith. Administration led this process, recommended the sale, and provided assurances that the legislative framework permitted it. You voted based on those assurances. The court found they were insufficient. That is an institutional failure, not a personal one. But the facts are on the record. At the February 4th council meeting, 8 current councillors, a majority, voted in favor of the $1 sale. Councillor Rutherford, Wright, Jans, Salvador, Knack, Stevenson, Paquette, and Tang. 1 current councillor, Principe, voted against. This brings me to why the legitimacy of today's hearing is in question. The MGA requires that councillors come to a public hearing with an open mind, genuinely prepared to be persuaded by evidence and public input. This is a legal obligation to ensure procedural fairness. It is not a suggestion. Instead, today's hearing comes after 9 councillors have already taken a final position on this exact proposal, after a developer has been selected, a sales agreement is in the works, and Wedgwood units were designated as part of the HIF funding approval. This decision is, in every sense, already made, before this room even convened. This is not a public hearing. It's a formality, a box-checking exercise with a predetermined outcome. But the city's own institutions already show what fairness requires. The Subdivision and Development Appeal Board reconstitutes its presiding panel when a decision is appealed and returned for second hearing. The reason is simple. Transparency and fairness require so that those who made the original decision not be the ones to reconsider it. That principle is not less valid today because the body in question is this city council. For this process to be lawful, not just procedurally compliant, but genuinely legitimate, the councillors who already voted must recuse themselves from today's vote. This is the only way to satisfy the open mind requirement the law demands, and it is the only way to give this community confidence that what we say here today can actually shape the outcome. Recusal is not a concession or an admission of wrongdoing. It is the minimum standard of integrity today's public hearing requires, and it is our expectation today. We're not asking for a favor. We're asking you to meet the legal standard this public hearing demands and deserves. Mayor Knack, Councillors Rutherford, Wright, Jans, Salvador, Stevenson, Paquette, Tang, and Principe, because you have already voted on the sale of Wedgwood Park on February 5th, 2025, the most principled thing you can do for this community and for the democratic obligations you are elected to uphold is to recuse yourself and abstain from this vote on the sale of Wedgwood surplus school site. And for the remainder of council, please vote no to selling Wedgwood surplus school site. Thank you. Next slide.
The next slide. Yeah, there we go. They'll keep the slide going here. I think we said next slide. Oh, we need to update it. We're gonna pause and get an updated slideshow because I think that was just one page. Yeah, we'll just take a moment here. Was that it for your presentation? I just wanted to check because you still have a minute left, or were you waiting?
No, that's fine. I finished sooner than I thought I would. So.
No worries. I just want to make sure that we're going through that process, and then we're going to take a moment and see if we can get a copy of the full presentation. So we'll just hang tight. We'll take, do we want to take a few minutes just to get a copy? Do you have? Okay.
Just give us 2 seconds. We're
Oh,
just
yeah.
loading it back into the system.
No rush.
Thank
We'll
you.
get the updated one into the system, and then we'll move on to our next speaker afterwards. Oh yeah, we've got some guests while we're waiting. Goodness, we have guests. Oh my goodness. Here I am. Well, let's take a moment, as we're waiting for that presentation, and welcome a wonderful class here from a grade 6 class from Earl Buxton School with their teacher A. Carnegie. And hello, and of course some parent volunteers as well, I believe, who are joining us. Your ward city councilor is Mike Elliott from Ward Pehesawin. There you are. He's waving to you right over there. We are so excited to have you. You are on a tour, I'm guessing. Have you started, are you going to do a mock council? Have you done it yet? You have not. Who's the mayor going to be for our mock council meeting? Mayor, did you want to come down to the podium here and tell us what you're going to discuss? If you don't have to, I won't force you. If you want to come to the podium, we'd love to have you. And if not, that's okay. We can just say thank you all for being here. But if you're interested, the podium is all yours. Do you want to stay seating though? You frozen, Mayor. Don't get me wrong. I know it seems weird. I am also terrified of public speaking, and I picked a really weird job to be terrified of public speaking in. So that's okay. Well, I just want to say thank you all for. What are you going to be debating? Is someone else from the class want to? Yeah, I see in our Canada jersey there, Canada sweater. What are we going to be talking about? You want to come down and just tell us real quick? Since we're getting that presentation. Yeah, come on down. Be safe as you walk down those stairs. Thank you. What's your first name?
Benny.
Benny, what are you going to be discussing today, Benny?
I think we're doing if parents should be able to bike on the sidewalk with their kids.
Oh, interesting. Okay, if parents can bike on the sidewalk with their kids. Well, thank you, Benny. And well, thanks everyone for coming from grade 6 Earl Buxton class. Welcome to City Hall. We're happy to have you. And of course, once you make your decision, please let us know. Send a note over to Councillor Elliott so he knows what you're thinking on that. So, well, thank you. And I think this is perfect amount of time. We've got the full presentation up on the screen along with which speaker we're moving to. So our next speaker, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having us here. My name is Cam McFadden. I'm a resident of Wedgwood Heights. My family and I have lived in Wedgwood for 4 years. I am a volunteer in the community, and my family uses the park daily. I'm here to ask you to vote no to the below-market sale of Wedgwood Park. Administration's report frames this as a straightforward land sale in support of housing objectives. But for our community, there is nothing straightforward about this decision. It is not simply a transaction, it is a test of governance, of public process, and of whether community voices in this city truly matter. Councillors, you were elected to represent the public, not to act as an extension of administration. Your role in a public hearing is not to ratify what administration recommends. It is to be the independent, unbiased voice between administration and the people most affected by this decision. This is not a small thing. This is the entire point of democratic representation. For more than 15 years, residents have stood before council to oppose development in this park, long before the current housing crisis. We have done the work, we have commissioned surveys, analyzed policy, reviewed planning benchmarks, sought legal counsel, and engaged at good faith at every step of the way. We are not reacting impulsively. We are responding thoughtfully and consistently to the potential loss of something that is deeply woven into the fabric of our community and to the broader West End of Edmonton. This park is not surplus to us. It is used. It is valued. It is part of how our community functions. What you will hear today is not just emotion, though there is some of that, because this matters. Over 200 residents have sent in letters since this hearing was announced in opposition from around the city and beyond, because this matters. You will hear data, policy analysis, and lived experience that all lead to the same conclusion. This park should remain parkland. It is also important to acknowledge how we arrived here. This site was originally bundled with 10 others and approved in a single motion, without the public hearing required under the Municipal Government Act. The Court of King's Bench found that process procedurally unfair and ordered that this hearing takes place. That finding was not minor. It was not technical. It went to the heart of fairness. 10 other communities never received the hearing that they were entitled to. Their sites have already been sold. Wedgwood was the only community to challenge the process, and today is the only opportunity left to demonstrate that when a procedural error of this magnitude happens, the remedy is meaningful. This hearing cannot be symbolic. It must be substantive. Councillors, your role here is to not simply to confirm what has already been set in motion, it is to exercise independent judgment, to weigh administration's objectives against the lived reality of a built-out neighborhood that is being asked to permanently lose a functioning, valued park, because this decision is permanent. Housing policy is important, but so is public confidence in how decisions are made. When communities research, participate, raise concerns for over a decade, and even turn to the courts to defend their right to be heard, what does it mean if the outcome feels predetermined? Once this land is sold and developed, it is gone. The green space is gone. The soccer field is gone. The gathering space is gone. And if the public trust is lost in the process, that loss will be far more difficult to rebuild. This is a moment to show that public hearings are not procedural hurdles, but genuine opportunities for reconsideration. Development here would be permanent. The loss of this park would be permanent. The precedent set today will endure long after this vote. We are asking you, sincerely, respectfully, and with deep conviction, to listen carefully, to consider the full record before you, and to vote no to the sale of Wedgwood Park. Because years from now, when residents look back at this decision, they will remember not the policy framework, they will remember whether their council chose expedience or chose to stand with its community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kelly Gray. Please go ahead.
Good morning to Mr. Mayor and the council. Thank you for hearing us. What?
Yeah, we'll get the next slide up. We'll just
Next
make sure.
slide, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. We'll just.
I've learned that in debate, it's very important that all parties involved are working from the same set of facts. When it comes down to the Housing Accelerator Fund, we're not all sharing the same facts. And this fund is not supporting this project, it's actually being used to shape it. Wedgwood Park is being presented as absolutely necessary to meet the HAF obligations. The agreement actually doesn't require contractual requirement to develop the site, a mandated number of surplus school sites, or a list of required locations. The agreement requires overall unit totals, not just Wedgwood Park. This distinction matters. Let me be clear. I am never anti-housing or anti-supportive of anybody who wants to live anywhere, but I am pro-process and consideration of the area that's being developed. So under HAF commitments, the city committed to 1,940 affordable housing units across 13 initiatives. Initiative 3, surplus school sites, had a target of 500 units. As of November 25, 10 of the announced school sites, excluding Wedgwood and Leisure, are projected to deliver approximately 1,300 units, including 925 affordable ones. Remember those numbers. These are all achieved without the Wedgwood site. Wedgwood itself is expected to deliver only 60 units, of which 31 would be affordable. So the question must be asked, if this initiative has already exceeded its target through other locations, why is Wedgwood being framed as necessary, particularly given the level of community opposition to this development? So, if this proposal wasn't tied to the HAF, the targets that they set, would it be pursued with this amount of urgency and inflexibility? This urgency has actually produced a kind of damn the torpedoes posture, and our hands are tied. Council has been led to believe that the serious consequences of are inevitable. If the site doesn't proceed, there's serious consequences. Yet we've never been told what those are actually, and ask you to pause and pursue an alternative. The pressure for substituting for governance is based on this HAF agreement. Rather than beginning with a planning question, does this site make sense? The process has moved directly to, we must proceed. So there is a risk going around, or an idea going around that, and council received memos suggesting that rejecting Wedgwood could risk $43 million in housing accelerator funding. 43 million bucks, wow, that seems like a lot. This actual statement creates urgency, it's created pressure, and it's made the site seem indispensable. But here's what the contract actually says. $43 million is not a single payment at risk. It's one of 4 installments, and 3 have already been received. The remaining payment is not contingent on the Wedgwood site specifically. More importantly, the agreement is a results-based and proportional agreement. If units fall short in one area, the corresponding percentage of funding may be adjusted. May, not will be. This is a discretionary provision, not a guaranteed forfeiture. The suggestion that approving Wedgwood determining whether Edmonton forfeits 43 million bucks is not supported by this agreement. Council deserves to know that the funding risk was conditional, proportional, and tied to the overall half performance, not a binary sequence attached to a single park. In conclusion, the Housing Accelerator Fund was designed to accelerate housing where it makes planning sense. Not to override community opposition, to bypass alignment, or even remove your own planning benchmarks. When federal funding begins shaping what sites get developed rather than supporting sound planning decisions, something has gone wrong. We are asking you to vote no to this sale and preserve Wedgwood Park, which it is in all sense of what a park is, not just a random bureaucratic designation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Our next speaker is Ali Gandhi. Please go ahead and the slide. There you go.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Ali Gandhi, and I'm here speaking in opposition to the sale of Wedgwood Park. I want to address the narrative that has framed this decision that Edmonton remains in a housing crisis so severe that it justifies the permanent conversion of community parkland. That narrative was accurate in 2022 and 2023. However, the data from late 2025 and early 2026 tells a materially different story, one that has not been clearly weighed alongside this decision today. And yes, I say park. We refer to this land as a park because in every meaningful sense, that is what it is. The community planned it, cared for it, invested in it as parkland over decades. It functions as a park, it's used as a park, it has been stewarded as a park by the people who live here, regardless of technical classifications and the original intent. When decisions of this permanence are being considered, they must be grounded in current conditions and complete information, not in outdated crisis framing or distinctions that ignore lived reality. Between 2022 and 2024, extraordinary immigration and migration growth created a rapid surge in housing demand. Supply lagged, vacancy rates compressed, rents accelerated. The pressure was real, acute, and required urgent response. Nobody disputes that. The city's own fourth quarter 2025 economic update states this directly. Developments in the existing home and rental markets suggest softening in housing demand. Softening. That is not my interpretation. That is the city's conclusion based on its own data. Population growth moderated to 3.4%, down from 6.3% in 2024. Net migration into Alberta is cooling year over year. Existing home sales declined 13.1%. The sales to new listings ratio is falling towards balanced conditions. Rental vacancy increased to 3.8% and is projected to reach 4.5%. That is what CMHC defines as the balanced range. At the same time, supply has expanded dramatically. Edmonton recorded 15,902 housing starts in 2025. That's the highest level since 1990, at least. Over 4,200 new rental units were added in a single year, and more than 8,400 continue to be under construction and are coming online. That's a 45% increase year over year. CMHC's own analysis concludes that rental supply has, quote, caught up to demand, end quote. Rent growth has decelerated from 7.2% to 3.3%. Builders are expected to slow new starts in 2026 to absorb the inventory. The market is stabilizing. We're not saying that the housing crisis is over, And we're not saying that there's no longer a need for affordable housing. What we're saying is that the system is transitioning from imbalance towards stabilization, and that policy decisions should reflect that transition. Mayor Knack acknowledged this success on January the 3rd, stating, and I quote, "I think it's important to acknowledge that Edmonton by far and away is outperforming every other major city when it comes to housing affordability," end quote. In fact, during his mayoral campaign, he also stated in his own housing policy, "I'm proud that the city of Edmonton has already exceeded its targets for building affordable and supported housing." Exceeded. The question is not whether Edmonton needs housing. The question is whether irreversible land use decisions that cannot be undone, should be made under assumptions that are no longer reflecting the current market conditions. Wedgwood Park is a functioning community asset that has served this neighborhood for 37 years. The proposed development delivers 60 units, of which only 31 will be affordable. Units that do not meaningfully change the housing outcome, but permanently remove a community asset. Today, we're asking you to please vote no on the sale of Wedgwood Parks. Your hands are not tied. You can vote no. We give you permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kristen Steffen.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, my name is Kristen Steffen. I am currently a resident of Wedgwood who has strongly opposed this proposal for the last few years. But I grew up in the west end of Edmonton. I grew up in a small townhouse complex. And I used to ride my bike to Wedgwood with my sister all the time because it is such a beautiful park. Like the way it's developed, it's not just a piece of land, it's actually lovely for all of us. And we would ride all the way from Aldergrove. So that's West Edmonton Mall to Wedgwood to visit that park and that fountain and that ravine. And back then, that park was developed, but it sat on a water treatment facility. So even then, it was just so beautiful. But today I want to speak about the information you're being asked to rely on and why that information deserves careful scrutiny. Over the course of this process, residents of my community have repeatedly uncovered material information that was not presented or was misrepresented at this hearing table. I'm not suggesting malicious intent. What I am saying is this: it has happened consistently. And when a pattern like that emerges, Council's role is to not accept conclusions at face value. It's to ask harder questions. Let me walk you through 4 examples. Next slide. Parkland calculations, UPMP, and the BREATHE strategy. At the original hearing, administration asserted park calculations satisfied both the Urban Parks Management Plan and the BREATHE framework. However, BREATHE figures were never presented in the hearing materials. Residents later confirmed that when BREATHE standards are properly applied, Wedgwood falls below those recommended thresholds. If both policies were satisfied, the math should have been transparent. It was not shown. Council was asked to accept a conclusion without supporting analysis, and it was a deafening factor in Council's decision to rezone the land. Next slide, please. The Municipal Reserve Designation debacle. In November 2024, administration stated the Municipal Reserve designation had already been removed. That statement materially influenced this discussion. Several councillors expressed uncertainty about that decision that they were voting on, whether the park question was still open or whether it had already been decided. Who knew? In reality, the Municipal Reserve designation still existed on the land title. There was an opportunity at that moment to deny development on this park site, but the framing created the impression council's hands were already tied. When elected officials are uncertain about the scope of their own authority because of how information has been presented, that is a serious concern to me as a taxpayer. Next slide, please. Drainage and public utility rezoning. This site contributes to drainage and water absorption in our mature neighborhood. Even after the community expressed concerns, what council and the community were not told is significant. The day after the executive committee meeting on January 22nd, 2025, the last scheduled council meeting on Wedgwood Park, the city had Stantec on our site measuring for 2 new public utility zones surrounding the development. This zoning is required to accommodate drainage swells this project necessitates. That work was commissioned while the public record was still open, and none of it was disclosed to council or the community. Those public utility rezonings further reduce usable parkland, directly altering the park metric calculations used to assert park sufficiency. Council was given neither the problem nor the revised answer. Next slide, please. The legislative framework itself. Administration assured council there was a legislative framework for disposing of municipal reserve land under the process that was followed. Council relied on that assurance and voted accordingly. The Court of King's Bench reviewed that same legislative framework and overturned council's decision, ruling the process procedurally unfair under the Municipal Government Act. When the judiciary finds that the process administration recommended did not comply with the law.
Sorry to cut you off. That is the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We're going to our next speaker, which is Marcella Rain. Please go ahead. Yep, next slide is there. Perfect.
Okay. Good morning, Council. My name's Marcella Ryan. I'm a resident of Wedgwood, and I oppose this proposal to sell Wedgwood Park. You've just heard about a pattern of incomplete information from the past, information that was withheld, misrepresented, or simply never presented to Council. I want to speak about information Council should scrutinize today. Now that you know administration's reports have not always told the full story, here is what deserves closer examination in the materials before you. First, by bringing this item back to public hearing, administration is saying they need Wedgwood's 60 units, but the numbers don't add up. The HAF agreement committed the city to 1,940 affordable housing units across 13 initiatives. Initiative 3, surplus school sites, had a target of 500 total units. 10 sites are already projected to deliver 1,300 total units, including 925 affordable units. That is 800 more total units than the target. And Initiative 3 alone has already delivered nearly half of the city's entire 1,940 unit housing commitment without Wedgwood. So if Wedgwood's 60 units are genuinely necessary to meet the city's HAF commitment, it can only mean one thing. The other 12 initiatives have failed to deliver. If that is true, Council deserves to know which initiatives have fallen short and by how much. And then Council must ask the harder question, why does Wedgwood have to pay the price for failures elsewhere in a 13-initiative program? I urge Council not to rely on hearsay or implications in administration's report. Ask for the facts. Request a full accounting of affordable units delivered across the entire HAF program, all 13 initiatives, and then make your decision on fact, not conjecture. If the city is genuinely short of its commitment, you deserve to see the evidence. If it is not short, then Wedgwood's 60 units are not necessary, and this hearing is not about housing targets at all. Next slide, please. Second, if administration truly needs more units to satisfy the HAF agreement, why has the Ledger site not been sold? The Ledger site was one of the 12 surplus school sites included in Policy C583, the very same policy governing the sale of Wedgwood Park. It is approved, it is rezoned, it is ready to proceed, and it has been sitting idle while administration advances Wedgwood. Former councillor Tom Cartmel worked for 4 years to swap the Henderson surplus school site to the Ledger site because he believed, as he does with Wedgwood, that development did not belong in Henderson Park. He identified a new location, he secured buy-in and approval from 9 surrounding community leagues to support affordable housing development at Ledger. The community support is there, the infrastructure is better, the site is larger. The Ledger site is zoned RMH23. Wedgwood is zoned RMH16. That higher classification supports significantly greater density and unit potential. Ledger is approximately 2.0 hectares. Wedgwood is 1.3 hectares. Adjacent land near Ledger adds a further 1.8 hectares suitable for development, giving a combined footprint nearly 3 times the size of Wedgwood. Together, that area can deliver equal or greater numbers of affordable units without encroaching on a single square meter of existing parkland. Ledger also has direct access to the active transportation network. Under the CMHC agreement, that qualifies for an additional $15,000 per unit incentive for transit-oriented development. Wedgwood does not qualify. So the question is simple. If affordable housing units are genuinely needed, why has the site that is larger, more transit accessible, more densely zoned, eligible for greater federal incentives, and supported by 9 community leagues not been prioritized over an active neighborhood park with overwhelming community opposition? That question was never meaningfully addressed in administration's report. That comparison was never made, and council deserves an answer before you vote. 2 questions, 2 pieces of missing information that go directly to whether this sale is necessary at all. I'm asking council to demand that information before you make a decision that cannot be undone. Please vote no to the sale of Wedgwood Park. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Actually, I think we're sticking on that slide because our next speaker is Mariah Jo Breckenridge. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mariah. I am a resident of Wedgwood Heights, and I oppose the below-market sale of Wedgwood's surplus site. The previous speakers asked Council to scrutinize the information in today's report, specifically the missing half accounting and the unanswered question about the Ledger site. I want to continue that scrutiny by raising serious questions about the due diligence done on the developer chosen by administration and the future monitoring of the housing program. Next slide. City Administration's report lists Treaty 8 First Nations as the primary developer option for the Wedgwood site. That name implies a representative body working for the 48 Indigenous nations that make up the Treaty 8 Northern Territory, which I believe is misleading. Next slide. The true name of the entity, which administration failed to cite properly in their report, is Treaty 8 First Nations Holding Limited, a private corporation. This company has 11 directors. 10 of them are current chiefs for 10 different Indigenous bands in the Treaty 8 territory. Next slide. In 2013, the federal government passed the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, requiring bands to submit their audited financial statements and council remuneration to the federal government within 120 days of the end of each fiscal year. These financials are then posted publicly online in a federal database to provide transparency on band finances and the salaries of elected council members. Due to a failure to comply with this legislation, in 2015, the federal government withheld over $12 million in federal funding from bands who continued to withhold this legally required documentation from the public. Although the federal government has stopped these compliance enforcement mechanisms, the act is still law and reporting still seen as mandatory. Next slide. Of the 10 current chiefs that control the board of Treaty 8 First Nations Holding Limited, 9 of them are currently in non-compliance of the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. 2 are missing more than half of the required years of reporting. I know it is not the role of the City of Edmonton to enforce federal finance laws, but it is your role specifically today to decide who gets land for free and who picks those who shall receive it. Because administration has included their selected developer in the report, I think it is fair for you to evaluate their choice based on the information I am providing in this presentation. What criteria and due diligence processes guided city administration to choose this corporation where almost all its board members are in significant violation of federal financial reporting laws? In order to maintain the integrity and transparency of the affordable housing program, administration created a requirement where every developer must submit annual reporting to them on their housing program within 60 to 90 days after the operating year end to ensure compliance with the requirements. Parties and companies with a history of reporting non-compliance have the possibility to undermine the entire program if city administration is unable to monitor the aspects of affordability. Yes, yet they were chosen as the primary recipient of the Wedgwood site. Administration's report notes that if Treaty 8 Holdings Limited does not end up as the purchaser, they intend to enter into a below-market value sale or lease with a different entity. That qualifier does not address the question. It sidesteps it. Any company or individual is free to do business in the City of Edmonton, but when the city gives away land for free, the requirement for transparency, monitoring, and accountability to taxpayers must be held at a higher standard. Administration has shown gaps in their due diligence process, gaps that could undermine the monitoring requirements of the entire program they designed. More needs to be done to define the process for choosing recipients of free land and making that process transparent to the public. Next slide. We must all admit the sale of these 11 surplus school sites was accelerated due to half funding promise. Poor consultations with communities, the failure of council to hold 10 public hearings, and now the questionable developer selection of administration all demonstrate a program that was designed and executed for speed instead of quality and accuracy. The decision before you today is not one of a regular business transaction. It is not one of the simple sale of land to a private company. You are giving away a well-used, beautiful community park for free. This development will destroy it forever. Your decision cannot be undone. Today, I ask you to vote no on the sale of this site.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bruce Hillier. Please go ahead.
Thank you and good morning, members.
And just make sure your microphone's on. We'll start your time again once, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. My name is Bruce Hillier. My wife Cheryl and I are Edmontonians, born and raised in the city, and living in the West End all our lives. We've lived in Wedgwood for the last 29 years. We raised 3 boys here and now have 4 grandkids who all enjoy this park just as our kids did. We coach soccer and baseball at Wedgwood Park. Our family has used this space across 3 generations. I'm here to oppose the below market value sale of this land and to speak about what the law requires when a municipal reserve land is sold. Next slide. Let me be direct about what the legislation says. Section 675(3)(a) of the Municipal Government Act is unambiguous. If the municipal reserve designation is removed and the land is sold or leased, the resulting proceeds can only be used for municipal reserve purposes, that is for parks, recreation, or schools, period. Black and white. Next slide. Your own city policy, C-468A, reinforces this. It states that residual funds from the sale of a surplus school site must be used in consultation with the affected neighborhood and directed firstly within the neighborhood level plan area for school land or park development. Both the city's Breathe strategic plan and the Urban Parks Management Plan reinforce this principle further. The intent behind all of these conditions is clear. When reserve land is repurposed, the community losing that land should benefit from the proceeds. These funds are meant to flow back into the neighborhood, giving up its public municipal reserve. Legislation and policy are crystal clear on this point. This proposal would sell Wedgwood site for $1. There will be no meaningful proceeds. There will be no reinvestment. There's no plan to replace or offset the loss of this park and recreation space. The community is losing its municipal reserve and is receiving nothing in return. In direct contradiction, intent, and spirit of the framework designed to protect exactly this situation. So I ask council directly, what is the city's plan to replace what this community is losing? If the land is given away for free, circumventing the community's right to have proceeds reinvested in parks and recreation, what makes up for the recreation and well-being benefit that disappears with it? That question has not been answered. It should be before any vote proceeds. Next slide. My second concern is the misrepresentation of the land's value. In sale documents released following November 2024 public hearing, the city outlined land value for developers across all surplus school sites. These figures were presented as quote-unquote land value contribution, but they are administrative estimates used for grant funding calculations. They're not appraised fair market values. That distinction was not made clear at the Executive Committee meeting on January 22nd, 2025. Next slide. Comparing average property values across all surplus school sites reveals a clear discrepancy. Wedgwood has amongst the highest surrounding property values of any site in the batch, yet its land is valued amongst the lowest per acre. This misrepresentation significantly understates the true financial loss to the community. Council must recognize this. Next slide. I have some faith that Council will do the right thing here. However, if you do vote to approve the sale, I ask you to do two things. First, commission a third-party fair market value assessment of this site before any transaction proceeds, because the figures before you today do not reflect what the land is actually worth and what you are giving away for free and what you are effectively taking away from the community. Second, sell it at a value far more meaningful than $1 and direct those proceeds to the Wedgwood community for reinvestment in the parkland that will remain. The MGA requires it, city policy requires it, and this community has earned it. Ultimately, I would urge you to preserve Wedgwood Park. The space you are considering for sale, as you've heard here today by others, for sale and development today is well over 50% of Wedgwood's total usable park space. No other surplus school site community is losing as much percentage-wise parkland as we are. Not even close. As the mayor said in his September 2025 campaign, and I quote, "Edmontonians' needs will come first in every decision." And to paraphrase Mark Twain, sometimes doing the right thing means not doing the wrong thing. So please do the right thing today and vote against the sale below market value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carol Eigenzair, is that correct? Eigenzair, thank you. Please.
I can see her in German.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
There you go.
Perfect. Yeah, you've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Carol Eigenzair, and I have been a resident of Wedgwood Heights for 36 years. I'm here today to oppose the below-market sale of Wedgwood Park. I want to be very clear. I support
Come real close, girl.
I support well-planned. This is not it is okay. I support well-planned density and affordable housing. This is not opposition to housing. It is a request that the proposed development for this site actually meet the standards City Council has publicly committed to. Because when you honestly apply the city's own planning benchmarks, this site fails nearly every one of them. Next slide, the city plan. I need you to move to the next slide. The Edmonton City Plan and District Plans direct density towards nodes, corridors, and areas with existing transit infrastructure. The framework Council adopted to ensure growth is equitable, climate-aligned, and fiscally responsible. Next slide, priority growth areas. Wedgwood is not a priority growth area under any of these plans. Approving this site contradicts the city plan and sets a precedent that growth boundaries are negotiable when other pressures arise. You'll note on the slide that Wedgwood is under the legend box. Next slide, transit alignment. The city's own goals include keeping housing and transportation costs below 35% of household expenditures and moving toward a city where 50% of trips use less carbon-intensive modes. Wedgwood does not support either goal. The closest district node, Collingwood Shopping Centre, is a 47-minute walk. Adding density here does not reduce car dependence, it entrenches it. Next slide. Climate resistance and urban greenness. Council has emphasized climate resilience and access to green space where replacement is not feasible. Edmonton's urban greenness has declined 18.5% between 2000 and 2023, from 72.3% to 53.8%, ranking as fourth among major Canadian cities for green space loss. Even Toronto, at 64.3%, has more urban greenness than Edmonton today. These 11 surplus school sites together represent 37 acres of parkland permanently removed from Edmonton communities. the equivalent of 22 full-size soccer fields. Approving this sale is irreversible. It's an irreversible step in the wrong direction, especially when other development sites exist that are not parkland. Next slide. Environmental infrastructure and drainage. This site contributes to drainage and water absorption in our mature neighborhood. Replacing permeable land with hard surfaces changes runoff patterns and increases strain downstream. We've already heard from Kristen that this is a cause for concern, as new public utility zones must be put in to support the site's drainage function. Next slide. District function and River Valley access. Our community survey shows this park operates as a district-level space. People travel here from outside the neighborhood for recreation and organized sports. It serves as a major access point to Edmonton's River Valley trail system. No other surplus site combines neighborhood parkland, organized sport amenities, and River Valley access, and that distinction has never been adequately considered. Next slide, infrastructure constraints. Wedgwood is a one-way in, one-way out community with no grid network. Any increase in density funnels through a single access point, raising real concerns about congestion, pedestrian safety, and emergency response. Next slide, fiscal responsibility. Council has been told the developer will pay for everything. That is not how municipal development works. Developers fund on-site improvements. The city absorbs downstream costs borne by taxpayers in future budgets. We already have a concrete example. The traffic impact survey for this site identifies a new traffic circle at 184th Street and Wedgwood Boulevard, costing at least $1 million. That falls to the city, not the developer. Combined with the misrepresentation of this land's assessed value, Council has not been given the real cost of this development. Without a full accounting, this decision cannot be considered fiscally responsible. These are not community preferences. They are the city's own standards, applied honestly to this site. I'm asking Council to do the same. Please vote no to the sale of Wedgwood Park.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to our next speaker, we have the other, I'm guessing the other half of the grade sixes from Earl Buxton School here. So their teacher, Aaron Compton, is here as well. Good to see you. And again, your city councillor is Councillor Mike Elliott, right over there from Ward Paheswin, as that's where you're located. And so I'm guessing since you're here at around 11, that means you've finished your mock public hearing. Is that correct? Who is the mayor in that mock public hearing? Where's our mayor? Hello, Mayor. Did you want to come down and tell us a little bit about what you discussed? We'd love to hear from you. We hear the other half of the class was debating whether parents should be able to ride on the sidewalk with kids. I don't know if you had a different topic or the same one, so we'll come on down. And what's your first name?
Aviana.
Aviana? Nice to meet you, Aviana. It's and Mayor. What topic did you discuss today?
We talked about if schools should add green bins and collect food scraps from classrooms.
Oh, if schools should have green bins and collect food scraps from classrooms. And what did you decide?
We voted on no.
Voted no. No green bins in the schools for the food scraps. Was it a close vote or was it unanimous?
It was 11-2.
Oh, 11-2. That's not a very close vote. Okay. What was one of the reasons you decided not to do that?
It could create a smell, and then that would distract students while they're trying to learn.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate that, and thank you to the entire class for joining us. Welcome to City Hall. We are in the middle of a public hearing process, and so really appreciate you joining us and listening in for a while. I'm sure you'll have to depart very soon, but stay for as long as you like, and thank you for being here. So, great. We're going to continue on with our speakers. I believe our next speaker, just going up to my list here, is Phil Shuchuk. Please go ahead, Phil.
Good morning. My name is Phil Shuchuk. I'm a resident of Wedgwood Heights, and my wife and I have lived there for 26 years. I'm here today to express my extreme opposition to the proposal to develop a portion of Wedgwood Park. I believe there is a lot at stake with your decision today. Through all of Edmonton's growth, from a small prairie city to home for over 1 million people, the characteristic that we are most proud of, what we brag about, is our green spaces. But historically, this has not always come easily. It has been a battle many times in the past to protect our green spaces. Consider, for example, that former councils have advocated for a roadway through McKinnon Ravine and a large-scale development in the river valley. In the case of McKinnon Ravine, the city went as far as cutting down all the trees in the ravine to prepare for the roadway. A groundswell of citizen support for protecting our green space forced council to abandon the McKinnon Ravine project. Potential development in the river valley was also halted. Protecting the river valley green space continues to this day. Now, there is a principle in the field of medicine which states, first, do no harm. Although the principle is typically quoted when referring to the medical field, I believe its spirit applies whenever decisions carrying lasting consequences for people's lives. It seems an appropriate standard for today's discussion. In my 78 years of living in Edmonton, I cannot recall any, not one, park being destroyed to allow for a housing development. In fact, it's usually the opposite. That is, we build parks where formerly there were other developments. Think of the new park downtown, built on parking lots. Horillac Park, built on an old gravel pit. Rundle Park and Millwoods golf courses, built on old city dumps. Borden Park expansion to be built on old racetrack property. Now, Wedgwood Park is not an unused parking lot. It's not an old gravel pit or an old racetrack. It is a well-used and loved beautiful piece of green space. How does it make any sense to put an overbuilt housing development in it? Wedgwood Park is a popular destination in southwest Edmonton. A 2024 survey has shown us that 66% of the users of the park don't live in the community. We receive visitors from 25 surrounding communities. We have, in fact, developed into a district-level park. People come to the park because it is a welcoming place that offers multiple recreation and wellness options. Wedgwood residents are proud of our park, so much so that we pay homeowners dues to maintain what should be a city responsibility. The park was once so overgrown with tall grass and dandelions that youth soccer was impossible. Despite concerns being raised by residents and soccer associations, the city chose to do nothing. Wedgwood residents stepped up and fixed the problem. Those soccer fields are now beautifully maintained by the residents and are among the most used sites in the city for youth soccer. If you decide to allow Wedgwood Park to be developed, you are sending a message that the loss of that green space won't be missed because the city already has enough or too much green space. This takes you right back to the mistakes made by some previous councils. Once this green space is destroyed, it is gone forever. There is no second chance. Why would you want to repeat this unfortunate stance when there are numerous alternative non-park sites available for development? In fact, Treaty 8 told you this morning they prefer other locations. Some of you may remember Mayor Jan Reimer. She was labeled the Queen of Green by some of her political opponents, and not as a compliment. That label was meant to dismiss her. I worked under Jan Reimer, and I am pleased that history has judged her differently. She had the vision to protect what makes this city livable, and Edmonton is better for it. We owe her a debt of gratitude. Edmonton's reputation was built by people willing to say no when the pressure for development was high. I ask you to be those people today. Please vote no to the proposed sale of the Wedgwood site. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you. And our next speaker is going to be Jennifer Eisen. Please go ahead. Oh, just hang on. Yep, there we go.
Hi, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jennifer Eisen, and I've
Oh,
lived
sorry,
in
just 1 second before I'll restart your time. I just want to remind everyone, in case folks joined late, in council chambers, And no clapping, no cheering, no booing. You can nod your head vigorously if you like something or don't. That's about as much public emotion we show in council chambers. And just for folks, why we do that is we always try to create a neutral space. The only clapping we do are for the lovely students who always join us and any of our protocol items. But yeah, just asking everyone, we always try to keep a neutral space because we know that these issues, any topic we discuss, emotions can run high. We want folks to feel comfortable sharing whatever their views are. That is the whole point of this public hearing process. So that's why we don't do clapping, cheering, booing. You know, I know sometimes people crack a joke and sometimes you'll get a laugh out of me, but like even that we're technically not supposed to do. So try to keep it as neutral as you can. Again, if you want to shake your head in agreement with somebody saying, I'm okay with that, because it's not interrupting the proceedings or interrupting our speakers from having that chance to speak. So just going to give that as a firm reminder to everyone as we go forward. So we're going to restart your time. I want to make sure you have your full 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I've been a resident of Wedgwood Park for 12 years, and I strongly oppose the below-market sale of Wedgwood Park. Every site in this batch has been treated as roughly equivalent. 11 surplus school sites and one process, one outcome. But they are not equivalent. When you apply the city's own measures honestly and comparatively, Wedgwood stands apart. Not slightly, categorically. Wedgwood stands to lose more than any other community in this batch, and it should never have been considered for development. A park is not created by a line on a map. It is created by people, by daily use, care, and stewardship, by children playing, neighbors meeting, and seniors walking. The city did not build this park, the community did, and 66% of its regular users don't even live in Wedgwood. They come from across southwest Edmonton because it is a destination worth the trip. Defining this space as surplus relies on an administrative label that ignores lived reality. It is a functioning, active, community-built space that served this neighborhood and surrounding areas for 37 years. Developing it does not simply alter a land use, it damages the community itself permanently. Next slide, please. If this site is developed, Wedgwood would lose 64% of its total open park space, a proportion no other surplus school site comes close to. This parcel being sold represents nearly half of all municipal park space in this community, categorically different from any other site, and that distinction continues to be overlooked. Next slide, please. Wedgwood would lose our only U7, U9 soccer field and 2 of only 3 baseball diamonds in the community. The infrastructure of the community live here, which exists nowhere else in this neighborhood. With only 11 recreational amenities compared to sites with over 20, Wedgwood will lose 27% of its amenities, 13% more than the next most affected community. 4 of the 11 sites will not be impacted at all. Next slide, please. Some may suggest our residents can use nearby parks. They cannot. Donsdale is our closest community on this side of Lassard Road, and it has no park space. Lassard Road is a busy arterial that is a genuine barrier for seniors, disabled, and families with young children to cross. And Touchmark to the north is a private retirement facility facing its own developmental pressures that may result in their loss of park space as well. So there is no park within 400 meters that can absorb what would be lost here. So while other surplus school sites may reduce park access, this one removes it entirely from an area that is already underserved. Our park sufficiency metric is at 3.61 hectares per 1,000 residents, already below the city standard of 3.8. And that figure does not include new tenants of the development or users from Donsdale and Touchmark who rely on this space daily. Next slide, please. Lastly, Wedgwood Heights has no community league building, and neither does Donsdale. We rely on the generosity of Touchmark, who make their facilities available at no cost. Developing this park permanently forecloses the only realistic opportunity we have to build one. The footprint is gone. The proposed townhouse design includes no indoor community space, Future residents, including those in the new units, will have nowhere to gather indoors. That permanent infrastructure deficit was never disclosed as part of the cost of this development. Wedgwood stands to lose more park space, more amenities, and more community infrastructure than any other site in this batch, and has the highest proportional loss of parkland, the lowest park sufficiency metrics, no community league building, and no nearby alternative. It should never have been included in this batch. Permanently damaging the heart of an established community without exhausting every reasonable alternative is unforgivable. I urge you to vote no to the sale of the Wedgwood site. Thank you, and next slide, please.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Erin Medley. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Erin Medley, and I am a 10-year resident of Wedgwood. I'm here today to share my perspectives regarding the proposed development of the Wedgwood Ravine Surplus School site. In a city that is always cognizant of the value of recreation and outdoor activity, it truly confuses me that a decision would be made to reduce the recreational area and community green space in our community of Wedgwood. My family and I chose to move to Wedgwood for multiple reasons, but top of the list was that we had active children who we preferred to play outside, be active, and meet neighborhood children. We also have an older son who has cerebral palsy and is in a wheelchair. In addition, he has profound hearing loss and a severe communication disorder. Neighbors often find him at the park watching kids play soccer, cheering them on, and offering what he feels is invaluable coaching advice. He also knows the names of almost every dog in the neighborhood and stops to say hi to every single one of them while out on his nightly exercise jaunts in the summer. It is one of the few times that we don't have to hover over him or worry about his safety because it is a low-traffic area that he can safely maneuver and is very community-minded. In other words, it is one of the few times that he is able to feel like an independent adult and part of a community. Parks and green space are not just a benefit to active children. It is also a huge benefit to those like my son who also want to partake, just in different ways. In the almost 10 years that we have lived in Wedgwood, I cannot begin to express the amount of joy that we have experienced when the recreational area is full of families playing soccer, football, cricket, kite flying, frisbee, and skating. It also fills me with joy when I see the number of groups and families from our community, as well as others, that have parties, picnics, and tournaments on weekends throughout the year. I have heard amazing comments about the yearly Light Up Wedgwood event that takes place every December. There are fireworks, horse-drawn sleigh rides, visits from Santa, hot chocolate, and recently a skating rink. All of this is followed by the lighting of the surrounding trees and Christmas lights. It truly is spectacular. Wedgwood has become a location where many neighborhood communities come together to take advantage of this safe, wide-open recreational space. Sadly, it feels like a step in the wrong direction to remove this neighborhood gem, and it saddens me that our City Council refuses to see the value of such a rare space. I am not familiar with a location in Edmonton that is so widely used, as valued, or as diverse. I'm also not sure if Council is familiar with the large piece of land that is a dry pond that has warnings stating that it is not to be used. If you remove this parcel from the map, you will see that the usable land left over is much smaller than it appears. This part of the park will never be able to be used for soccer, baseball, or football, and is most definitely not accessible. I am also concerned that not enough planning or thought has been given to the school situation. The current proposal is going to add 60 additional units, with most being 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units. It appears as though you are trying to fix a housing issue by creating a school crisis. Both the public and Catholic schools are at capacity, no longer accepting students outside of the catchment. This appears very short-sighted. Many neighboring communities, as well as those of us who live in this community, see the park as the entrance to an incredible ravine that Edmonton has to offer. People come for not only the exercise, but also for the opportunity to birdwatch, as well as catch a glimpse of the many wildlife that live amongst us. The noise of construction, followed by an increase in traffic, will surely disrupt this fascinating ecosystem. As already mentioned, I have an amazing, differently abled son who very shortly may be in need of low-income and accessible housing. So I'm very cognizant of how important this type of housing is. I fully support quality, safe, and community-minded housing opportunities for my son and others like him. And I would love to answer questions on why this site does not work, but unfortunately 5 minutes does not allow for enough time. I do, however, question if taking away existing recreational and green space that is used in so many ways and is so popular and needed in a city that continues to grow is the best interest for him or others. I think most people agree that exercise and fresh air are a requirement for everyone's health, and taking away an already established area is not in anyone's best interest. Exercise and fresh air are human rights. Taking away an established, accessible area that serves both the able-bodied and the disabled is not in anybody's best interest. I trust you will prioritize the long-term well-being of our community, because once this green space is gone, it is gone forever. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And I think we're going to our next slide with Wendy Zelmer. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Zelmer. I'm a resident of Wedgwood. I'm not here to speak about the site from a planning or development perspective, but from lived experience as a resident and as someone who has spent the last 30 years working in health and wellness alongside the medical community. Through that work, I've come to understand how important mental health is, not just to individuals, but to the strength of the community and the city that we all live in. Over the past few years, my family has gone through some very difficult seasons. During long stretches of hospital visits and uncertainty, coming home to Wedgwood and walking in the park became something I relied on. It played an important role in my mental health, in my healing, and in my grieving process. It was a place where I could slow down, breathe, and regain a sense of balance after heavy days and long nights. Even though we are surrounded by ravines, this park became my go-to place because it is open, visible, accessible, and I felt safe there. What I came to realize during that time is that Wedgwood Park is much more than green space. It quietly serves as an important purpose that many of us don't fully recognize until we need it. Wedgwood Park is a place where people come to heal, to connect, and to feel part of a community. It is the only open, accessible green space within a 15-minute walk in this area. Once a place like this is gone, what it provides for the people of Edmonton cannot be replaced. My experience is not unique. I have met many people who've experienced loss and major life changes, and I see them regularly in the park. It is a place where people move through grief, stress, and transition in their own quiet way. The park is also where community comes together through events like Light Up Wedgwood, where people are welcomed from across the city to gather for free sleigh rides, bonfires, and simple moments of connection with friends and strangers. At a time where, and this is offered at a time where mental health for many is most fragile. These things may be difficult to measure, but they are part of what makes a neighborhood feel like a community rather than a collection of homes. We even held a celebration of life in the park for a beloved community dog, and a memorial tree was planted there. It may sound small, but it reflects something meaningful. This park is where people come together, where shared meaning is created, not just for a moment, not for just years, but for generations. I understand that the city is focused on growth and development, and I am not here to argue against that. What I'm asking is that we be thoughtful and intentional about what Wedgwood Park means to so many people. It plays an important role in people's lives, supporting mental health, fostering connection, and a sense of belonging, not only for the residents of Wedgwood, but for all Edmontonians. Generations of family have grown up using this park for sports, walks, celebrations, and community events. its value extends beyond recreation. When decisions are based only on units, density, and land use, it can be easy to overlook the quieter ways Wedgwood Park has supported people's mental health and well-being for over the last 37 years. We would lose so much more than just acres of land. We would lose a place where people recover, reconnect, and continue moving forward during difficult times. The spotlight on mental health has never been brighter, and it's important to the entire city. My hope is that you consider this decision. You also consider the existing value of Wedgwood, not just as land, but as something that already supports mental health, connection, and resilience for the people of this community and for many people across Edmonton who have found comfort here. Without optimum health as an individual, community, and a city, it is impossible to thrive. Please vote no on the sale of the surplus.
That is your time. And our next speaker is Peter LeVay. And you're online and still there? Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Peter LeVay. I'm a resident of Wedgwood Heights, and I'm here to oppose the below-market sale of Wedgwood Park. I want to circle back to what brought us here today, the invalidation of Council's 2025 decision to sell Wedgwood Park by the Court of King's Bench. What makes this failure significant is not just the impact it has had on our community. This failure did not happen to us alone. In a single batch vote, Council approved the sale of 11 surplus school sites under the same flawed process. 10 other communities, Belmont, Blue Quill, Carnarvon, Dunluce, Kiniski Gardens, La Pearl, Limburn, Miller, Overlanders, and Summerlee were part of that same motion. All 11 communities were denied their legal right to be heard. That is not a minor oversight. That is a systemic governance failure. The difference is this: Wedgwood mounted a legal challenge. The other 10 communities did not. And unlike Wedgwood, those sites have already been sold. I want to be clear about what I am not saying. I am not saying that every one of those sales was wrong. I am not saying those communities necessarily would have opposed them. What I am saying is that they never had the opportunity to be heard. The law gave them that right. The process denied it. So I want to ask you directly, what remedy is being considered for those 10 communities? Will you reverse those sales decisions and hold the public hearings the law required? Will you conduct a meaningful audit of the procedural failure that led to this and make the results public? Will you make changes to your policies and processes to ensure this never happens again? How you respond to this failure matters. To Wedgwood, to the 10 other affected communities, and to the citizens of Edmonton at large. Right now, the message to every community in this city is that when a procedural failure of this magnitude happens, the city just moves on, schedules another hearing, and casts the same vote. Surely that is not the message this council wants to send. You are at the beginning of a new 4-year term. The decisions made today will lay a foundation for how you govern. I want you to really think about that. You have far surpassed your housing goals. There is nothing standing in your way of choosing to do the right thing and save this park. I am asking council to formally acknowledge this failure. At a minimum, that means a formal audit of the processes and policies associated with the conversion of surplus school sites, an updated report on the Affordable Housing Funding Decisions audit, and direct communication of both documents to the affected communities with a formal apology. The Municipal Government Act protects the right of residents to be heard before decisions about their communities are made. That right was not honored here. The least council can do is acknowledge that and ensure it is never repeated. I am also asking council to hold administration accountable. When the required process is not followed, the response should not be limited to scheduling another hearing. A procedural failure of this scale should have consequences. Voting to preserve Wedgwood Park today would be a concrete demonstration that procedural failures have consequences, that this council is prepared to let the outcome reflect the integrity of the process, even when that is difficult. It would send a message to the 10 other communities that their right to be heard was not meaningless. There's been over 290 pages of correspondence submitted with concerns in opposition to the sale of this site. Does that mean nothing? Please vote no to the sale of the Wedgwood site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Leah Widnowski, and please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and new City Council. My name is Leah Widnowski. I'm sure most of you are aware of who I am. I'm the lead advocate for this park. I am the applicant on the judicial review, and I'm the author of the opinion placed in the Edmonton Journal on Friday. Today you've heard a comprehensive case as to why you should vote no to selling Wedgwood Park. I want to personally thank each of my speakers for their contributions, because we couldn't have done this without you. But before I close, a few other points I would like the council to consider. This hearing process itself. You would think that when a court orders you to hold a proper public hearing, you would follow standard process to the letter. Instead, administration embedded this hearing within a regular city council meeting, obscuring it from the public. Proof comes from when members of my community had difficulty finding this item on an agenda because they were looking for a public hearing agenda, not a city council meeting agenda. I can only imagine how difficult it must have been for other members outside the community to find this hearing and learn how to participate. This was not an oversight, it was a choice, and it undermines any claim to transparent and fair public engagement. Second, our community has engagement like no other. The level of organized, data-driven community opposition to this proposal and its previous proposals has no parallel across any of the surplus school sites, quite possibly against any single community advocacy initiative. Our community submitted over 290 letters in opposition to this proposal. Previously, the city's own What We Heard report recorded 362 unique responses also in opposition. 23 speakers appeared at the previous public hearing in 2024. 17 more are here today. And the opposition was not emotional or anecdotal, except for these two speakers. But it was organized, evidence-based, and policy-grounded. That should matter. This should carry weight. I want to acknowledge and thank my community for all the contributions to this effort and for trusting me to lead us through it. We have tried throughout to acknowledge the complexity of the decision and the position that Council holds today. You voted in good faith based in advice from administration. The procedural failure wasn't yours to anticipate. We understand that. But I want to be honest. How Council responds to this failure matters enormously to our community, to the 10 other communities affected, and to the broader question of what democratic governance looks like in Edmonton. Simply repeating the process, holding the hearing, then voting the same way is not accountability, it's compliance. You are not administration's rubber stamp. You are our elected representatives, and I congratulate each of you for being elected to your current positions. Today you have an opportunity to demonstrate that when the process fails, when the community speaks, and when the facts don't support the decision, you have the courage to vote differently. At this time, I will also ask again that any councillor, there are 9 of you, who previously voted on the sale of Wedgwood site should recuse yourselves from this vote. It is not a concession, guys. It's an act of integrity that strengthens the legitimacy of this hearing. I want to end with something personal. I have spent hundreds of hours on this effort. It has become my full-time job for the past 2 years. I took a break to run Tim Cartmel's mayoral campaign because I actually fell in love with politics. Believe it or not, I have learned policy framework that I never knew existed. I've studied benchmarks, federal contracts, land use law. I read the dang MGA, which I can tell you is not light bedtime reading. But here's the thing, I didn't do it because I enjoy reading municipal legislation. I did it because this park matters, because my community matters, and because democracy matters. I still believe, that if we showed up to prepared, if we did the work, if we presented a case grounded in facts and policy and law, it would count for something. So that's what I've done. I've shown up, I've done the work, and I wouldn't trade this experience for anything. But now I need you to show up. I'm asking you to vote no for the sale of Wedgwood Park and retain it as district parkland. By doing so, you would hold administration accountable for the procedural failure that brought us here today. You would be demonstrating that when the law is not followed, the answer is not to press forward regardless. Preserving this park as public green space would be a meaningful acknowledgement that the process matters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just wanting to confirm, I know they said they're questions only, but I just wanted to give one more check. Marshall Hundert had registered, and I want to make sure they're still interested in just questions only. Is that correct? Are they in person?
He quite frankly might not be online.
Okay, that's
He's in
fine.
a hearing, court hearing.
That's okay. I just wanted to
Thanks.
make sure I've asked for the record there. That's if they wanted to, they still have the right to speak, but if they're not here, that's okay. Perfect. That leads us to questions of our panelists, and Councillor Parmar had selected this, and we'll start with Councillor Parmar. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come and be here today to share your, all the facts. It's very greatly appreciated. Speaker Stefan, you were cut off by your 5 minutes. Do you want to finish what you were saying?
Sure, I would love that. Thank you. You get talking and you get nervous. Okay. We were going to the next slide, the legislative framework itself. Administration assured council there was a legislative framework for disposing of municipal reserve land under the process that was followed. Council relied on that assurance and voted accordingly. The Court of King's Bench reviewed that same legislative framework and overturned council's decision, ruling the process procedural unfair under the Municipal Government Act. When the judiciary finds that process administration recommended did not comply with the law, that is not a minor error. It is the most fundamental failure of this file, and it warrants asking what else council was told that did not withstand scrutiny. 4 examples. 4 instances where the information provided to council was incomplete or inaccurate in ways that consistently pointed toward one outcome. Each of these points, taken alone, might be dismissed as oversight, but taken together, they form a pattern. I'm asking today council recognize that pattern and apply the appropriate level of scrutiny to the advice you have received in this file. Council's role is oversight. Oversight requires skepticism, especially when the record is as inconsistent as this one. Please vote no. Vote to preserve this park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To Speaker Gray, the 1,300 units and the 925 affordable housing, where is that information from?
I will have you redirect that question to Leah.
Okay, no problem. Speaker Wadnowski.
Hi, Councillor Parmar. It's in a news article online of an interview conducted by many members on the announcement day back in November. And the article states 1,300 units total and 925 to be affordable.
Great. And there was also a number about 500 affordable. Can you share a little bit more background about that number?
Yeah, if I could get the clerk actually to pull up one of our slides. It just kind of got skipped over, not the clerk's fault on this one. We failed to put it in the actual presentation as zip slide. It is probably number 4. Let me just check. And this will explain the numbers that we're talking about, and I'm happy if administration also wants to provide their insight here, but it is slide number 6, please. That's it. So this is the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan initiatives and goals that are what I know to be tied to the HAF funding agreement. In this agreement, you'll see that there's 13 initiatives, and the surplus school site rezoning and infrastructure improvement is just one of those 13. That item alone, expected results of 500 units. So what we're being told is that 1,300 units are actually already in process as part of the surplus school site initiative with the 10 sites that have been sold. So that's 800 units over its goal. And 925 of them are affordable, so that meets almost half of the affordable affordable housing commitment of the HAF program as well.
Thank you. I will ask administration about that. I don't know how much time I have.
We'll put the time back up. I think you might have a little bit of time left. Yep, you've got enough time to ask it.
Maybe Speaker Wodnowski, is it fair to say that this community is opposed to any development on the site?
Yeah, we've been, unfortunately, there are several, I think 4 new councillors that did not get to listen to all of our presentations the last time. But yeah, we have been against development of any kind, a building of any kind. It was always told to us that a building was always meant for this site. That is not factual. The MGA, when you convert a surplus school site from the school board to the city, it automatically gets designated as municipal reserve land. Municipal reserve land is for school, parks, and rec. Well, since there's going to be no school, it will remain as parks and recreation. So that has always been our community's assumption that that park would stay on as a park.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you very much. I think Councillor Jans is still our deputy. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, or would you need me to pass it over to Councillor Salvador, who's in the room?
Would you mind passing it over? I'm just in transit.
That's no problem at all. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair? Thank you. Again, I want to thank everyone for being here today, and I think there's been a lot of, I've been writing a lot of notes, and you know, this is a tough one, because I think Mr. Hillier, who had raised my quote of saying Edmontonians' needs come first in every decision, and I think the struggle we always go through, and I'll turn it to you, Mr. Hillier, first, since you raised that quote, is how we find the balance of needs, and because I hear loud and clear this is an important park, it's a well-used space. I think the other need that we have for Edmontonians is that even though we've managed to hit our short-term housing goals for 2026, we know that our overall housing need is still significant. So in our progress report about a year ago, it identified how 56% of people experiencing homelessness in Edmonton identify as Indigenous, and 27% of Indigenous renter households are living in core housing need. So we have competing needs at times where we have a desire for as much green space as possible. We also have this significant need on affordable housing, not just for Indigenous people, but in this case, that's one of them. How do you find the right balance? You know, when we're in these seats, this is our decision point of how we try to find the right balance between these. What would you sort of approach? How would you approach this?
Well, you're asking a question. How long is the rope? Right?
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, there's no right answer to that one, obviously. And just by the way, a background. I have Indigenous heritage myself as well, so just wanted to put that on the table. So I too struggle with balance as well sometimes, but it doesn't matter. What we're talking here is I can speak as a citizen of Edmonton, and it seems like our needs are well on the way of meeting our housing targets. And I can speak as a citizen of Wedgwood, and lived in the West End all my life, as I've said, and I can see that this is not the right place for development of a housing project. It just simply isn't. I think maybe Councillor Barmer is probably the only one who's, maybe the only one, I shouldn't presume, that's actually seen it for their own eyes. And if you see it, you can just recognize, well, there's just simply no room. You just have to look at it, and there's just simply no room. I'm all for housing and affordable housing and balancing. Yeah, I used to be a government auditor. That's how I started off my career.
Yeah.
So I get the procedural fairness side of the equation.
Absolutely.
I understand what should be corrected, and I would lobby for the remedy 100% 10 times over. I used to follow processes and recommend processes coming out of my ears. But I will tell you that this is just not the right place. And I think you've heard all of us say, we'd be happy to be part of the solution to find homes elsewhere.
And that's a good transition, and I will just flag, I was there on September 18th, 2024, when I met with some folks from the community, so I just wanted to flag that was an important piece.
And I'll remind you that you said it felt different when you were there.
And so, and that's actually, Ms. Wadnowski, I wouldn't mind coming to you, because I think, when we had that meeting, we talked about, how it felt different. We also talked about, I raised the point, I think at the time of, we do have this gap. I appreciate the Housing Accelerator Fund goals we're well on target of. The broader affordable housing goals, we are still well off where we need to be. And so we have this goal that we need to achieve because we have so many folks in core housing need. And I know when we chatted at that meeting, we talked about what are the alternatives we can do, not just on a site in a different part of the city, but what can we do in the community? We want to try to achieve 16% affordable housing in every neighborhood. I know at the time I had suggested the idea of, can we partner with Jasper Place Wellness to buy individual lots like they have in different areas? Have you been able to look at some of those alternatives since that meeting? And I want to just get a sense of what can we do in this area to help address affordable housing if it's not on this site?
So I'm going to answer a few questions that you've asked there.
Please,
I don't believe we, you yourself in a quote to, I think it was Global, said that we've exceeded targets. Not just met, you've exceeded targets.
The Housing Accelerator Fund targets, but not the
city at large for affordable housing and supportive housing. There's a quote from you saying that.
We're just not there for the entire city, though, right? Like the entire need for affordable housing, because we have 1 in 4 folks.
Your quote says otherwise.
Okay.
So we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I don't want to debate you.
No, that's fair.
You think one way, I think another. It's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
The other thing that you mentioned was, getting into the neighborhood that you came, that you did feel it was different. And you're asking me again to provide ways that our community could support.
Yeah. I'm out of time, but I'll come back. I'm out of time. I just want to respect my own process, but I'll come back around
I'll return the chair.
Oh, yes, I've got the chair back, and I'll click back on after. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just so I can see you when I ask. I think I'm going to first go to Ms. Steffen. On slide number 12 of your presentation, you have the one part of the judge's decision. And I'm looking at the whole document here. And so the other conclusions that the judge came to was that the decision to pass the bylaw and remove the MR from Wedgwood were reasonable and procedurally fair, and that selling the MR lands below market value to a third party for the purpose of building affordable housing was not ultra vires, and I've Googled what that means, and so it wasn't out of our sort of our realm of authority. So are you okay with those two conclusions?
I have to direct this to Ms. Leah.
I'm the applicant on the judicial review, so I would just suggest that if you have any questions about it, they probably should come directly to me. So would you like to ask me?
I was just wondering because she presented the one, talking about the public hearing. But if you'd like to answer on her behalf,
Wright.
sure.
To be honest with you, I prepared all the presentations for today.
Okay, so you're okay with the
most
other two
knowledgeable
conclusions.
person on this.
Okay, so
site, so yes, I am the right person.
So are you okay with the first two conclusions that were the judge?
No, I'm actually not. But I ran out of steam, and I did not want to spend any more of my community's money to go back and appeal the court case. I believe there's some real opportunities for some changes in policy so that when we go to convert surplus school sites in the future, the process that's outlined in the MGA flows really smoothly. And it gives all parties, both administration, who is the proponent in this, council, and the communities affected to have an honest and healthy
Okay,
discussion
I've
about
only
it.
got 5 minutes, and I do have other questions for other speakers as
Sure.
well. Mr. Shuchuk, you said that you're not aware of one park being destroyed for housing. Are you familiar with the city's First Home program that was sort of initiated back in 2006?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, so I'll just, there was a number, I think there was about 9 different properties that many community members felt was park space, but it was municipal reserve. And there was a couple in the southeast. There was one in Larkspur, there was one in Tawa, there was another one, Greenview, I believe it is. And that was taken and provided housing for many Edmontonians. So you might want to just Google that. So I know it feels that you're unique, your community, that it's only happening to you, but it is something that the city has been doing over time, taking that
Doesn't make it okay.
municipal reserve land. I'm sorry, Ms. Witnowski, I wasn't asking. And then Ms. Eisen, and again, I can relate, representing a community of many new neighborhoods that don't have any indoor community space. So is that something that the Community League is planning on doing, developing some sort of community hall in that space? Was that in the works?
She's run to the washroom.
She's, okay.
You might want to direct this question to Cam on the first panel because he is a member of the Community League.
Okay, Ms. Eisen's not part of the Community League? Okay, so then I guess Mr. McFadden?
Yeah, it's something that's been talked about, but
And
there are
you're
no...
number 3, yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, there's no active plans at this time.
Okay, so it's something that the community desires at some point in time.
Yeah, we did a survey of the community back in 2024, I believe. I got to double check the year that we did it, but early on in this discussion, and that was one of the suggestions that was brought forward. Also looking at different recreational uses, hockey rink, those types of things, but the community league building was definitely part of that conversation. We've been kind of in these discussions since that point and have not progressed those discussions any further.
So you think every community league should have its own
out of time,
indoor
Councillor Wright.
facility? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I guess I'll reference my questions to Ms. Olowski. Can you please elaborate, because I think I missed it. I think it was Ms. Stefan that was talking about, there's something about, can you elaborate on the 9 community leagues that was referenced? And I missed the context behind that. And I don't know if Ms. Stefan or you can provide additional information on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had a discussion with former Councillor Tim Cartmel about the Ledger site and all the work that he had done to make that swap. Early in our discussions, we had both realized that Wedgwood is very similar to Henderson, not a lot of park space, and would lose a significant amount. So he went to negotiate and to move the site to Ledger. Within those negotiations, part of the work that he did, if we are so desperate for housing as Mayor Knack alludes to, that why are we not addressing this Ledger site? I will also note that in the executive committee meeting where this was talked about, actually it might have been a city council, I forget now, but Tim did bring up the point that there is also an adjacent site right next to it, primed for development as well. And he had asked his fellow colleagues to vote a motion that would remit it back to council to also include that into this discussion of that site as a whole. His colleagues did not vote in favor with him, and all that was approved that day was just the swap from Henderson to Ledger, but there is an adjacent site which would almost double the land that is really, quite frankly, prime for housing development.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I have questions from a in regards to that.
You're welcome.
The other aspect, there was a slide that indicated, I think by speaker 12, I think that the park will lose 25% of its amenities. Can you elaborate on that, what amenities you're referencing?
That'll be me. Councillor Wright asked me at the first public hearing, well, Leah, you have a tennis courts and you have other park spaces and, what are you actually losing? And I did a thorough deep dive, which I'm happy after finished speaking, because I can't do two things at once, to email all of you the thorough deep dive I did, where I went and identified in every surplus school site community what amenities they had in terms of soccer fields, baseball fields, tennis courts, pickleball courts, playgrounds, you name it. I covered it all. I numbered them all out, whether they had a community league building or not. And I did a rough assessment that totaled every community's number of amenities, and then what communities were losing what amenities and how many. On both fronts, Wedgwood falls in the bottom third of number amenities. We are lucky for our tennis courts. Our members pay for that as part of their HOA dues, our HOA members. And then we are on the very bottom for what we're going to lose, because we are the only site that is losing a complete soccer field that we can't replace, and so that's 1 of 2 soccer fields and 2 of 3 baseball diamonds. No other site stands to lose the number of amenities that we do.
Okay, thank you, and I think I have time for one more question. The other slide I was going to reference is, what are you, the breadth development? Can you elaborate on that? It was something about I think it was like a 3.6 or 3.8.
Oh, the breathe metric.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's it, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the first hearing, one of the major key points presented by administration is that Wedgwood always met a 2.0 hectares per 1,000 people standard. That standard is in the UPMP, which is the Urban Parks Management Plan. That document is old and not in use anymore. So they were referencing an old figure. When we asked, well, is it in alignment with breathe also, Mr. Ford at the time said yes to the council that in all measures, breathe or UPMP, Wedgwood meets the standards. So after the hearing, I went and did some digging and found that, breathe actually has completely different metrics. So if the clerk wants to bring up slide 9, please.
What we'll do is,
you can have a look at that again.
Yeah,
and you can see that the difference is that Wedgwood at 3.61, and that is not including the new public utility zones, and that is not including the new people that would come and live in our community. We are below the 3.8 standard of park space.
And Councillor Elliott, if you want to follow up, you can in a second round as well. If you want to pull up, just want to.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, I missed the time.
No, you're okay. He gave you. It's all good. There's always a little flexibility there. You were in the middle of that, and Councillor Elliott gave plenty of time to answer
Thank
too.
you.
So it's all good. We will actually, Councillor Elliott, do you want to move another round of questions?
So move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for another round.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And
It has carried. I just can't see
There it
the
is.
on the screen. It passed 12-0.
12-0. Thank you. Are we missing 12-0? 2 minutes to. Or 13-0. Anyway.
12-0 because Councillor Piquet is away on city business.
Oh, that's right. Perfect. Yeah, we won't get started on the next round of questions because we are coming right up on noon. So what will happen is we're going to take our recess. We are back at 1:30. To our speakers, anyone who's able to stay and still attend, please do, because there are at least 3 councillors that still have questions, 3 members of council that still have questions. We'll come back right at 1:30, so please be in your seats if you can right at 1:30. We'll start with Councillor Rutherford at that point in time, and then Councillor Palmer and myself. And then once questions are complete, we'll move on to questions of our administration. And remember, as we go into recess, we are in an open public hearing, so that means our conversation about this item continues to be in here. So we can't leave on our lunch break and have more conversations about this because we are in the middle of a public hearing. So just keep that aware. Anything I missed on the legal side, Ms. Inkpin, as we're going? I think, is it Ms. Inkpin who's...
Sorry, Mayor Knack, just remind you that you are in an open public hearing, so sort of all the same cautions apply. At this point, you should be receiving your information with respect to this public hearing within the public hearing process. And so I'm over.
I didn't even know you were in the room. I was just looking at the screen. Okay, good.
Yeah, and so same cautions apply. Make sure you're receiving your information with respect to this matter within this public hearing process. You're still in a live public hearing over the lunch break until we get back.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure we shared that. Great. We're on recess till 1:30. Thank you, everyone. We'll call it back to order. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Principe is right there.
Hello.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang. Not yet. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elliott. I see is online. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That's enough to begin. And before we go into questions of Councillor Rutherford, we're so excited to again welcome another grade 6 class, also from Earl Buxton School in Ward Pehesawin. Yes, hello. Your counselor is Councillor Mike Elliott, who is either virtual or something. He is busy working hard and will be here very soon. And in the meantime, so have you been touring all morning? Yes. Did you get to do a mock city council yet? Not yet. You're going to be doing one though, right? So who's the mayor? Mayor, did you want to come down to the microphone and tell us what you're about to be discussing? First, tell us your first name, Mayor, and bring that mic down. You can bend that mic down right to your, there you go.
My name is Aiden, and we will be discussing if we want more libraries or more recreation centers.
If you want, all right, more libraries and more recreation centers. Thank you so much, Mayor Aiden. That is fantastic. What? Is it both? You're going to debate both, or just one or the other? A little bit every. I mean, I want both, so we just need more money for that. But we'll worry about that when the time comes. Well, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. And we're just having a discussion here, a public hearing on selling land for the city. And so you now get to, for as long as you get to stay, you get to listen to Councillor Rutherford, who is going to be asking questions of our public members who are there over to your side. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, and I had a privilege of meeting these kiddos because I was one of the first keen ones here after lunch, so they got to ask me a couple questions. So it was fun.
That's what happens when you show up early.
I know. I love it. I want to follow up on this utility zone conversation, because when I look back at the public hearing where we talked about the rezoning and the municipal reserve designation removal, it said in that report, the applicant has submitted a drainage servicing report that has been reviewed and accepted by Development Services for the purposes of supporting the rezoning application. Development allowed under the proposed rezoning, which was approved at that time, requires on-site stormwater management techniques utilizing a controlled overflow rate to mitigate its impacts on the existing drainage infrastructure. There is no rezoning that happened to an MU zone. But I saw in maps and visuals from your presentations that there is. Can you elaborate?
You're looking at me, so I'm going to answer.
Well, I heard from your answers that you're the one that I should go to first, and then you can.
And then I'll distribute. I'm sorry. That sounded very arrogant of me. I put so much time into this.
I
know
understand
you guys
your passion. No worries.
And I don't want any of my people from my community to feel like if they don't know the answer to the question, they can't pass it on. So you're correct on both fronts. So when we came to council last time for the rezoning municipal reserve removal hearing, there was no mention of this public utility area. When I came home from executive committee meeting, all the dates are confusing now.
That's fair.
But it was one of the ones that got, it actually was the one that got forwarded onto city council. Stantec was in our neighborhood. And I went and asked the guy, what are you doing here? I thought all the measurements for this site were done. And he said, oh no, we're having a look at these 2 areas surrounding the already designated site. And I said, why? And he said, for drainage. And I said, tell me more. And so he said, we are looking at rezoning 2 slots of land bordering, which would be the south side of the site, kind of closest to the homes, and the west side of the site, which is closest kind of to the parkland. We'd be rezoning those sites for drainage purposes, which kind of brought me back to all the
And that
concerns
was-
that we had,
And then
so-
that's the concern that if I'm understanding the concern, and I'll ask questions of administration on this thing, but if I'm understanding the root of your concern is that the original parcel, based on the options that were presented in that rezoning application, was 1.13 hectares, but if we're actually now adding this utility buffer, separate from this sales agreement, but it's
Yeah.
still, when we're talking about the sales agreement, we're talking about the appropriateness of keeping, the breathe policy in line and all of those things. Your concern is that that's actually bigger than 1.13 hectares. Is my
Yeah,
understanding
well,
correct?
or that, I don't think these parcels of land actually kind of get fused into the development. The development is still going to be 1.13, but the fact of the matter is that even more parkland's going to be taken.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, like,
Yes,
that you're
exactly.
actually, like, losing more than 1.13.
We are losing even more than 1.13, further reducing the number.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll ask questions of
Correct.
admin on that. That's all my
Thank you.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think, before the break, we'd already moved the motion for another round, so we're good there. Just very quickly before our guests leave, your city councilor right there is here now, Councilor Mike Elliott, so you can wave to him, and very excited to see you, and as we all are, so thanks so much. We already talked, they're gonna be debating whether to build more rec centers and libraries. So once you make your decision, let your councilor know. Let him know if you want more libraries and rec centers. That's right, Heritage Valley. That's right, that is in the ward. Heritage Valley Library opening up tomorrow. Is it tomorrow?
It's in John's
It's in John's ward,
I
isn't
don't
it?
know the
Yeah, it's
south
like,
side.
yeah.
I
it's
don't
like-
know the south
Yeah,
side.
it's like, I thought it was John's. I was like, yeah, anyway.
We can share.
We share together in the region of the south side. That's what you're sharing right now. So wonderful. The opening, when am I showing up? What is it, 10:30? So, don't skip class to go to that. But like when school is done, go check out that space. So, okay, next up, Councillor Parmar, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Knack. To Mr. McFadden, from a community league perspective, is the 0.4 hectares already used to its maximum? Are you aware if there's much more space than the 0.4 hectares for the tripartite land?
I'm not aware of the exact stats, but the usable space, the programmable space that we have as a community league is fully utilized.
Is fully
To
utilized?
the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so there's no more space to even expand the 0.4?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Ms. Wadnowski, about the Henderson swap. The swap is that the surplus school has swapped with a school site, right? So Henderson actually has a school on it now, is that correct?
Sorry, button. To my knowledge, yes, if it's reopened that site as being kind of the new surplus school site, should the school boards decide that they need it.
And I think for that one, the school board did decide. So what the swap was from Ledger to Henderson was that the surplus school turned into was supposed to be for affordable housing, but it ended up being that the Ledger site had a school and they swapped it so that the Henderson site had a school, is going to have a school on it now, and Ledger site is for affordable housing. I think that's my understanding. Is that your understanding as well?
To my very limited knowledge, because I didn't pay too much attention to the Henderson site once the swap was made, you might be right, Councillor Parmar, that the school board needs it. But I'll take the opportunity that with a school comes park space.
Yeah.
So there is a difference between building housing and building a school in terms of its use and benefit to the community for parks and recreational purposes.
Absolutely. Just going back to one of my very first questions was then, right now there's opposement to any development on the school site. Do you think that having a school site there, and I'm not saying public or Catholic or just a site like that in general of that type of use, would be? You said, you initially had said that yes, you're opposed to any development. Would that one be a consideration for the community?
No, and here's why. We're not trying to be difficult. It's the fact, like, you've listened to everything that we've said today. We're a one-way in out community. Congestion might become a problem. Emergency services might become a problem. The safety of people walking in our neighborhood. We already have a lot of incidents at the very awkward intersection of 184th and Wedgwood Boulevard. Excuse me. So we have always said that this site never even should have had a surplus school site designation. Like, it doesn't make sense. The community's so small, a school would never even make sense there either, especially with the direction of our schools where they're getting bigger housing from kindergarten all the way to grade 9, etc. Yeah, we need more school spaces. Our schools are at max capacity, but I don't think the right location would be setting up shop in Wedgwood because, again, the parcel of land is too small, and the amount of land that then will be taken up is just so unbelievably unproportional to any other site. Like, we lose our whole entire community park. It's gone. Like, it's just not a suitable location all around for development, period.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I've definitely heard the concern from those that are here, plus the 386 constituents that have also raised the concern with me and the office during this time. One of the things that came up in some of the correspondence was the request to purchase the site from the community. Is that actually something that the community would like to do, or is that something that is just from one or a few constituents?
Is that option even available to us?
I don't know, but I'm asking the questions of, like, this land use planning. Sorry, this public hearing is specifically for whether or not to sell this surplus school site below market value. If it's not about whether or not we're using this land or what we're using this land for, those decisions, you know, and I'm saying that definitely council can provide different direction, but that's actually the question that's in front of us now, is whether or not it should be sold below market value. That's the question that we're
I disagree. I understand that's what your report says.
Yeah.
Councillor Parmer, but at every public hearing, there is an opportunity for a decision to go in a different direction if it makes sense. And I think me and my community have proved to you that this does not make sense. And I'm really interested to see if anybody's going to talk about the elephant in the room. We asked you all to recuse. There's 9 of you that have voted. I know you're going to vote the same way. Or I know legal's probably told you to vote another way to make it look.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, so just to circle back on that question, so, you know, I think this is probably to Ms. Wendeski again, is, you know, so I'm hearing this and I hear the desire. What I wanted to try to circle back on is, you know, and hearing a little bit more about the Ledger site. You know, as a city, we've been trying to achieve about 16% what we would define as affordable housing across the entire city and every community. What's the right, like, so I'm hearing not this site. What I'm wondering about is similar to the conversations we had before. Have you thought about other areas that are in the community? I mean, we heard from one of the speakers just before that even, you know, their son might need at some point low-income and accessible housing. Is there something close by that you would suggest we should be looking at, that we should be considering, that would help us achieve those goals, but then allow us to not use this site?
So again, Wedgwood's a very small community. Yeah. There is not a lot of extra room. We don't even have extra room in our park to move this site around like Limbard was suggesting, or Summerlee site did. We don't have that opportunity. That's how small we are. Yeah. We did propose the Deschênes site, which was another surplus school site. We were told by administration that there was a technical study that said that the ground conditions were not suitable for development. I'd like to see that technical study. I've never seen it. And why I question it is because there's a multi-unit housing development with basements right over the fence. So it's hard for me to understand why that's not a suitable location. Now, that's just up the street from us. It's not in our neighborhood, I understand that. But it is kind of within our catchment. It's a bit over the 400 meters, but it's close. The reason why I also suggest that site is because it is a very unused parcel of that very large park space. There is no soccer field, no football field, nothing happening but yellow grass. So I would really love to know if that is a suitable option and if the technical study does say what it says, or maybe we should get a new technical study done because that was done probably 10 years ago. I don't know the date for sure, but.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And have you chatted with the Shane Community League at all or about that idea? Just
You've asked me this before.
Yeah, I
Deshane-
forget.
That's okay. It's fair, but I'm just letting you know you have asked me this
Yeah.
before. Deshane does not have a community
That's
league.
right. Yeah, they don't. They're part of a larger, or like a super league, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. No, that's right.
Councillor Palmer might know. I don't.
Yes. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah.
But it's just different, they are
Yeah.
part of a community.
That's right. No, appreciate that. Okay, I think those are all my questions for our, let me just do one last quick check here. Yeah, I think everything else I've had answered. Yeah, I'll take the chair back. Thank you, and Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will ask the question about the request for those who voted prior to recuse themselves. Was this legal advice that you were given?
Can I answer that? No, this is not legal advice. It's just, I don't want to say common sense, but it is the only really, principled option here, because when the court ruled that the original decision is invalid, and that this decision is to come back to this council, which is why we're here today. It's up to you how to handle this situation, but our position is that this is really the only way to prove to us that we have a fair chance at due process, because this hearing is happening after the majority of you already expressed a final opinion on this matter. So we feel that this is the only way, a fair way to correct a wrong.
And yes, I did receive legal advice. It was my brainchild idea from watching multiple public hearings and understanding how the system works and how, we could challenge this decision today. But I ran it through my lawyer. I've ran it through some former counselors. Obviously, I have a relationship with Tim Cartmell. It can be done. It is a regular point of order that when you have, let's call it a bias towards a particular decision, and I would have to think that that is in the minds of some of you tonight who have already voted, the way that you can treat this entire process with the most integrity is to recuse yourselves, because you've already voted on this exact same thing. And it wasn't even a year ago.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
And to Speaker Medley, you had said that if you had more time, you would like to say more about why you don't think that this is a good spot. Would you like to take a little time to explain? Was there something further you wanted to share?
Sorry, I kind of wrote a couple things. So as a mom of my son, I would like him in a neighborhood where he could thrive. And that's not Wedgwood if he's living on his own. Wedgwood, because he's not going to be able to drive. Wedgwood, really, in order to thrive, you need to be able to drive. We don't have transit in Wedgwood. We don't have close proximity to shopping, medical places. There's so many other communities where it would be so much more accessible for him. And that would be taken away from him if he lives in Wedgwood. You could build the most amazing property in the park, and it could have everything that he needs in a one-bedroom apartment. Like, it could be beautiful and everything, but if it's a prison for him in that apartment, then that doesn't work. It's basically making him secluded in one area. And so that's not conducive for his mental health or anything. And so I think that's my answer on that. It's just,
Okay.
it's not what would be best for him.
Right, okay, thanks for sharing that. And I heard a lot about the need for the green space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and unfortunately, I think the other thing to consider is not just with disabilities, but I think when you look at people with, for that type of housing, you're looking at people on AISH, you're looking at people on CPP disability and stuff. So low income often is disabilities. And so you have to take into consideration that as well. And so high density and low income, you are going to have people that do need some additional supports. And without having transit, without having additional supports in the community, and having a community that is such a sort of secluded area, it's just very difficult.
Okay, thank you. And tell your son I play soccer. I'll take some advice from him any
Oh,
day.
he'll give it. He knows nothing about soccer, but he'll still give it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. I'll stick with Speaker 15, Leah. First of all, thanks for organizing this in the community and the passion and the insight that you guys are bringing. It's well received, so thank you for all the hard work on that. Okay, so my question goes to this. So let's say this goes through, right? This project, and we lose the green space and the soccer fields, and as a father, I've used those soccer fields with my son. They're great soccer fields. But what would be a meaningful compromise in terms of the recreational space that the developer could do with the community?
Sure. So a similar question was asked by Councillor Stevenson. I know you weren't there, so I'll answer it for you again. There is really no meaningful space left to provide any more recreational development. Administration at the hearing had outlined an area behind the tennis courts, just in front of the big public utility zone, that would be suitable for a soccer field. I would disagree. It's got an incredibly large slope to it. It is part of the drainage system that we're already seeing issues in. I suppose it is possible to do a job to redevelop that, to put that soccer field back in. It will likely be around $1.5 million to do that type of work. Cam is in the construction industry. We've had this discussion before. So that, to us, that would be something, replacing that really highly used soccer field. I know EMSA would be thrilled with that as well, because they have expressed their concerns on losing that field as well. We read a letter from their president at the last public hearing. That would maybe be something worth considering. The other thing, that space leveled out to the standard of a soccer field would possibly even let us continue our winter skating rink, because we didn't build one this year because we were uncertain of what this land would happen to it, just like we put any plans for a community league or anything in that space that we've always used in the past. We have just not stepped forward to spend the money on anything until we have this decision. So maybe that would be something. And Councillor Clark, we are also, in thinking about it, we don't have an indoor space, hence the community league. We talked long ago about maybe there would be some kind of communal indoor space as part of the build, where our community league could meet for meetings, our HOA could meet, our communities could have birthday parties or celebrations or what have you, and the residents of the buildings. But the proposal in front of us is townhomes. I don't think that's feasible.
But just because you haven't had any of these conversations with Treaty and the developers yet on what this could look like, even though I'm kind of hearing they're open to having some conversations, work with the community?
No, so we haven't had any dialogue with them, because up until now we didn't know who the developer might be. I might get cut off here again, but I find it really inappropriate that we actually put Treaty 8, it was on the, the developer on this report, because every other surplus school site that came for a decision about a sale of land, there was no mention of the developer. So I think it was inappropriate to have them listed on here for this particular decision.
And sorry, just quickly, I'm on the HOA and I manage the communications, and we had no contact from the developer or from city administration or from our counselor before the report came out or after the report came out on connecting us with the developer or any type of consultations. So
Well, and that's also probably, Mariah, right, because there is no sales contract right now. There is no developer. What the court, Cam, I see him here from the legal team on the City of Edmonton. Cam and I did negotiate that the sales contract would have a clause on it that was pending the decision on the site. So that's, kind of why we're back here today. There is no actual sales contract legally, but the city did proceed to have conversations and award our site to a developer. And we're now, they are now being brought forward with this report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So with the other surplus school sites, or so when they were all, declared that, and we were gonna, sort of go out to bid. So at the time, were you aware that there wasn't any builder or developer organization associated with each of those other ones?
No, there was not. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm choking on my water.
Okay, sorry. Shouldn't have asked you the question, no.
That's okay. No,
Okay.
there have been no associations. The first mention of any of the assigned developers was the announcement in November. You did it in the hall, had everybody here. That was the first time that any of the developers have been announced to the greater community. Wedgwood was obviously not included in that because we took you to court and the decision was made that that decision was invalid. So we have to come back here and have that decision made again.
So I'll check with our administration at what point it was determined. And like you said, there's still no contract or anything signed. This is, I'll find out
Again, another reason why I felt it was really inappropriate to put them on the report.
I'll find out what the process was there. And I want to address what you refer to as the elephant in the room, because I don't think it's an elephant in the room, because I think council can recuse themselves under the MGA, and I'm not sure if you've read the update, so pecuniary or conflict of interest. So how do you see this as being a pecuniary or a conflict of interest?
You've already voted on the matter. You already made your position known on the exact same item.
But how is that what financial benefit are we receiving for being a pecuniary interest?
I'm not talking about financial benefits.
Okay, so what's the conflict then?
The conflict is that you have made a decision, therefore your decision biases your judgment because you have already made a decision on this case.
Well, no, but if we keep an open mind and listen for new information, that's...
You know what, Councillor Wright? I certainly hope you do.
Yeah.
Because if you do not, I will be taking you back to court.
Okay. Okay, thank you for letting me know that.
Once upon a time...
I'm not seeing if I have any new information.
Once upon a time, somebody told a selection of this council that you have to vote all these surplus school sites through no matter what. I feel like something similar has maybe been told today.
Okay, I'll check.
I certainly hope
with our legal when it's time
that
as well.
I certainly hope that I'm wrong and that you make a different decision.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions for our speakers. So our speakers are welcome to grab their seats, and then we will move on to questions of our administration. And we've got a number of folks here, so we'll clear the board, and then if you have questions for administration, please click on. And of course, we'll start with Councillor Parmar here as the ward councillor. And whenever you like, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we talk about the remaining payment for HAF? How much would we lose if we did not go forward with this site?
Underneath our agreement, we have 13 actions, which have milestones within those actions. To be in compliance with our agreement, we have to meet the actions within that, within the set timeframes and all those milestones, as well as hit the larger housing targets. Those larger housing targets are a total supply, a missing middle supply around LRT, it's another thing called other, which is more than 4 stories, and then an affordable housing target. And so if we are non-compliant on hitting any of those actions, CMHC can choose how they want to proceed with the final payment.
Okay, and so if this site did not go forward, would we be able to negotiate with CMHC to receive the 4th and final payment?
I can't speculate on what CMHC may choose, so that's not in my ability to do.
So we don't actually know if we would lose money or not from the final payment. There is a risk that we would lose money if we did not meet our targets in the appropriate time frame. Is that correct to say?
There is a risk, yes.
There is a risk. Okay. Do you have any comment on the CMHC 1,500 per active transportation per door? As one of the speakers in the last in the panel had spoken about getting an extra amount of money being by an active transportation network. Are you aware?
Oh, in the original HAF agreement and the way that it was structured is that there would be a base of any new housing above the baseline would receive a certain amount of funds. If it was within proximity to transit, we'd also get additional funds. If it was affordable housing, it would get additional funds. However, we put forward an ask for larger amount than what we did. And so during that negotiation process, we settled on the number and the outcome on the dollars. And so it very much is tied to that original intent. But then when we also went forward with our second ask for money, it was a bit more to what the action was as opposed to directly the units. So it's a little bit difficult to go through the contract and try to determine this is how much money came based on these different types.
Okay, and just to ask one more time, so without these 30 units, these 30 affordable housing units, we would not hit those targets?
I can't say that definitively. I would say that every affordable housing unit helps us achieve our HAF targets as well as our affordable housing strategy.
Okay. Do we have a market value appraisal for this site?
Yes, we do, and that is the value that was outlined within the report as well and within the presentation. So that was the 1.522 million.
And can you tell me when the date of that appraisal was? So was it actually the date of the report, or was that from a previous amount?
I believe it was from a previous appraisal. I'll have to double check on the exact date, but typically anytime we're selling land, whether it's below market or at market, we'll always do an appraisal within a reasonable time frame prior to entering into a contract so that we have an understanding of what the value of that site is.
Okay, great. For the Deschênes site has been raised before. I haven't actually seen the report from that site. Can somebody give me an understanding of that surplus school site?
Yep. Neil Ozaduk with Director of Land Development and Financial Corporate Services here. The Deschênes site, it sits on top of a former storm pond. So when that pond was backfilled, it wasn't controlled backfill. So there's a whole bunch of unsuitable material in that particular spot that would need to be hauled out and replaced.
And that was about 10 years ago. Is that my understanding that assessment was done?
I don't know the exact date of when it was done, but it was a while ago.
But significantly. Yeah. And would that change based on time and settling of soil and all of those other aspects?
No.
So that would not change the site at all?
No, it's still going to be comprised of some clay, sand, organics.
Okay. I'll go second round.
Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate
all the speakers today and just want to, carry some of their questions forward. So again, maybe just to legal, could you advise about the appropriateness of councillors who were involved in the decision last February in participating today?
Certainly, Councillor Stevenson, Jesse Inkman with Legal Services. So council is not required to recuse themselves from the decision, even if they were involved in previous decisions with respect to this site. What's important and what council must do is ensure that they have a mind capable of persuasion. You've heard this as an open mind. You've alluded to it. That's what's required of you today, is to hear the representations made and then make your decision after hearing those representations.
Okay, okay, great. Because, we certainly did hear some new information today that raises questions for me. So I know one of my colleagues is going to be asking about the public utility lots. I just wanted to follow up the comment around the cost of the intersection upgrade. Again, is that a cost that's going to be incurred by the taxpayer?
Within the Surplus School Site Program Guide that this falls underneath, the off-site servicing, where required, would be borne by the city, and that cost would actually be from the Housing Accelerator Fund.
Okay, so it is the city cost, but again, the source isn't tax dollars, it's the Housing Accelerator Fund, and the purpose of that fund is to fund, among other things, infrastructure investments to enable housing. Okay, thank you for that. I think on the topic of the Housing Accelerator Fund, I'm sort of hearing the suggestion that half was the only motivator here. My memory, though, in the timeline that was shared, I think this sort of was put into motion back in 2013. Is that correct?
Yes, the intent was for this to be developed as affordable housing as far back as that time.
Okay, so again, half wasn't a catalyst for this. It just sort of enabled a very long-standing intention and policy for the site.
I think that's a good framing, yes.
Okay. And there are other policy priorities that it aligns with. I think I heard mentioned earlier the 16% affordable housing. Again, sort of absent of half, there's still alignment with our city priorities?
Yes, we have a affordable housing strategy, which we are progressing new affordable housing units and also refurbishment of existing. We have multiple policies, including policy C601A, which is our investment guidelines that do show the city's contribution to affordable housing, primarily being through land and through grants. And then we also have policy C583B now, which is our surplus school site policy that also identifies this parcel.
Okay, thank you for that. And that leads to another question around housing targets. So appreciate the comment that, again, I think what I understand, we sort of have like our big C city goals and our little c city goals. So as a corporation, we had some housing targets in terms of number of affordable housing units, and I believe it is true that we have exceeded those at this point. Is that true?
We initially, through the last update, had put forward a target, and then we exceeded it, and we expanded that target.
Okay, and the expansion of that target, does that relate to, again, sort of the little c overall community, city of Edmonton need? Again, like us meeting our corporate targets doesn't mean that we have met the need for affordable housing in the community.
Yeah, so we have a larger overarching within city plan to have no households within core housing need. And the core housing need also fills back towards our affordable housing strategy. And currently we have 1 in 4 renter households within core housing need, 1 in 7 households in core housing need. And so that would be that higher level, I believe. And then through that, we have the affordable housing strategy and then those different policies I referenced.
Yeah, and I think our housing needs assessment identified sort of like tens of thousands of affordable housing units that are required, correct?
Yes, it's
no need for the exact number,
yeah.
but well beyond, I think, what we were anticipating to be able to provide as a city. Okay, then just finally, development partners, heard some concern about due diligence there. Not sure I fully follow the link to the federal reporting requirements, but again, my understanding is we're entering into an agreement with a legal entity who we do have project experience with.
Yeah, so we're entering into with Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta. They are incorporated as a nonprofit business. They are not the same ones that were shared today through the public hearing. It's a different corporate entity. Every affordable housing project or through these surplus school sites goes through a due diligence process where we look at the financials. They're required to submit those. We go through those, we look at any kind of debts, we look at any type of legal situation that they may be in with the city. We also go to our friends in the province and to the federal government and CMHC and discuss if there's any red flags and if they would be identifying those for us in consideration. All of that goes into the decision-making for the affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to cut you there. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the speakers. To administration, just to follow up on a few things. So the issue of green space, I recall, was brought up before, and then looking at the map, you know, I'm curious about it again. How do we determine what we consider green space, and how does that affect this community if that portion is taken away?
Thanks for the question. Corey Churchill, I'm General Supervisor, Urban Growth and Open Space. So the question around open space supply, am I correct? That's what you're looking for?
Yeah.
So the value was reported, which was the 3.8 from Breathe. That's a benchmark for all of the developing neighborhoods that would have been captured through that work done in 2017 through the Breathe Green Network strategy. That is accurate, but it conflates open space because it includes accessible open space, which for those neighborhoods that touch upon the ravine and river's edge, it includes that open space as well. So the value that is also been reported by the city, the 3.61 hectares, that is only municipal parks, does not include the river valley or ravine system. If we follow the Breathe methodology, Wedgwood actually has more than 10 hectares per 1,000 population, simply because it borders the ravine. So in terms of the supply, the 3.61 hectares per 1,000, that is municipal parks only, excluding the surplus area. If we look at accessible open space, not including the ravine and river's edge or river valley land, municipal parks only, there's about 4.183 hectares of municipal open space that's accessible to the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave a few questions behind here. I want to ask about, a follow-up on what Councillor Stevenson was asking about targets. How are those targets determined, and what did they actually represent when it comes to affordable housing, and why did we settle on those if the need is larger than what the targets were talking about, or was that just the targets were something to strive for?
Partly they are set by the recognition of our own limitations on funding, and so when we look at what the need is, it is much greater than what our own targets are, but we are the municipality. There's other levels of government. There's the philanthropic industry that's also helping to go forward on those. So we do balance what our targets are that we can achieve based also on what our budget allocation is.
Okay, so do we have an actual practical and logical breakdown of here is the need, here's our capacity, and therefore these are our targets? Because I think that would be a lot more clear for the public to understand that, and frankly, for councillors as well.
I know that we have presented that in the past through, I think, the last affordable housing update. I don't have those numbers in front of me right now. But
sure. Yeah. But yeah, it would be good to just have that included whenever we're talking about these things. I think that'd probably be helpful. Okay. About the surplus school sites, I mean, the city perspective, the admin perspective is that eventually all surplus school sites, unless earmarked for another city building purpose, are for development of housing or a mix of housing and commercial or whatever the case may be. Is that right?
Generally, any surplus land that the city has, we look to repurpose it. So school sites fall into that category if they're surplus, but all city land, if we don't have a municipal use for it, we look to dispose of it.
And just to add to that, though, there is still a requirement of having to get proper approval through council both for removal of MR if it's on a certain site,
municipal reserve, yeah.
and then also if disposing below market, again, requiring approval from council as well. And so although it could be a redevelopment site, it still has to go through the proper process.
Right. And I am curious about that proper process, but I'll leave that because that's for another day.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions that was brought up in regards to citizens speaking was that trying to find the public hearing, because it was on a city council agenda. Can you just provide me, what is the process of providing notifications in regards to a public hearing? Because I just want to make sure I clarify that people were trying to search up public hearings and they couldn't locate this, but that yet this is a public hearing within city council. Can anyone elaborate on that for me, please?
I can start, and then if others want to jump in. So through a public hearing process, we have to advertise. And so that was done through the Edmonton Journal on January 30th of 2026 and February 7th of 2026. There were mail-out information cards that were sent out to all the landowners and tenants within 120 meters of the site. And so within the presentation, you'll see a copy of that notification, and it includes the time of the public hearing, what will be discussed, the date, so that everybody had the information. And then in addition to that, there's also mail-out notices that were sent out to the community leagues and the HOA and other representatives, I believe, from the Homeowners Association.
Okay, I understand that aspect, but what I'm getting at is if people are looking up online for a public hearing and they can't locate this, I just want to find out, was that a valid statement, or is it marked differently on the website?
Councillor Elliott, it's Kim Thurston with Legal Services. The notices did reference the agenda for the February 17th, 18th meeting, and from there they would come to the meeting agendas and just come to that specific date. It didn't specify whether it was a public hearing meeting or a regular council agenda that they would need to look for.
Okay. My next question is, my apologies, sir, I forget your name on the end. You indicated for the Deschênes site that it sits on a storm pond and is unstable materials. And my question is, has the city built on any other property that had similar materials, or is it a no-go for all buildings, or actually can that be cleared and be used?
The city definitely has constructed on difficult to develop sites. The Terwilliger Rec Center is one I can think of where that was built on an old gravel pit. It did come with a lot of extra costs, and for if we're selling in this site as market development, or if it's as an affordable housing development, the amount of money that's available to remediate the land while still either make money or keep that within your budget that you have allocated for that project is very difficult, because the cost to do that work is so high.
And was there an assessment on that to determine what the cost would be if we had to go to that site? Well, I should say we had to, but if that were an option?
We did look at that, but I don't have that number in front of me right now.
Okay, I guess can I just request to acquire that? It doesn't have to be here, but it could be shared amongst all of us. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, we're actually bringing, so just as an aside, on April 15th, we're bringing a report forward on the First Place program, which the Deschênes site was part of. We're wrapping up the First Place program, so we could bring that information forward to that meeting.
Okay.
If that's okay with you?
Okay, thank you. And just out of the regards to the court matter, is administration looking at, is there any steps going to be taken to ensure like this type of incident, I'll call it, doesn't happen again? Is there any change on policy going to occur, or is policy going to remain the same, or is just that as noted by administration for any future issues such as this?
Councillor, the future MR disposals and removal hearings will come to public hearing going forward. There's no policy change, that's just what would happen.
Sorry, just a reminder, we can't have audience members answering questions that administration can answer, and at the end, council can always ask questions of new information to public hearing. But,
okay. I don't think I'll have enough time to ask. I'll just go for the second round, but thank you.
Absolutely, no problem. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I appreciate excuse me, I appreciate all the information here, because obviously I wasn't here for the first part of this this process. But I guess for legal, I think is like all this information coming in, what am I actually taking into consider? Like, what are we deciding on today?
Councillor Morgan, just over here on
Okay,
your,
sure.
your
Yeah,
other
thanks.
side, on the process side of things. So what's being asked today to you is to make a decision on the sale, lease, or otherwise disposal of this property. So I would consider all the matters that are relevant to that sale, lease, or disposal. You know, who it's going to, for how much, you know, all of those things I think can be tied back to that sale, lease, and disposal. So there's a pretty broad runway for you folks on this. This isn't a land use public hearing, which I know we're used to, so we have to switch hats a little bit here. But I do think that there are some broad considerations, so long as they're relevant to the sale, lease, or disposal of this property.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Then I got just a couple of questions, and I guess for admin then. So yeah, that soccer field, pretty nice soccer field, I understand. So how do we know how much that soccer field's being utilized these days, or is that?
I can speak to that. Both of the soccer fields are bookable and would be considered well used.
Okay, so with the loss of that soccer field, then we're already at a deficit of soccer fields, in my opinion, because I've coached a lot of soccer. What are the costs of associated with replacing that soccer field? Do we know?
I don't know the replacement or realignment costs offhand.
Okay, that hasn't been taken into account.
Not to my knowledge.
No.
But
Okay, all right, thanks. Then I guess the other question I had is about flooding and stuff too. And I heard a little bit about drainage and such, but you know, I know EPCOR's working through the process of making dry ponds. Is that a factor in this neighborhood at all, or is there a need?
As part of our work, we submitted some studies. They included a drainage analysis, and there was no concerns adjacent to the site. There are some drainage swales. And there was some confusion around that with those being potentially PULs. They're not PULs. They're existing swales that the surveyor was out there putting in utility rights away, just so they can be protected and maintained. But no, there's no significant drainage issues.
Okay, sounds good. And then I guess, you know, I was a bus driver way back in the day too, and I know I drove a bus through that area, and I know now it's an on-demand service. Is there work being done on that front, I guess, too? As I said, I wasn't part of this conversation originally, but increasing bus service, or thoughts about increasing bus service in that area?
Unfortunately, I don't
project?
have that information on hand, but
Okay.
go ahead, Stu.
No, Stuart Carrig, actually, with the Housing Action Team. So there are two nearby bus stations less than 100 meters along Wedgwood Boulevard Northwest, providing on-demand transit service. And on-demand transit service near the site takes the users to the West Edmonton Mall Transit Center and the Leger Transit Center to connect to the larger citywide transit network. Oftentimes when we do have affordable housing coming into a neighborhood, we inform our friends in transit for when they are doing future analysis of demand. And so it's unknown what this may mean from a demand perspective, but it would be monitored as that on-demand.
They are aware at this point. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to follow up on a few of the points that have been raised by speakers. So maybe just to start, we heard in some of the presentations from speakers the suggestion around just the size of the site being a smaller and developable area compared to other surplus school sites. I'm just trying to understand, I'm sure there's a range and variability when it comes to site sizes, but just in terms of scale, for comparison purposes, where does this one generally land?
This, from a contiguous, what I'd call open space, this one is the smallest of the 11 that were put forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity. And then I think I got most of what I needed from some of the questions that were asked earlier around the relationship between HAF and our overall affordable housing targets. But just in terms of the timing and sort of the desire to move forward with our surplus school sites in relation to HAF wasn't necessarily the driver then. Is that a correct understanding? That this was always part of the plan on surplus school sites,
There was always the intent to develop affordable housing on this site. What the Housing Accelerator Fund did is offer additional resources to help move that forward.
Right, okay, but am I correct in understanding that it would have still been the intention to move forward on these sites, even regardless of half?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Salvador, Jen Flaman over here onto your left. Just wanted to add a bit more color to that response, is that these school surplus sites have been declared surplus since 2009, and the city was able to unlock federal dollars to finally get this work moving.
Okay, great, thank you for that clarity. And then, just around, so some of the speakers had raised some questions around the value, selling, the question was around, should we be selling for a value that's more meaningful than the $1? And I just wanted to understand, is it a typical process to be doing, below market sales when we're looking to advance strategic priorities around affordable housing?
So in our experience, we typically have advanced reports to council seeking below market approval where it aligns with council priorities and directions such as affordable housing. And so in this case, this site would align in that instance. We find that supports organizations because they can leverage the value of the land as basically capital towards a project, can help them obtain financing. And so that's a primary driver, especially where the city doesn't have additional funds to contribute in other ways. And so it's just an added benefit. I would say, though, in general, though, the city, when we are looking to dispose of land for commercial for-profit uses, we typically always sell those at market value, and we always recommend that.
Great, thank you. I think the other questions have been answered by colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question in regards to it being declared a surplus school site. So we've discussed this prior, and now we see an instance where Henderson was declared a surplus school site and now is actually having a school built on it. And this was a concern I brought forward years ago, saying if we're expecting to double our population, we're probably expecting to possibly double school-aged children as well, which means we might need to double schools, or at least at very minimum increase the amount of schools we have. Do we know we have the land to accommodate those schools? Do we know with 100% certainty that this spot will not be needed for a school?
When it comes to determining if a site is going to be used for a school, we do look to the school boards for that information. So they do their 10-year planning, they look at the sites, and they are the ones who make that internal decision, do they need it? When a school board declares a site surplus, it's circulated to the other boards, and then the other boards have an opportunity to pick that up, and if all three boards pass on it, then it's offered to the city, and then we have the opportunity to pick it up if we want to. For all of these surplus school sites, before we moved forward with rezoning, I believe, we went back to the school boards at a meeting, and we asked them if they had any interest in them. And the only one that sparked any interest was that Henderson one from the Francophone School Board. And they had an interest in a site there as opposed to the Ledger site. We had an interest in some of the amenities that were in Ledger, so it made sense at that point to switch to that particular site. But I think that's the only one where that's come up.
Right, so are the school boards on the same, are they going with the same projection of accommodating 2 million people in Edmonton? I don't know if they are. Is it not, like, we're responsible for making sure we have the land available for those schools that we may require in the future?
So they have all the information that we have, and they use that as they will. One of the things that they look at, they focus more on, is their current pressures. So they are facing a lot of enrollment pressures. Generally speaking, though, that's around the Anthony Henday and those developed, the areas in the core. They're under slightly less pressure, just generally speaking. I can't speak for exact schools around Wedgwood or whatnot, but that's what they're currently experiencing. So if they end up, putting together another plan that looks at how they're going to forecast things differently, I think we would work with them on that, but we really do rely on them to tell us
Yeah, okay.
where schools are needed.
Okay, thanks. And then there's a lot of discussion about affordable housing. So with affordable housing, you know, you had mentioned that there are several people that are in need of affordable housing. Do we have a names list?
There's a couple different things here. So there's the core housing need assessment that the city does that shows individuals based on an income level and where they would be able to afford rents and what the cutoff would be where they would need affordable housing. There is a by names list that is managed by Homeward Trust and also a pit count that is done annually. That is more focused on individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. And that is usually a feed in towards supportive housing and transitional housing. And so they're a little bit different. And on this one, we would be looking more towards the core housing need.
Okay, and is there anything that we do to ensure that affordable housing is actually going to people who need affordable housing? Like, do they have to show proof of a need for affordable housing?
Yes, so every one of the operators enters into affordable housing agreement, and within that, it does show, what the rents will have to be set at, is also income thresholds of those individuals within that. And so
Is it a minimum threshold or maximum threshold? Like, how does that work?
It would show what, for example, in a two-person household, what the maximum amount of income would be that they could qualify within these groups. And we publish that on the web, and it's called our maximum allowable rental rate. And so all of those and affordable housing providers enter into an agreement. They monitor that on an annual basis, and oftentimes they actually get income statements from Canada Revenue Agency that shows what it would be.
Okay, sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you.
No problem, thank you. Yeah, and sorry, the list is constantly trying to update, but it's not, but it's Councillor Wright, I think, next, and then we'll keep hitting the refresh
give us
button.
2 seconds just to
Let's just hit the recharge button there. There it is. Yeah, there it is. We got Councillor Wright, then Rutherford, then Councillor Jans, and then I think myself. So Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. So can you explain to me sort of the process that led to the name of Treaty 8 being, whereas before on the other, when we did the rezoning of the other sites, it went out to bid, right?
So this was the same as all of the other surplus school sites, where there was a listing that was put forward, and it closed on February 14th of 2024. At that point, we evaluated all of the different proposals that came forward, and there were multiple on this site, including Treaty 8. And so we evaluated with the affordable housing that was being proposed on the site. We evaluated the ability of the providers to be able to provide that housing, some of the different financial metrics that I mentioned before, and then a selection went forward where we entered into that final kind of negotiation, which would then trigger that preconditional approval. And so Treaty 8 was the successful group on this site, and there were multiple bidders on this site.
Okay, and then, but because then this court challenge went through, by that time, you had already made that decision? And that's why we know about it now when it's coming?
We have the ability from council to move into affordable housing agreements with the preferred vendors for each one of those sites, or preferred bidders on each one of those sites. Typically, once we have actually got an executed sales agreement is when we would notify the community about that developer that would be going into that site, and the developer would then begin engagement with the community about the project. As we had the court case, we didn't ever fully have that same scenario play out.
Okay, because I mean, the ones developing at Kaniski Gardens right at home, they had open houses and everything because that was already finalized, that contract, right? Okay, thank you very much. I'm also, Mr. Churchill, in regards to the open space, I'm not sure, there was slide 30 of the community's presentation showed a reduction in Edmonton's greenness by about 18%, I think. are you familiar with that article that was also linked in there through CBC or the studies?
We're familiar with the article. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, it was less about loss of urban parkland, more about loss of tree canopy and vegetation, which primarily would occur on private lands.
Okay, and would that partially be due to, redeveloping, or sorry, not redeveloping, developing in some of those greenfield areas?
In the context of this park, the city wouldn't typically plant trees on an identified school building envelope, so there should be minimal tree impacts on the surplus sites.
Oh, by greenfield, I'm talking about like the areas outside the Henday where we've done residential development. Would that reduce our overall greenness?
Potentially, yes. The city would lose tree stands through urban development. We would pick up tree stands that would be identified through the planning process, and either through municipal reserve dedication or direct purchase if the means are available. But the tools that are available to us would be limited because we're balancing municipal reserve 10%, so we can't protect all of the trees that we might want to.
Okay, but that greenness isn't referring to open fields.
No,
It's
I
trees.
think, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. And maybe Ms. Flamen, if you or, I recall in regards to the soccer fields, wasn't there an announcement made a couple weeks ago that EMSA was being granted funding from the province?
That's correct. There's EMSA West on February 9th. The government of Alberta awarded them $1.5 million to convert the 13 soccer fields that are in existence that are outdoor into some indoor turf facilities. So that was the announcement there.
Okay, so it's not new fields, it's just sort of renovating what they've got, or will they be able to increase some of those fields?
They would increase.
Do you, any idea how many?
I would have to get back to you.
Okay, but increase for sure. Okay. And I'm sorry, did anybody ask legal? Are we?
You can ask legal more questions in your next round, if you'd like, because you're out of time. Councillor Rutherford is next.
Thank you. So I'll start with the MU, the public utility zone comment and some of the diagrams and just get clarification. Is there the intent to bring forward a rezoning in and around this surplus school site for public utility or any kind of utility purpose?
No.
So we won't see that?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, those are just utility right-of-ways.
Okay, and the utility right-of-way, is that inclusive or exclusive of the 1.13 hectare parcel?
It's outside of it.
How much? What does it add to that
So
total?
they're not part of the development at all.
No, I know they're not part of the development, but would they still be considered usable parkland? Is it similar to like the Lauderdale flood mitigation?
They're existing right now. They're just drainage swales that are on site, so you could use them now the same way after their utility right-of-way. So all the utility right-of-way is just an instrument on title that applies rights to that utility.
And that utility being EPCOR?
Yeah, they have access. I don't know exactly what the utility right-of-way is for.
Because there's some utility right-of-ways, at least in the ward that I represent, that are very like no-go, like ATCO or those kind of things.
These are not that kind. They'll still be accessible. You can go through them. You just can't remove them.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, but what does a swale look like? So nothing is changing that isn't already there?
Yeah, a swale is essentially just a V carved out in the ground that
to
water
direct the
accumulates to, and then it directs the water to somewhere else. So that's all that is.
Okay, and then I just want to go to and get some information on some of the things I heard that haven't been addressed yet by other colleagues. An opposed speaker referenced a Treaty 8 corporate holdings, but I just want to, is this who we are selling this? Is this being sold to that corporate holding, or is there anything you would like to say to that?
It is, we are looking to move forward with Treaty 8's First Nation of Alberta. It's a different incorporation than what was presented in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And
Going into some of the other questions about policy C468A, that was also referenced by some of the speakers. I see that it talks about residual funds in the policy, and then that definition in the current policy for residual funds is, basically any proceeds from the sale with a deduction of the cost of the transaction. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that policy is directing any net revenue from the sale of a piece of.
But it's silent on the below market sale and or if this policy is like, how do we interpret sort of the community and some of the members that were speaking about this policy and their interpretation of it, and how I'm trying to bridge the gap between their interpretation and administration's interpretation.
Overall, so with regards to that policy, if land was sold and it was at market, then there would be a portion of gross proceeds, for instance, that could be reinvested into the items that are outlined within the policy. In this case, where council's looking to make a decision on a below market transfer, then, and if it's at a nominal rate, as is the case here, that's where there needs to be the understanding that there wouldn't be any proceeds, and so that comes with a decision as well.
And that's why we're here.
Correct.
Okay, but it's valid to be taken into consideration in the decision of the sale. When we do a below market sale for the purpose of the affordable housing projects, that money is still accounted for. It's just accounted for as a contribution to that affordable housing project, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So that market assessment that was referenced, that is actually part of the parcel that gets and potentially gets funding from other orders of government or other contributions by the virtue of saying that this funding is given by the city.
As Stu mentioned, correct. And in addition, this is why it's paramount for us to also enter into a separate agreement, such as the affordable housing agreement, because within
That guarantees that there's a certain amount of affordable housing at whatever rate was agreed to.
Correct. For
because
the
it's
period of time
proportional on what we would give.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans was next.
Thank you. So I was looking at the site on Google Maps, if I understand correctly. So it is served by the 913 bus at the corner of Lessard Road and 184th Street. Is that correct?
I don't know specifically what bus route serves it, but there is a bus stop, on-demand bus stop adjacent to the site.
Yeah. Okay. Is transit on the line?
I don't believe we have anybody from transit. Sorry for that.
Okay. Because looking at Google Maps, it appears that it's about a 25-minute bus trip from the corner of Lessard Road and 184th to West Edmonton Mall, the future LRT site. Assuming that's correct, it seems to be a very well-served site from transit, just roughly 100 to 200 meters from the corner to the property. So I'd appreciate some clarification from that if transit is online, if they could confirm that that's, or if we are able to ping transit, if we can confirm just the connectivity of the site there. Second question, am I to read the map here that it appears the site is, again, 25 to 50 meters from the Wedgwood Ravine trailhead? Is that an open trail?
Yes. Yes.
And then from there you can connect into the River Valley and Cameron Heights and down towards the river. Do we have other surplus school sites with such robust access to the River Valley?
I think this one is unique in that characteristic.
Yeah, because that seems just an incredible saleable feature. That having that connectivity to the river, I think, is and to be in the woods, steps from your door is as a land consideration, I mean, if this was a private market sale, I imagine that would be a very, very attractive quality.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to again remind our folks in the audience that I need everyone to stay quiet while council is asking questions of administration. If at the end of questions of administration, council has questions of any people who presented, they are welcome to ask at that time. But I need everyone to stay quiet because, no, I appreciate that. Just if you want to have a chat, you're welcome to sneak out to the side. There's lots of space to do it. But the hard thing about this room is even whispering we hear. So when folks are whispering to themselves, we actually hear it pretty clearly over here. And as I've learned that the hard way when I whispered about other folks on that side when I sat on that side. So so be careful in what you whisper, and more importantly, keep the chatter down to zero, please, while we go through this. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, can I have my time back, please?
It was paused. Yeah, we're
okay,
good.
great.
You got
Thank
it.
Thank you, clerk. So yeah, I guess, admin, did you have thoughts on that? This would be.
Yeah, I mean, proximity to the river valley is always an attractive amenity. And the amenities around here are one of the things that were looked at when this site was considered for affordable housing.
Right. So with, if it's a below market sale to this operator, is there a consideration of they would be operating for a specific constituency or community or any other factors and who the potential neighbors could be?
Treaty 8 has indicated that if they were successful, they would look to Indigenous people within the city as their primary audience, but they would not. They would allow others within that as well.
Right, and would there be any consideration of because it's a combination of market and below market? Is there consideration of any sort of programming or connection to like anything related to nature in the river valley or those other pieces there that would make this site especially appealing or connected to land-based teachings and other pieces?
I don't have that information. That would be something of Treaty 8 to answer.
Right. So that's a question I could ask for the applicants there. And just looking at active transportation connectivity, is there any future contemplation of how this connects to? I believe we just did some work along Collingwood, but is there future either bike grid or sidewalk expansions considered on Lessard Road or 184th?
I'm not aware of any, but I can also double check on that one for you.
Yeah, I will look into that. And the closest grocery store, that's the Co-op on 184th Street, is that correct?
Yes.
So that's roughly a 500-meter walk.
Yeah, it's really close. I think Google Maps said it was 10 minutes.
Wow. Okay, I'll save my questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark is next. Please go ahead. And Councillor Tang.
Great. Okay, let me just kind of frame this up a little bit. So if these surplus school sites, we go back to 2006, there's a first place program, and we identified these sites for affordable housing. We kind of went all like 100% affordable, and then we sort of made some changes. We go to 2009 and further on, where it went like a market / affordability mix, because just to make it more financially feasible. And then we determined if there was no municipal services on these sites that we go these out to the market, and that's where we're at right here, right, with a specific site. Am I kind of summing that up correctly? I'm just trying to get a better sense of this whole thing.
There was actually two separate streams of school sites. So in 2006, the First Place program was created with 21 sites that were dedicated to the First Place program. Of those sites, 16 of them have been fully developed, and then 5 of them weren't able to be developed through the program. So that program is essentially complete. In 2009, there was another batch of schools that were released from the school boards, and those were allocated for building housing choices and seniors housing. And those are this batch of school sites that Wedgwood was a part of.
And so, yeah, the zoning and MR removal, that's already done, and as the court case came back, that's still there on the table right now. We're just talking about the below market sale approval. So if we don't approve this, then am I reading the report correctly that we go back and look at some rezoning options?
That would be our view based on like the conversation that's unfolding today as well. And so ultimately, through the removal of the MR, council would be approving, allowing a number of different uses that could be developed on site, and that includes those that were also rezoned at that time. And so if there is a decision not to sell the land, then we would be seeking further clarity from council around if there's any other actions that should be taken. But if not, we would likely take a step back and look to rezone the sites back to Parks and Services zone, as well as redesignate the municipal reserve.
Okay, and then second question is sort of the obvious question here from everything we've heard, right? So we've got a partner who applied for all this for one of these sites, got it, well-intended, want to build a mixed affordable housing, looks like a great product with townhomes. We've got that there. We've got a community who doesn't say this is the right site, have actually taken this on a legal action and have kind of poked some holes in some of the things in terms of our process, right? So, I mean, the question is like, you know, me coming in new to this, is there any alternatives? I know we've had a few other sites kind of brought forward, but has administration brought anything else that can kind of find a compromise towards this?
So we have had conversations with Treaty 8. They have expressed the desire to build more than just one site within Edmonton, and so we are looking at other sites that might be amenable. We do go through a process, though, where we list the sites. And so just in the last 2 weeks, another site was listed for a lease for nonprofit. We also follow our land management guidelines with real estate sets out, where the affordable housing section will identify parcels where they may become surplus to say we would look to build affordable housing on that, and we are continually doing that. I would suggest that we are looking all the time for different sites, what we could be building on, and so it's not that this would be a swap. It would be, we are always looking for sites, so it could be considered in addition to, or just simply not developing this site.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tang is next. Please go
ahead. Great, thanks. Just want to check there's a PS site adjacent to the building that will remain as open parkland, correct?
Sorry, Councillor, was the question, is there a PS zoning directly adjacent to the site?
And that will remain as open parkland?
That's correct.
And that will be used for recreation soccer as it's currently being used?
Yeah, the park site will continue to be used as it is where possible.
It's just that the community is losing half or the other half of the original land. And then, you know, I know typically for, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but for affordable housing projects, are there any recommended community amenity contribution? Do we know if there's one offered in this case or discussed, considered?
We don't have a standard within any of our work. It's often very much dependent on each site location and the different community conversations that occur. For example, in the Athlone neighborhood, there was a discussion about a dog run, and that was based on very much the nature of that affordable housing development with veterans that may have more of that affiliation with canines and the community, but no standard.
No standard. And then you're not, anyways, maybe I'll just come back to the proponent later, but are you aware of any conversations in this case or contemplation?
That is something that I think we would have encourage the community and the developers to have that conversation and go from there.
Okay. I'm wondering if you can talk to me a little bit more about the Leger site. I thought one of the speakers spoke to it pretty compellingly, and so the Leger site is MR removed now for affordable housing, Is it appropriate? Is there opportunity to swap? Is it already, designated to another provider or developer? Can you just tell me more about that site?
Yeah, so the Ledger site was one that was swapped with Henderson Estates.
Henderson. Yeah.
It is, so the school site that they had there is what's essentially allocated for affordable housing currently. So it's not rezoned yet. It doesn't have MR on it, so that doesn't need to be removed. But there's nobody allocated to developing that site at this time.
Okay. Sorry, you said the MR is still on it, so we will have to remove that.
No, there's no MR on the site.
Sorry, there's no MR. Okay.
Correct.
But you will have to rezone it to, sorry, but I thought the speaker mentioned it's currently RM 20 something?
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, it's not. It is. So sorry. So what is it?
It's not zoned yet.
So what is the zone?
I think it's PS.
Okay, so it's still PS, needs to be rezoned to. So there's an additional step that if anybody is interested in that site, they will have to go through expended resources, just like any site that we would do. Correct? Or would that be the city?
Usually when it's a surplus school site, the city comes forward with the rezoning. So that would be what we would do in this case as well, I imagine.
Okay, but we haven't taken action on this. We haven't taken action on this site.
We have had some conversations with the Edmonton Public Library about a potential co-location that was referenced in a previous IIS report. So we are working with them to see what that looks like, and we are teeing up also just to do a bit more work and understand traffic impact assessments on the site and gain a better understanding of the soils, which are a challenge on that site.
Right, because I don't disagree. I mean, I know there's a lot of work that has gone into that site. Much more amenity and connectivity, and anyways, something to explore. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Chance, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. First, I just see, I think Sarah Feldman on from ETS. Can you give me a quick update on that 913 question that was asked?
Yes, hello, Mr. Mayor. There is a bus route 913 that travels along Lessard Road adjacent to the community, and it travels to West Edmonton Mall, serving the neighborhood. There's also on-demand service in the neighborhood that connects to West Edmonton Mall and Ledger.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to come back to the question. We've had a number of questions about sort of the overall affordable housing need. I think Councillor Stevens said she didn't need the number, but I actually wouldn't mind getting a sense of, because I think we had that in our affordable housing update last year. Do we have a sense of even ballpark what our total needs are right now?
Yeah, so per the city's housing needs assessment, 1 in 4 renter households are in core housing need, and by 2031, it is anticipated that nearly 34,000 households in Edmonton, all earning less than $45,000 per year, will require monthly rental rates of less than $1,125. And so that's often a price point that is not supplied by market providers, and so that is where other levels of government, including us, step in to help build affordable housing.
Okay. 34,000 households.
Households, yes.
Households, okay, by 2031. That's the, so we've been making progress, but this is, that number is sort of what we're targeting, and and the way to accomplish that is a combination of city-led work, partner-led work, other orders of government. So we've been able to corporately address ours because of the amount we've set aside, which has typically been, I think the last 4-year budget was close to 180, 90-ish million, give or take. Does that sound about right?
Yes, and since 2019, we've actually been very successful in raising our affordable housing
Each of the last
supply.
4-year budgets, we've managed to, through the money we've set aside, hit our targets, but that doesn't, our targets alone don't get us to 34,000. That's part of the conversation. So,
correct.
Okay. So, and this is, I think you touched on this in one of the other questions, but I guess I want to understand something like the Ledger site. The way you would view this based off the goals that we've set is that you would want this and that. You would want, it's a both and, not an either or, based off that 34,000 mark.
Yeah, as per policy C583, both are identified, and so we are intending to do both for affordable housing.
Yeah, we can give different direction, but from it's hitting goals, that's sort of, we need to have both. So if you were going to do in my mind, if we were going to do swap, it'd have to be something else that wasn't already planned to be built on. Like, I mean, we've seen Jasper Place, and I keep using Jasper Place Wellness because they've done an example where they've bought individual lots and then turned that into 12-unit developments that were previously a home. And that's a way to like make up ground without using additional larger spaces. So you can do smaller scale.
Yeah, the scale is often dependent on what the size of the opportunity is.
Of course, yeah. There's land costs. There's a variety of factors. Can you tell me? I think we talked about it last time, but it's been a while, so I need the reminder. What percentage of affordable housing exists here and then sort of in the broader catchment area? Do we have that? No,
it is 0% within the Wedgwood Heights Ravine area.
Okay. In the neighborhoods surrounding it, do we have any sense of that as well? Just out of curiosity, are you able to pull that up?
I'd need a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll come back on a second round for that, but I'd like to get a sense of what the other communities around Wedgwood are at. You've done this for a while. I'm trying to think about, like, if we didn't use this site, how we could start in your mind. Like, what are the solutions in your head that would allow us to try to strive for more than zero in this community while not using that specific site? Is it essentially you would have to, because everything else is developed, my guess is the only alternative is you would actually have to start buying existing homes and then converting that into affordable housing. Is that, or is there another idea that you could think of? I'm just trying to think of an alternative from what you're...
Typically, when a neighborhood has such a low amount, we do look first to available city land.
Sure.
And so
let's assume this isn't there. What would be the other things you would look at?
We would look at then market opportunities to purchase. Oftentimes that means we also are paying market price. And so from there, within each different community, and in this one, there's also a lot of there's restricted covenants within some of the sites, which also make it a challenge. We would also look at the ability to rezone those sites. And so we would also look to, what the district plan says and the site location and all of those different elements. And so if we were to purchase a site within the area, we would also have to look at, what could be built on that site, what the cost of demolition may be on that site as well for whatever is existing, and would more than likely need a rezoning.
I'm out of time, but thank you. I'll take back, before I take back the chair, I'll move another round of questions.
Second.
Return.
No, I don't have the chair yet. You still have it, because
I said return.
No, I said I don't want it, because I've moved another round, so.
Okay.
Second.
Got it. Seconded by Councillor Carmer. Call the question. I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. Return the chair.
Thank you. I've got the chair back. Councillor Parmar would be next.
Can I just make this motion?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be well.
I have a lot of more questions, which is why I'm about to put this motion on the floor.
Can you just give us 30 seconds? We're going to clear the system, give it a bit of a reset. We're going to put you back on, and then we'll put Councillor Elliott's name, and then we'll get your...
We'll take the 30 seconds. Councillor Elliott and Councillor Salvador will be on the board there for once we hit the refresh.
Thank you. We're good.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Parmar, go ahead. You're welcome to make a motion.
Okay, the following motion that the February 18th, 2026 report FCS 03329 be referred back to administration to 1, review the surplus school site legally described as Lot 100, Block 44, Plan 2520892, located in the Wedgwood Heights neighborhood, and assess the feasibility and implications of relocating the proposed project to an alternative location. Number 2, analyze the planning, zoning, infrastructure, financial, and community level impacts associated with relocating the project to an alternative location. 3, work with the project proponent, Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta, as per the February 18th, 2026 FCS 03329 report to review the alternative locations.
4, complete an assessment of current market value for the site legally described as Lot 100, Block 44, Plan 2520892 in the Wedgwood Heights neighborhood, and report back with findings and recommendations to Executive Committee Q3 2026.
Someone needs a second. There we go. There was a rush to second. Councillor Elliott has done that. So first, you'll have 2 minutes to introduce. Please go ahead, Councillor Parmar.
Thank you very much. And I think it's, I think for me, Indigenous-led housing is one of the most important things that this City Council can move forward, as described in the MOU between City Council and Treaty 8 territory. I feel like this site is unique, and when we look at a case-by-case perspective, there is less green space in this area. As somebody who has also been in the park, used a soccer field with my children, there is no other green space in this area. It is a one-way in, one-way out, and we already have struggled to, with an on-demand system in this area. For me, it's about being fiscally responsible. So for me, below market sale value is not something that I am looking to do. So it would need to be either a lease or at market value sale. Being fiscally responsible as we are looking at our infrastructure deficits moving forward is something that is really important to me. And so for me, I've heard a lot of questions about this. I've heard opposition. And I think it's really important that my job as a councillor is to build community. And right now, what I'm seeing right now is dividing community even before it starts. I think about what would happen, if this did proceed. I think there are also 3 other options for it. And so this is why I am asking for this motion to be on the floor.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with questions. Again, you can ask questions on the motion, or if you have further questions from the overall report, you're welcome to do so. Councillor Elliott was next on the board.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question in regards to, there was something presented, and I just want to get clarity for my own sake as well. If I'm getting the policy correct, it was policy C464A, about city policy and following the MGA in regards to any surplus site being sold. Is it funds have to be used in a community for parks and recreation? Did I get that correct, just for my colleagues and for admin? Is that the policy?
Yeah, so policy C468, it directs net proceeds from the sale of surplus school sites to first be used within a community. If it's not used in that community, then adjacent communities, and then within the larger plan area.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I guess what I'm looking for is clarity on, because I understand this has been used before, like using a surplus school site to offset, say, housing or other developments. So what is the process? So in this case, for example, this one was put up. Is it the HOA? Is it the community league? Who gets notified for this, if I'm understanding it correctly, or is that only stays internally for administration to look at? I hope I explained that well enough.
I'll do my best to answer the question. Could you repeat it? I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure, my friend. What I'm getting at is, I'm understanding this policy that if you sell a surplus site, funds are used in the community for parks and recreation. I want to know, is that accurate, what I stated? My understanding is correct. And 2, if it's used to that, is that up to council to determine where it gets used in community parks and recreation? Or does the community have to be contacted, say, hey, we're going to sell this site, we have excess money or monies, whatever it's going to be, how would you like to use it? I'm just trying to understand how the policy works.
So my understanding, my apologies, I don't have the policy in front of me at the moment, but if there's funds coming in through that policy, first administration will look if there's debt owing to open space within the plan area, and if not, then administration will look if there's deficiencies within the open space network that those funds could be put towards to acquire additional open space. And then if not, then is there additional need for, are some of the open spaces within the area not developed to base level? could the funds be put to develop additional amenities to make sure those parks are meeting base level? If they are, if all of those parks are at base level, then there would be an additional assessment to see how could those funds be applied, either within the community or other neighborhoods adjacent.
Okay, so in this particular case, since we're on this topic, does that get looked at first, or was a decision made that we're the bypass and this we're going to try to get into the housing? I'm just trying to understand, I guess, the process, how this unfolded. I don't know, did I explain that well enough, my friend, or I'll try another method?
So are you asking about how the funds from how proceeds from a sale would be used in alignment with the policy, or how would we get to the point where a parcel is surplus
Okay,
to begin with?
in this particular spot here, we have this surplus site. As my understanding, the decision was made by previous council that we're going to work to do the affordable housing, and supportive housing, we're going to move in that direction. I'm trying to find out, was this policy adhered to first, or did we look at that, or was a decision by council to say, we're going to, I'll use the word bypass, it's not the word I want to use, but I'm going to use it in this case, to move towards the surplus being sold for development?
So the policy is still in effect, Councillor. It's just by selling this for a nominal value, there will be no net revenue to redistribute to other uses.
Okay, so
the policy is still in effect, but there's no net revenue to share.
So if there's no net revenue to share, is that a way to bypass then the policy? So if it were like, say, $5, so you're not going to reach out and say it's $5, but that makes it sound like because there was no money available, since it's $1, we're not going to follow this policy because there's nothing to give back to Community for Parks and Recreation. Is that correct?
The policy wouldn't apply in this case because there's no, the policy applies, but there's no net revenue to share, so there's nothing to redistribute.
So if you sell it for $1 as a way to circumvent this policy?
It's not circumventing the policy. It's council. There's an initiative to create affordable housing, and providing land at nominal value is one of the ways that the city does that. And this is a site where we would do that. The policy is second to that, I would say, Councillor. It's the initiative to give the land away for affordable housing.
Yeah, and I understand. I understand the purpose, and I get it, and I appreciate that. It sounds like, shouldn't policy be revamped then? Almost like it should be an asterisk next to that saying we must follow policy. However, if it's for $1, we can circumvent policy and go a different direction.
You can come back for another round.
Sorry, I'm out of time.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
round. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I just had a few questions remaining that are not directly related to the motion on the floor. I want to clear those up before asking questions on this. So I appreciated the information that was shared around 1 in 4 renter households being in core housing need. Do we also have data and insights as to what that looks like for Indigenous communities as well, or Indigenous renter households?
Yeah, where in Edmonton, it's 1 in 7 households are in core housing need.
Oh, sorry.
Renter households, it's 1 in 4, and for Indigenous, it's 1 in 3.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about the intended unit mix as well. I believe in the report it said, was it 18 3-bedroom and 13 4-bedroom, so more geared towards like your larger unit counts?
Yes, and that was something that we looked upon really favorably during the surplus school site program, is that our core housing need assessment also shows that there's a greater need for larger bedroom counts for a lot of different families. And so this one was, I would say, we looked upon very favorably based on those size of the units.
Okay, what, I apologize, I don't have the housing needs assessment right up in front of me, but what does it say about the gap when it comes to larger 3, 4 plus bedroom units?
I'll have to pull that up as well, but typically what we see is families with lower incomes that have those needs are definitely not seeing that met within the market, and so that it is almost very much purpose-built for them.
Okay, so it sort of brings up not only the question of affordability, but suitability as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that piece. And then turning to the motion that's on the floor. So to administration, just the last bullet around completing an assessment of current market value for the site. Apologies, that has been done, correct?
Yes, and that one was completed in 2024. So it has been done. Typically, our team would be reviewing that prior to entering into an agreement and confirming value. But in this case as well, like the position that the city was taking was to sell at nominal rate, and so it's less of a factor from that.
Right. And I guess, if things were to go down the path of being sold for market value, that would not be in alignment with our practice for encouraging affordable housing, correct?
Not as of late, right? We typically look to provide land as a contribution so that parties can leverage that as they're seeking other forms of funding and financing.
Right. For the first bullet, has administration, I'm just trying to line this up to understand what work administration has sort of already looked at versus what's in front of us in the wording of this motion. I guess my assumption is that you likely would have looked at some alternatives leading up to this point, but I'm looking for some clarity.
Yep, so we've looked at 3 different development concepts within this park itself. And then we did have a quick look at, there's a triangular piece of green space to the east, I believe, to see if maybe that was a potential alternative. It's still within the neighborhood, and it was not developable.
So understanding that you have done that work, do you foresee new information arising based on what's described in the motion? Or has that analysis been done?
So in terms of reviewing the existing surplus school site, we've already done that. So there wouldn't be a need to review the site in Wedgwood. In terms of looking for other alternate locations, I mean, it's almost based on the assumption that we're looking at sites that are suitable for affordable housing, but we're choosing not to develop them for affordable housing. As we've said, or as Stu said a few times, we're looking for sites all over the city that help us achieve our 16% target, help us get more affordable housing. So we regularly review properties internally to the city. We have a process in place for that, and if one of them is suitable for affordable housing, we actively move that towards being developable for affordable housing. So I would find it challenging to come back and frame it as we would be looking for a swap, because we really wouldn't. It would probably be some other site that's already developable for affordable housing that we can't develop.
That's your time. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Wanted to just get an update for the other communities surrounding Wedgwood for affordable housing. Were you able to get those numbers?
Yeah, generally right around there, they are also at 0.
Okay.
The southwest is quite underserved. There has been some new development in Ogilvy Ridge and Edgemont, but for the most part, very few.
Okay. Realistically, I don't think we'll ever get to 16% in any of those communities. I mean, I know our goal is 16%. That's a broad-based goal, but I think even in a perfect world, we probably never reach it for a lot of these communities. Is that? I hate to sound so defeatist, but I think with the land values where they're at, I'm not sure I would envision a scenario that you would easily get there.
Definitely not easily. We've described it as an aspirational goal often,
Yep.
and so it is something that we do strive towards for that equity piece. And when we as a city are also developing neighborhoods, whether it's Blatchford or exhibition lands, we keep that target ourselves.
Yeah,
too.
Blatchford's 20. I've heard the residents want to go to 30 in Blatchford, at least a number of the residents there. I don't want to speak for all of them. What would, if this were to continue, what does that change the percentage to in Wedgwood? Do we know? You can pull that up. As you're pulling that up, I'll maybe just circle back to one other question that Councillor Elliott was asking, just around this sort of policy piece. So I think, I don't know if I'd for sure use the word circumvent, but I sort of get the word circumvent, because I think at the end of the day, we're choosing to prioritize different policies. On one hand, we have a market sale policy that says, hey, if you sell parkland for market value. This is going back into community. Council, starting back in 2009, went down a path saying, we also need to take into account we want affordable housing. Sometimes these come in conflict of each other. They chose to prioritize one or the other. As the years have gone on in a number of sites, council has chosen to defer more to the affordable housing creation than they have that policy by selling at market value. And I think the answer, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the reason behind that is that if you sold all of those surplus school sites at market value, you're either making it harder to develop affordable housing or you're potentially developing less unless you get more funding from other orders of government. Is that?
That is all correct. I think there are many times where different policies can compete against one another. And so when we have a decision such as this, which is, do you want to sell land below market value, that has potential conflicts with other items. And so that needs to be considered and a decision needs to be determined. But like you were mentioning, there is direction from council to find suitable land across the city for affordable housing. And outside of this parcel, we have a number of other sites that we're working on currently. And those are additional sites, not or sites, I would suggest. So there's about 4 of those that are recently under contract, another 3 to 4 that are going to be listed this year as well.
Okay.
You've mentioned those within Blatchford, you've mentioned the ones within Jasper Place Wellness Center, so a lot of that work is continuing on. But there is that trade-off that if it's within a property that's under this policy, then there's an impact in terms of what's written within the policy around the proceeds of sale.
I'll just come back to the number there.
Yeah, 5.4%.
So this development would bring it up from 0 to 5.4%.
Correct.
So to help narrow, because I think at some point I might ask the mover, but I'll probably do it in another round. Again, this notion of trying to relocate, I'm thinking we need to give direction. So right now, for example, Deschênes isn't on your list for development because of the costs right now. You currently don't have a plan of action on that one right now, correct?
Correct. I mean,
and the reason is because you are worried the cost to develop would be high. But that is an example. So what I'm trying to think about is if we were going to look at a motion like this, should we give direction to sites that you weren't previously planning on development on to ensure we don't lose the net new? Because to me, that would be at least at a minimum if I was going to entertain, and I still want to hear the pros and cons. Because what I'm gathering is that you wouldn't go look at the sites you were already planning on developing for a swap. That wouldn't be a swap because you already had a land use plan for that. So do you have a sense of like a couple of sites like Deschênes and others that are like undevelopable that are not premium developable land that you might consider?
if we're talking about school sites.
Yeah, or other city land.
So for other city land, we're looking at that regardless. There could be the odd site that maybe we consider undevelopable, but I'm not sure it'd be worth it to bring back sites that we know we would struggle to develop or have really high costs to bring it. But if council wants us to consider those as well, and maybe we want to allocate some funds for it, we could.
I'm out of time. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
I will return the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So at the time that you brought forward all the surplus sites, you were looking at alternatives, right? There was 8 or 9 of them.
For the...
For affordable housing.
Yeah, for the batches of affordable housing that we recently brought forward, so this batch of school sites that Wedgwood was a part of, yeah, we considered alternative sites within even that batch, and some of those are the ones that we brought forward and proposed and council approved.
Okay. And then I guess I want to go to legal, because I want to know if I'm interpreting the Justice Leonard's, I guess, conclusions, where it says, I guess, clause number 140, I find the decision to sell the MR lands below market value to a third party for the purpose of building affordable housing is not ultra vires, and that means, did I Google correctly, that it's not outside of our powers?
Yeah, Cam Ashmore from Legal Services. You're correct, Councillor. So ultra vires essentially is a concept, a Latin term for jurisdiction. So it's not outside the jurisdiction of this council to sell for affordable housing purposes, essentially is what the court said. It's a decision that council has to make. You have to balance the various policy decisions that you're going to consider, but you do have the ability to do that. You do have the ability to decide to sell at market or sell at zero. All of that is within your realm. That's effectively what the justice said.
Okay, so I'm thinking of Councillor Elliott, you know, saying, are we circumventing the policy in that? But it is within our ability to break the rules of the policy, right? Policies are made to be broken, aren't they, I think? So,
yes, Councillor, you're right. So the court decision actually chimed in on a couple of different things that's relevant to what Councillor Elliott was talking about. First off, there's a provision in the MGA itself that is very similar to the policy that says proceeds should go to purposes related to MR. So that was challenged in the court, and ultimately the justice said, no, council has the ability to decide to sell for zero. In other words, have no proceeds. That is a policy decision that council can make. In addition, in a different context, the court also said that don't forget that city council is not bound by any of these policies. It was saying that in actually in the discussion of the breathe policy, because that was also part of it. But effectively, it's certainly wise at times for city council to follow the policies, but you're not bound by them. What you have to be is aware that you're no longer following them when you're making these decisions. So one of the decisions, or the decision that really are up for today, partly includes a decision to realize there will not be proceeds here if you sell for zero, and therefore there is nothing to put into the pot for MR purposes.
okay, and I guess, well, I've got a minute and a bit left. Is there anything else that you can see, any legal challenges if we were or were not to accept this motion? Any legal challenge? I'm thinking like from Treaty 8.
It's always difficult to predict legal challenges. People can come up with some unique arguments at times. So I don't really feel comfortable answering that directly.
Okay, I won't put you in that
simply because
position.
you haven't made the decision yet. So I could say something right now, and 2 minutes later, something could come up. So
Okay, instead I'll see, is Sarah still on the line from ETS?
Yes, they're online.
Okay, maybe this one's a little less controversial, no. So Sarah, I'm just wondering, we've got on-demand in that neighborhood right now, and as ridership increases, perhaps with more people in the area using it, we might look at making that a regular route, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the case. There was a regular route in the neighborhood before we did the bus network redesign, and then the ridership was quite low. So we converted the neighborhood to on-demand, and it's been doing well with the current kind of population and ridership we see. But as population increases, if ridership grows, we would look at, like we're doing in some other neighborhoods.
I've got 3 seconds. And DATS is available in the neighborhood as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So what we're going to do, we're 2 minutes from break. I just wanted to do a quick agenda management piece here. I wanted to double check. Councillor Stevenson, you selected 10.3 because it must be selected. Did you have questions, or was it just to fill in the blank? Because I think...
I think there are some questions.
Oh, okay, there are
Yeah.
questions. Okay, well then I just wanted, that's fine. I wanted to see if we could shed that. All right, 10.1, I'll check with folks on the break. There were potentially motions, but maybe not, so I'll see what's coming of that. And, okay, no, I think we're, oh, but there is I know Councillor Morgan did get answers to the questions on 8.2, so we can just move the 3 readings of that bylaw. So if we want to take the next 2 minutes, Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move to bring that forward, and we can just finish that one before the break?
Sure. I move to bring forward item 8.2.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote to bring forward item 8.2.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Just waiting on 3 more votes.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans, do you want to move it as a word,
Thank you.
Councillor?
I move bylaw 21371, Happy Beer Street Entertainment District Establishment Bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on
Yes.
first reading of that bylaw.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. First reading is carried 13-0. Councillor Jans.
So moved.
Second reading? Yep.
Second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on second reading of that bylaw.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans,
I move
consideration.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on consideration of third reading on that item.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That motion is carried 13-0. Councillor Jans.
I move third and final reading of bylaw 21371.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on third and final reading
I'm a yes.
of that bylaw.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Thanks. We've at least covered that one. We're on recess until 3:45. We'll be back. There's actually enough people for yet, so we're just going to wait a moment till I have 7, then I can do a quick agenda management piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just need one more 7. There we go. Fantastic. So, order of operations. We're going to bring forward item 10.1 as there's no additional motions being made on that report, so we can just move the recommendation in that report in 10.1. So we'll do that right now. As soon as we finish that, which should take just moments, we'll move back and finish the public hearing. Once the public hearing is done, however long that takes, the next item is we would need to get, ideally, just the approval of 10.4. We'll have that updated piece sent to everyone. And then we'll just continue on in order. That would leave us with 8.1, and then 10.2, 10.3, and then the motions pending. We could, depending on how urgent certain things are, potentially send some things to Friday if we need to, but we'll play that by ear and see where we're at. So first I'll take a motion just to bring 10.1 forward.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to bring that forward. I should double check. Councillor Jans is online, I think, as well, and Councillor Tang are both online.
Here.
Here.
Great.
And we're just going to show Councillor Wright is absent, and we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. This was selected by Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, do you want to move the original motion in 10.1?
Sure, so moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councillor Paquette. That's the motion as listed in the report. I think we have that. We'll just, that one we probably should just put it up on the screen quickly before we, that is, oh, almost there. So close.
You want me to read it out?
You know what, if you don't mind in this one, I think it doesn't hurt just to say it. Yep, thank you.
That the actions outlined in attachment 7 of the February 17, 2026 Employee and Legal Services Report, ELS 03319, be approved. And 2, that this report, inclusive attachments, remain private pursuant to sections 19, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 29, advice from officials, 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act.
And that was seconded by Councillor Paquette. And any remaining questions? Please vote then.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. And we can continue on with our public hearing. We were almost through questions. I think only one person, namely me, had more questions, but I would need another round if someone would be so kind. Oh, yeah, you can move it actually. Yeah, go ahead. You've moved it?
Yeah.
And seconded by, was that Councillor Elliott? Please vote on another round.
Just waiting on 2 votes.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We can show Councillor Paquette as absent, and we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote.
Sorry, point of order.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Are we informing Joanne? She can come
Yes, yep, that is happening. So, yep. That is carried 11-0 for another round. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So a few remaining questions. I just wanted to understand, and I don't know, it's maybe, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I do want to understand, so from the ruling where it talked about the process, so essentially what the argument was, and I want to make sure I've understood, I think Councillor Elliott asked to make sure how we're making sure that doesn't happen again. In the past, we used to do this where it would come through committee, where we heard from the public. I mean, committee still allows public speakers, and then it would go to council for approval. The legal ruling essentially said, even though committee hears the public and council still voted on it, it needs to be a dedicated public hearing. That's the difference. So it's not that we didn't hear from the public, it's that we didn't hear from the public in the way the courts felt that we should. Is that the best way to summarize the ruling?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. That's why it's back here now.
And that is a process now to, I think, Ms. Thurston, you mentioned that, going forward, any land sale would be through a public hearing like this instead of committee.
For reserved land only.
Or reserved land
Yeah.
piece. Yeah. Land sale below market value specifically, I think, yeah. Right.
And the Edmonton site that was on the agenda is an example of that, where there was a municipal reserve on site, and so we're seeking removal of that, plus the land sale decision as well.
So that way, again, still hearing from the public, but we're hearing from the public in a very formalized way versus committee, which, I mean, is still formal, but we treat it a little bit more informally because it's a little more, easier to do multiple rounds, things like that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful for me to understand. And I guess just the other piece is the question that came up around why the council meeting versus the public hearing. And I think my understanding is our other public hearings are land use public hearings. This wasn't a land use public hearing. We have done numerous public hearings at council meetings. This is not an uncommon practice that we've taken, so it is very valid to use a council meeting for public hearings as well.
Yes, Mayor Knack, it is legally permissible to have a public hearing within a regular public council meeting, rather.
Yeah, and I guess I'm looking at the clerk. That has been something we've done commonly over at least the 12 years I've been around. We've done public hearings at council meetings. And the idea was that this is not a land use, so we shouldn't put it with the land use items. It's better to have this as a council meeting. You still have all of council, just you're wearing slightly different hats in between a land use public hearing and a land sale public
This is a
hearing.
council meeting, and you're holding a properly constituted statutory public hearing, and this has been past practice.
Great. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood that. I think the last question I have is to the mover, and I want to get a sense of, so we've heard some description from administration that if this were to pass, I want to make sure we're giving clear direction. Would your intent be for anything in number 1 to include sites that were already being planned for housing? And would you consider that essentially a land swap? Or would you be looking for sites that, like the Deschênes site, that weren't planned so that we don't have a net loss of units?
Yeah, I don't know if, I don't know if the swap is the right wording, but it's to move 60 sites, 60 of these units or more to a different site that is of more, a more appropriate, I guess, site than the current site. So I don't want to lose anything, but I also believe that we're at a great process of building many sites, and there's opportunities to expand some of those sites based on the amenities around that one.
So either expansion of an existing site or a site that we previously weren't developing on where we could make up the lost units. That's your goal in the motion?
Yeah, not swap, but just make up the 60 units plus more with an ability to grow that community.
And I do want to look at a minute, and I guess the challenge, I'm trying to get a sense, because we haven't obviously done the planning of the sites we're not down too far down the path, but is there a way to, I guess, capture that net new on an existing site we're thinking of doing housing, or is it sort of like we generally try to max out where we can based off what we receive from proponents?
We generally try to max out and also work with the proponent to make sure that that maximum number also works to their operations.
Okay.
So if we were to look at adjacent, we would probably be looking at also land that might be considered parkland or other if it's a city holding. And so that is something to be considered for if this motion was to pass.
Okay. I think I've probably asked most of my questions I can think of. Okay, I'm out of time anyway, so I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you very much. And I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of administration. That brings us to now the opportunity for members of council who have questions related to new information, any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. And to be clear, these questions can go both to administration and to any of our speakers that have spoken so far. So if you have additional questions, please click on the board. Let us know who you have questions for, as we don't have any of our speakers at any microphones yet, so we want to make sure they have ample time to come down if you have questions. I do see Councillor Tang for clarifying questions as a result of new information. Please go ahead.
Yes, this question is for Treaty 8 Chief and Administrators. Please.
And I think they are online now. Grand Chief is online, I see. And all the folks from who are in favor, yep, they're here. We'll restart your time,
excellent.
right? We'll restart your time right away, Councillor Tang. I just want to make sure. Can we get
no
confirmation?
worries. I guess.
Oh, sorry, just one more moment, Councillor Tang.
Oh.
Yeah, we have, sorry, just to clear, there was a clarifying question. We have, in past, during public hearings, if a referral motion is on the floor, still been able to ask our speakers, and so we'll continue that practice. We have done that in previous meetings before. Sometimes getting that clarification helps determine whether or not somebody would support a referral. So we'll continue on with past practice unless there's any legal reason we can't, because I think we've done this in previous public hearings.
There's no harm to doing it in this order.
Great. No, that's perfect. I just wanted to confirm. I see our speakers in favor are back online. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
Great. So I am able to ask questions about this motion on the table, correct?
You can, absolutely.
Speakers.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so thank you very much for being here. I guess I would love to hear some reaction to this new motion, because earlier I think I heard you say that when you applied into the surplus school program, you didn't really get choice, that this is the site that was assigned to you, that, you know, if you had choices, this may not be the most ideal location. In this case, this motion would provide some choices, and I'm wondering how you feel about that. This could be for the Grand Chief or
Hello?
for, I think.
There
yes.
you are.
Hello?
Please go ahead,
Yes,
Grand
okay.
Chief.
Yes, hi. You see, the process was a little bit more complicated than that. What had happened is we had been aware of the process here when there was 11 sites when we first applied, and then it got whittled down to 6 sites, then to 3 sites, and then to 1. And we reiterated right from the start that we are willing to work in any area of the city to move these projects forward. And Wedgwood was one of them that came up, so we applied for Wedgwood. I'm not comfortable in saying that we are not looking forward to working with the community of Wedgwood, and I don't see this this process as being a productive right now in that respect, because of the fact that, you know, we have our beliefs as well. And, you know, we want to see this project move forward in any way it can. And if, you know, it can't, then obviously there's other alternatives. But we're here for the long haul, and we're willing to work with the community and the city to make it happen.
So with this motion, if that goes through, you know, you get to explore other locations that could be more productive, I guess. But I'm wondering, for example, you have already secured a number of funding opportunities. You know, what would that mean for these funding commitments and timelines? Because it would mean longer process, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like there's, you know, when we hear about the amenities and whatnot, we're a little bit confused because we've been in the area and there's many amenities, and the travel isn't so bad, like compared to some of our communities that we are in Edmonton. So, you know, we're looking at it with open eyes, and, you know, hoping we can move forward with this. However, we do have the CAO who's been involved in this as heavily as well, and he's on the call, and I think he might have a couple comments.
Okay. Also, is he online right now? He's on the call.
Yeah. Yes.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up on the Grand Chief's comments there, as I mentioned in the presentation, we do have pre-conditional approval for funding on this site and this project. We do have investment in, as you saw, the renderings and the work that we have made. So we do have investments in the site that would be lost. And we would likely lose that preconditional approval on this site and this project. And we would need to return to federal funding partners for financing for a future project if it was on a different site.
Because those financing are predicated on the 60-unit townhouse style, 31 affordable, et cetera, correct?
On the Wedgwood site, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for those responses, Masicho.
Thank you very much. For under clarifying questions and new information, Councillor Palmer.
Oh, is the Grand Chief still here? And oh yes, and the CAO. Okay, great. I was wondering about the number of 60 units. Is that ideal for what you would like? If you were to given a blank sheet of paper in terms of what the community would look like in terms of numbers, is 60 the right number, or would it be larger than that?
I could take this, Grand Chief. So I think 60 was the number that, was put into the kind of the renderings and the design based on the size of the lot and, wanting to keep some green space available. So I think that was it. And, wanting to, work within the current zoning, as I mentioned in the presentation, the units were lower than the zoning. So I think the design that we do have in the 60 proposed would fit this location. We are looking for future projects and future land opportunities. We don't see this as a one-off with Treaty 8 in the city of Edmonton. We are looking for other land for future developments similar to this site as well. Let's see.
Thank you very much. Okay, one of the areas that has been mentioned was the Ledger site, which is right near the Terwilliger Rec Center. Did you have any feedback, comments on the site that had been mentioned?
We'd have to look at any of the other sites with our partners and look at the zoning requirements and how we could fit. But again, as Grand Chief mentioned, we're looking for land in the city. We're looking for this opportunity and future opportunities. Under the letter of intent, we are looking for many sites to build Indigenous-led housing within the city of Edmonton. So haven't looked at that site in particular, but we are assessing other options in working with the city of Edmonton and working with our partners such as Landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last question. When were you looking, if approval went forward today, what does the timeline look for you to be able to build?
We've been working with Landmark. We've been working on this site for about a year. So, we would need to work through the engagement process with the community, work with the city of Edmonton into what an affordable housing agreement looks like. But again, we do have preconditional approval for the financing. So, we'd need to work through those appropriate processes and make sure they're done correctly. But I think, subject to those being done correctly and quickly, then we could proceed rather quickly with getting shovels in the ground with that preconditional financing in place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, what I'm hearing is that this site would not be a one-off for you, that you were also looking for more opportunities to build more affordable housing / market housing in order to house folks from Treaty 8 and others?
Yes, that's correct. It wouldn't, we do have some urban, rural, and northern funding, similar to some other areas. So we are looking for a partnership with the city to build more than just one unit, one such unit like this, whether it be for families, for Treaty 8 families as well, but, for families in general, right? So this is, Indigenous-led housing initiatives, right? There's an economic development component to this as well as the affordable piece. So correct. We'd be looking for multiple sites as a partnership for future.
Okay. So, all right. So you're, okay, I get it. And just, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions for clarifying, which means all our questions have been asked. Now we'll move on to any debate on the referral motion on the floor. So if you would like to speak to the referral motion on the floor to any members of council, please click on the board. Councillor Paquette, was that a legacy hand, or do you want to speak to it and kick us off? Are you okay with kicking us off then? Or do you want to?
I said both, but Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Councillor, we're at a Canadian standoff. Councillor Paquette's going to start. We're just going to call it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I really appreciate where this is coming from, this motion, and I understand it. The challenge I have is related directly to the last question I asked, and that is that this is an organization that is looking to build multiple sites, and so in that context, a swap isn't exactly the best solution, in that they would likely want to take both sites or 3 sites or more if they can. And so eventually all these sites are going to be developed. And so that is kind of the challenge that we're in right now. So referring back or delaying to look for alternatives, those alternatives already exist, and I'm just concerned that with all of the investment that has already been made, I think council should just move to the main question, which is, do you approve this sale or not? So I do appreciate this motion a lot, but I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson is next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, echoing Councillor Paquette's points, what this motion is contemplating is leaving a land that's suitable for affordable housing undeveloped. In past precedents where there was a swap, again, that was one type of building for another type of building. It wasn't just leaving the green space as is. Whereas I think the effect of this motion is to do that. We've heard, very rigorously from our staff around the provision of green space in this neighborhood, which is appropriate even with the redevelopment. And it's, a critical way that we can work towards our 16% affordable housing provision in every neighborhood. Again, we need all of the sites that we can that are suitable for affordable housing. And so I'm not supportive of taking this out of the mix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think our administration has explored any alternatives as they've come up, and I'm also concerned with Treaty 8 possibly losing any funding or grants with any further delays on this. They've already spent a year working on the proposal, so. Yeah, and as far as doing an assessment of current market value, I think we, as a council, have already determined that we're willing to go below market value in order to encourage this development of affordable housing for our city. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague for bringing this forward. From what we can tell, this has been ongoing for a significant period of time, and I think it's evident that there's a percentage of the community, specifically this neighborhood, is very upset about this proposal. I believe there's an opportunity here where we can satisfy both sides, that we can actually keep the community engaged and let them know that their voices have been heard. In addition to that, we can also seek out alternative areas to satisfy and help out the community as well for housing. I know, like the example was brought up for Henderson and Ledger, and that took time and took work, but at the end of the day, the community around Henderson are not upset, and they're okay, and the community around Ledger are okay as well with also having development of affordable housing. So it's a win-win for all communities involved, and this is more of, I don't like the idea of having, I don't want to say an us versus them mentality. That's not the right words to use, but it just puts, I believe, a sour taste in people's mouths. So this is something I believe that we can work with everyone to get a fair and reasonable resolution, and this could be an opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. No, I appreciate the mover for putting this forward. I think what I heard from him was it's not impossible to find another site that there is an option there. I didn't hear a hard no. And just being somebody who's new to this and this process wasn't here from before, I think it's worthwhile to look into. So I appreciate the mover for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I've talked about this, and we've even heard during the presentations that, like, in an ideal world, I wouldn't want to actually use this particular parcel in a perfect world, because we have numerous policies that are in conflict with each other. We have our desire for as much green space as possible. We have our desire for affordable housing. We have a number of different factors that we have to weigh as part of this decision. Part of why I struggle with this motion is I don't see how you actually do add, and I see a gap. So we know that when we started talking about affordable housing, even before I was on council, it was pretty clear about what was needed to achieve our sort of goals that we have as a city for getting people out of core housing need. And generally speaking, that would mean an average of 16% affordable housing in every community in order to have enough housing to get people out of core housing need. Now, realistically, not every community can be at 16% for a variety of factors. Some land value is going to be too high, others proximity. There's going to be a number of variables that play into that. We have some communities that are already well above that mark, especially in Ward O'Damon, where there are communities that are at, I believe, upwards of 50 to 80%. I think, yeah, it's 20 in some, no, there's some in 20 in the West End. Every community will not reach that mark, but I think I'm looking to try to see how we achieve some level of affordable housing in every community across the city. If we don't use this site, then the question is, where would you put it in this community to be more than zero? Because if we want to do more than zero so that we're not putting more of a burden on the rest of the communities across the city, we have to find a different path in each community. This is tough because this is really the one main space, unless you start buying up market value housing and then putting in affordable housing. The cost of which to do is substantially more than what we're talking about, right? The cost to buy market housing, not just in Wedgwood Heights, but there's a number of communities where land values are higher, and so realistically you're not going to ever buy that. The amount of money council would have to approve to purchase land to then develop affordable housing to be more than zero is going to be significant. But that would have been the way, like, to me, that's the only way we would achieve that in a community here, is that if we're not going to use this space, we have to start buying up lots. And I just don't see a path. I don't ever envision that being a realistic scenario, if we're being honest with ourselves. So referring this, to me, doesn't help achieve some attempt to get to more than zero in this community or in the surrounding communities. And we need to be, if we want to achieve the broader goals on housing. That, to me, is as clear as it is. I'd love to, if we could, put it all in one community, sure, but that still won't be enough. Even if Blatchford said they want to go to 30%, even if they were 100, that's actually not going to be enough to achieve what we need as a city. So I think referring this back means that we're making it harder on ourselves to achieve our citywide goals. We're making it more expensive on us to try to achieve more affordable housing. And that's why I don't, if there had been an alternative today presented that said, hey, we have a plan of action, there's these 5 homes in the community that are near the end of life, and we want to see if we can find a way to swap out land and purchase those and rezone that into a RM16 site, I'd be really interested in that idea. Like, that might be a way to try to find that win-win. But that's not before us. I don't see a way forward on that. So then I'm left with asking the question of how much do we want to work to achieve that goal, that 34,000 earning less than 40,000 into affordable housing. of which 1 in 3 households are Indigenous, which is what will be a part of this development. So it's for that reason I can't support the motion to refer. I'll take the chair back.
Yep, returned.
I'll go to Councillor Palmer to close.
Yeah, this has been a very difficult public hearing. I think everybody can be right here. You know, we do need to have more Indigenous-led housing. We do need to look more creatively at our sites. But there are also multiple ways to do that. And so this process has been ongoing for a long time. And through this process, multiple things have changed. So even the sale of school land has changed, where the province is not allowing the school sites to sell the sites anymore. And our job is to really build community and making sure that we have open space for community to enjoy is key. And this community only has one park. Like, it's not like the other sites that have multiple green spaces. This site is unique. It has soccer fields that over 60% of people use. It is a large site. There is only one way in and one way out. We know there's talked about increasing transit, but there are definitely other priorities, you know, where transit would have more use on it. And I know that when that comes in, this site's not going to be the priority. It's the reason that I'm asking for this referral is really to give choice to the proponent. And I understand that with that, there is uncertainty, but there's also $16 million that is uncertain in the whole project now. And I'm wondering if there are ways that there are other sites. I look at Summerlee, which is right beside the West Edmonton Mall, that has all the amenities, including a larger transit station. I look at Ledger and Terwillegar, where we've already talked about having a public library. There's a rec center there. There's also a large transit there, and it is centered to the community. And those are ways that we can look at making things differently, and I think we have to look at things differently. I also want to say, like, feelings are not going to end. And so, like, we see the tension that is in the room today, and you will continue to see those tensions, like, as we go along. And so similar to, like, the infill, where I've had conversations with other communities where those people living in those infills do not feel welcome, I'm worried that we are starting people off on the wrong foot, especially since we want to make sure that we have more Indigenous-led housing. I think about the bylaw complaints. I think about just us versus them mentality, and this is what I'm hearing from the community. I'm hearing from the community that there are many things that have not been great in this process. I think we hear that loud and clear, and so this is really a motion for me to look to see if there is a win-win-win solution. Fiscal responsibility, I think absolutely in the past we have sold these for below market value. We were in a very different fiscal reality than we are today. And we need to really think about what the land that we have as being one of the #1 assets for Edmontonians. Land is the most expensive and most valuable thing beyond the people of Edmonton for this. And so for us selling it for $1, knowing that it is an area that is by the river valley, as some other councillors have talked about, this land was worth over $1 million in 2024, and we all know all of our tax assessments have come in and our market values have gone up. So I don't even believe we have a current market value to understand with what we could sell this land for and what that would do for affordable housing. Because as we know, the we have the ability to choose where that money comes in if we were to look at the land value. So I don't even believe we have the right information in front of us to make that decision. And so, yeah, I'd definitely like to like to look at doing things differently this term. And we absolutely do have a new fiscal reality. I think that's something that we need to look at. And I really am looking for a win-win-win solution, which I do believe if given a little bit more time, I would be able, and administration and the groups would be able to, because this is the first time that both groups have even come to know one another. So with that, I would encourage my council colleagues to really think about if this just giving us a little bit more time in Q3 to be able to see if we can find a win-win-win for all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that motion is defeated 4-9. That brings us back to where we're at, so we can still, if there were any additional questions, you're welcome to ask. Otherwise, it's also an appropriate time that if somebody wanted to move the recommendation in the report, they're welcome to do so as well. Go ahead, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
I'm happy to move the recommendation in the report.
Second.
Do you want to close the public hearing?
Oh, yes, sorry, we got to do that first, because it's not about, yeah, so first the motion to close the public hearing, moved by Councillor Rutherford.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jens. Just waiting for 2 more votes. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. The motion to close the public hearing is carried 13-0. Now, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, did you want to move the recommendation?
I'll move that the below market value sale, lease, or other disposal of Lot 100, Block 44, Plan 2520892, as shown in Attachment 1 of the February 17th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03329, be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Now, folks can, if you'd like to speak to this, please feel free to click on the board. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Really quick, I've been thinking about this a lot and listening carefully to the speakers. One of the first presentations of the day had a quote for me about how this is the city of the people, and the people ultimately determine what happens. And I stand by that. In my oath, I swore to serve the people of Edmonton. And I do that through representation through my ward and through conversations like this, and by listening to the people in general and en masse about what their priorities are. And one thing that has been crystal clear is that Edmontonians have said they want an affordable city. They want to support affordable housing. And they want to ensure that we are making practical steps towards reconciliation, and that we are using our resources efficiently. Part of that efficiency is when we use land that we have that was set aside, that was always intended for development, and develop it. It increases the density of an area, increases the population of an area, it increases the per capita population of an area that we serve, which are all in keeping with city goals. It is very challenging when you have 500 to 500 people who don't want something in their neighborhood, because there is a deep pressure and temptation to just go with that flow. But as that first speaker reminded me very clearly, I have to listen to the people. It is their city. And sometimes that means that not everyone is going to agree. And I do want to touch on another thing that was mentioned today. And that was about the federal government's financial reporting the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, where a list was given of a corporation that is not the corporation that we are talking about today, a separate corporation, but they listed a number of chiefs who did not comply with that act. I want to tell you why. First Nations deliver more than 160 financial reports a year to the federal government per nation. The red tape and the paperwork is immense. And that act was seen by First Nations and chiefs as an overreach on sovereignty and would have forced them to reveal the details of their private businesses that the nations own and therefore lose their competitive advantage in the marketplace. That is why you see the non-compliance. And what that has to do with this issue, to me, is baffling. Baffling. The last thing I will say is that I also agree. In a perfect world, we would take no green space away from any place. But knowing that this community is on the doorstep of the river valley, knowing that there is still green space there, and knowing that there is, according to ratio, ample green space, that was my big concern for the community, but it was answered.
Just a reminder again, councillors are speaking. We're going to freeze your time, Councillor Paquette, while our guest leaves.
Thank you.
Well, you've got, I think, actually 46 seconds left, Councillor Paquette, so you're welcome to continue now.
Okay, and while I know that my personal decision on this may not be pleasing to everyone, I think of the families that will go in there who will be very, very happy to be in that new neighborhood, very happy to be out of precarious housing, and those children will grow up with a much better opportunity than many Indigenous children in this city, and to me that is worth something.
We're going to freeze Councillor Paquette's time. If folks want to keep talking, I'm going to ask you to leave now.
But it's not accessible. My son can't go down that trail.
We need to let our councillors finish speaking, everyone. So, sorry, Councillor Paquette, we'll add a little more time for you there to finish up there once everyone has left. Please go ahead. Ignore, yeah, let's give you another 30 seconds or so because you've been interrupted a few times.
Thank you. And it is not unusual to me, as someone who grew up poor and Indigenous in this city, to have my views discounted. And so for all of those folks who are Indigenous or not, who have found themselves in the same situation as my family, for which and for whom something like this would be life-changing, I am absolutely in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford? Oh, sorry, you are closing. Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I'll just say I have a couple of projects in my ward coming up here too, and something I've encouraged the community to do is to be engaged and not only be against, but also tell the developer and tell the city what they want instead. And I know there were some problems with that with this project in the past, but I didn't hear what the solutions were today. So I'm happy to support this, this sale. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So we were asked to be open, as we always are in public hearings, and consider new information. Well, some of the new information that I've heard today or since the last time is that the rental market is softening, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we found homes for everyone that needs them. Over the lunch break, I had a meeting with Savita just to learn more about their organization. They have 10,000 families on their list, and it's not something that's sort of a legacy list. It is evergreening that they update on a regular basis. So those are still families that are in need of affordable housing. I also heard from Treaty 8 that they're looking at 3 and 4 bedroom units, which I think is wonderful for families to grow up in. I also learned that they have financing, conditional financing that is pending, and delay on this could jeopardize that. Concern with regards to the park space that the community loves. My community also faced the same concerns when the First Place program went in Larkspur. And more recently with the surplus school site in Kaniski Gardens as well. And at that time, with with both sites, when the community started to engage with the developers, they came to learn more about the project and are welcoming neighbors and families into these projects. One of the concerns brought up as well was the loss of the soccer facilities, and since the last time we've learned that the province is providing more, and we didn't get a total number of the increase, but there'll be more soccer facilities that's serving the Edmonton area for EMSA. So this is new information to me, and I think it's even more reason then that I would want to continue to support the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang?
So I came into this public hearing thinking a lot about actually the Leger site. I've learned a lot about the site over the years, and I think it's moving far too slowly for my liking. I thought some of the presenters shared some pretty compelling points about why that might be more amenable. And I also take the words of the Grand Chief around this process hasn't really been entirely productive. And it feels like you're faced with hostility even before you build the frame of the house. So why shouldn't we consider and explore other alternatives? And I was fairly open to that. But I also think what they have presented, the information shared, also through administration around the commitments already behind this project, the fact that if it doesn't move forward, this community remains at 0%, and this is how the community will forever remain at 0% affordable housing, to me was also compelling. I know there have been points raised around fiscal responsibility. You know what I think is really fiscally responsible? For all the money we spend to address the problem of housing and houselessness, the most fiscally responsible thing is to build more housing. And it's to leverage all the solutions in our housing plan, leverage cities' land for projects just like this, and actually follow through with our commitment to Indigenous housing. I have a lot of concerns about what happens afterwards, and could there be other litigations that could slow down and delay this project? Maybe. But I also think too, some of the project that's been happening, Councillor Wright mentioned a few in her ward, but also I'm thinking of one in Millwoods years and years ago. It's a cluster of townhouses face severe opposition. And today, it's young families living actually right next to a school. Families just like every other family in the neighborhood, participating in their community in productive ways, community members. And I think that is positive. And I think that's where we could be too. So for all those reasons and those thoughts that I've been carrying with me, you know, do I still want to see the legislative like accelerate? Absolutely. I was actually quite disappointed. It wasn't one of the ones listed under the infrastructure delivery list for creative solutions. And I'm still hoping to find an outlet for that. But for now, with the information I have given, I will be supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. About 12 years ago, I started engaging with the community in La Pearl and in Summerlee, where we had some of these surplus school sites. And frankly, when I went into those meetings, I sort of set expectation early on in both La Pearl and Summerlee. I said, listen, these are sites that were approved to be developed before me, and my job that I was going to focus on was how to make that as best as possible. And I did that because for me, as somebody who was there, I was like, I didn't feel that it was going to be realistic to try to stop the developments, but rather try to find a way to make them as best as possible. Because I think, you know, to the last motion we spoke to, and to the mover of that motion, they talked about how, you know, folks are heated and passionate. And in Summerlee, we had some success because we actually did shift the site. But I will tell you, residents there's still a good number of them that hate me. Doesn't matter that we moved it. I've heard from them. I know them. La Pearl, I spent 10 years talking about some alternatives. We reviewed it for a variety of reasons. The community didn't move forward with any alternatives. And so in about 2024, when I went into a public meeting there, even though I had spent 10 years making it clear that there was going to be development, wasn't the most fun public meeting I've ever attended. You know, understandably, a couple hundred people who were very upset with me, and frankly, who are still very upset with me. And that's hard, because today, there's another couple hundred people who are going to not like a bunch of us. Who might hate us for what we're about to decide, because I'm going to support this motion. I don't love being in that scenario. I don't love having to be put in a position where people feel that anger. But I get why they're angry, because they're losing a pretty important space to them. And so, like, I have no concern. They should feel that passion. For me, why I'm supporting this, even knowing that challenge and knowing that this creates a challenge for those in the community. They have less green space than they've had before, the space that they've been using for decades. Is this tension between multiple policies, multiple goals that we have as a city. One of which is to achieve more housing. And I mentioned this in the other piece, I don't like having to choose between green space and housing. In a perfect world, I wouldn't be, but we have such a great housing need right now, and the only way we're going to have a chance to hit our goals is to make sure we're continuing to provide land like this across all parts of the city. And so specifically with the motion before us, which is to sell this at below market value, for me, it is about supporting this, because selling it at market value is not going to help achieve our overall percentage. We might shift, even if we can use that money and still leverage the other government funding, which isn't a guarantee. But let's say we could. We're going to see further redistribution of the affordable housing into a smaller number of communities, because land values do play a role in this conversation. And so one of the ways you can help work to achieve some level of non-market housing in every community is where we have city land, and then selling that at $1. So that's, for me, a reason why I would choose to sell this for $1 versus selling it at market value. And it's a very valid point about the fiscal responsibility. Both are valid points. Selling it at $1 to hopefully maximize other orders of government's funding versus selling it at market and then trying to turn that into a different leverage. Both are good strategies. I think we've seen greater success with the selling at below market value of actually achieving more housing completions and affordable housing completions. So for me, it's not an easy vote to say yes to this. But I think it's still, when I think about the oath that Councillor Paquette talks about, the right decision for the most amount of people, even though it's hard on those who are being directly impacted. So I'll be supporting this. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I was really optimistic that we could find an alternative, and I think the motion that came before could have done that. It took more time, but I think the funding, you know, still would have been there, as there's some, you know, it's not secured, everything yet. But that option is gone now, so now we're kind of left with the original motion on the table, right? So it kind of puts in a tough spot either way. Either way I vote on this, and I'm not sure either way I go is going to matter, quite frankly, and this might already go through anyways. But I think it's tough. Like this is a really tough one, and if I could go back in time and rewind things, and it'd be before a lot of people was even at this table, and maybe look at a site, or even change the whole thing when we're going for surplus school sites, and do we sell them for $1 or not? I would do that. I think the intent is great. I think it made sense, but a lot has changed since then, and it might need to be adjusted, and I think we might need to look at that moving forward. But I don't know if that question's in front of me right now when I'm just looking at the end motion, and kind of what's been upheld by the court. It's if we sell it for $1 or for below market or not. And when we've already done this for 10 other sites, what do I look at it for this site, right? So it puts me in a really tough spot on how I'm going to decide on this, and I really feel for both sides on this. I understand the community, and I understand the developer who's coming forward and to do this. So anyways, those are my thoughts on this.
Thank you. And Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that, you know, it's not an easy vote to say yes, and it's not an easy vote to say no. Many of the decisions we make at this table are very difficult to make. Folks are going to be, someone is likely to be unhappy in many instances. At this point, I have not heard anything that has convinced me that this is the right site, not the right development, not that it's not needed. I'm not convinced this is the right site. I just haven't been convinced of that. I'm leaning towards no, voting no.
Well, thank you very much. And Councillor Rutherford to close.
Thank you, and I have some jumbled thoughts here, but I think I'm going to start by jumping off of Councillor Principe, because that's where I was leaning. It is not an easy decision. It is not ever an easy decision, and often we're making we have to make a black and white decision on very gray and nuanced things, and it sucks, but it's what we signed up for. And so I want to kind of ground it in what is going through my thought process, and has been through this process today, in which, you know, I did come in with that idea of wanting to hear new information, because I empathize with the loss of park space, and I think, as Councillor Paquette said, like that, in an ideal world, that's not the choice that we have to make. And it sounds like a beautiful and beloved piece of park space. And so I can feel and grieve that loss that I think community's already feeling. But then I look at, just since I've been a councillor, in 5 years,
And in my ward alone, I have had multiple affordable housing projects in Griesba. Carnarvon has had one, Athlone, Calder, Dunluce, Wellington, Inglewood, and Baranow. Many of which had people come and speak at public hearing because of the loss of park space. So I have to then say, well, what is unique about this specific sale at $1 that would be unique from those other contexts? And that's just in my ward. That's not saying that that's a comprehensive list of all of the ones that we've done, but just the ones that I know and had, Athlone, the one that's becoming the Veterans House. People were very upset. It was a space that was used often for maybe not properly so, but off-leash dog use, right? So I get it. But I think where I ended up landing is that the need remains great. I went back and I was looking at the core housing needs assessment, and 1 in 8 households, which has already been said. But I wanted to put some numbers to this, because when we talk about, well, we're already getting there, we should put the brakes, whether it's infill or whether it's our affordable housing. I think we need to ground ourselves in these numbers. At the 2023 point in time when we did that needs assessment, that was calculated to be 44,155 Edmontonians. So even if we're building a great amount of housing, I think the number was 1,600 affordable housing units. Do the math, you subtract that from 44,000, we still got a long way to go. And that report then says the numbers are not expected to go down, and it in fact is projected to go up to 56,337 by 2031. And that is without, record population growth that we've seen. That is without tariff threats and other things that are affecting our economy in ways that we could have not even anticipated in 2023. So I cannot take this argument anymore that we need to pump the brakes on anything. We are still absolutely needing both market and non-market housing in droves, frankly, to address this problem. So again, I want to touch on, I get the comment about fiscal responsibility, but I also had it in my mind to say, for me, the report also said that one of the biggest threats to Edmonton's prosperity in the future is poverty. That's what the report says. So if we can leverage some of our land value to get multiple investments from other orders of government and from other nations and from other nonprofits and other private sector entities to build and bridge this vast need, why are we not doing that? Why would we not consider that fiscally responsible? I do, and so I support the sale of this land at $1. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That motion is carried 10-3. So that completes the public hearing. We still have a number of items on our agenda. In terms of ones that we can get through potentially most quickly, an updated graphic has been uploaded in Diligent for item 10.4.
And eScribe.
And eScribe. So I don't know if folks have had a chance to, I tried to show it to the break, but I don't know if folks have been able to see it yet. That's not the one. That might be the best one. If folks have logged into Diligent, I know a number of folks had a chance to see the updated graphic. The question I would have for everyone is, assuming, unless there's further debate on it, and there can be, I just thought that might be the one that I think could be most quickly done and give a bit of a heads up for our folks from admin. So if you haven't taken a look, maybe if you could take 60 seconds and pop it open there. In Diligent, I think it's, I don't see it in eScribe. I don't see, that's the old one in eScribe. So I think you need to go to Diligent for the,
You'll just need to refresh your eScribe.
oh, just refresh eScribe, okay. Oh, I see it right there. Yeah, if you hit the refresh button on eScribe, if you haven't seen it yet. Or just actually close that, go back to your eScribe thing and just refresh. Oh, there you go, updated that one.
Okay.
Yep.
At the bottom.
Yeah.
While we're doing that, can I just confirm that we have the same understanding of what's left to be done?
Yes.
While everybody's doing
Yeah,
that?
while
if
folks
that-
are bringing that out. Yeah, so what's left to be done after this is 8.1, which is the bylaw and the repeals bylaw. There are questions on that I am aware of. Then we have 10.2, which is FCM update. 10.3, which is the council liaison appointment for Due North events. 10.4, which we may or may not be able to get to right now on the priorities, city council priorities. Then there are motions pending. I don't want to eat into much of our time on Friday, recognizing we've got some important conversations, but I think some of those might be more managed. I think we could try to send anything we don't deal with there. The notices of the motions pending might be a little bit more.
Some of them will die tonight.
Yeah, so we would have to specifically forward them to that meeting. So we could do that, and then over the next couple of days, see what needs to be dealt with. We can.
They're not even put on the floor. So yeah. So
Yeah, we would put them on the floor and
sure.
then send them over. So yeah.
Or can you?
Or just.
So the general repealing bylaw, I think you could just. It's contingent on the agendas going out tomorrow.
Okay, so we need to get that done soon.
We can send the agendas out and then deal with the consequences later, and this could be laid over till March if
Okay,
you want.
we might do that because I think there are a few questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
so why don't we just send this one over to March and
Yep.
we'll just process what we've got. 8.2's been dealt with. 10.2.
I think that should go to Friday because FCM is coming up in
Sure.
June.
Send that over to Friday.
Yep.
Okay.
10.3, I mean, I hear their questions. I'm guessing that won't be an exceptionally long debate, but I could be assuming. Did a lot of people have questions on 10.3? That's the Due North appointment? Okay, good. Well, maybe. So anyway,
We'll
let's
send that one
tentatively
over.
send
Yeah,
that
read
to
that
Friday.
one.
Yeah.
We'll send that one over and then.
And then we'll have to just one off the motions pending and postpone what we can. I'll check to see 10.4 now that people have had a chance to open up the attachment. Do folks have further questions? And again, that's perfectly fine, but if not, we can deal with that now. I'm not seeing anyone raise anything. Okay. Then
I thought, sorry, I didn't click in time. I thought there was a comment yesterday.
We're in public now, so yeah, it's so if you have questions, it's fine. Then we have to postpone it. But I wanted to just see if you have questions. This is based off the feedback that was given, and just an updated graphic. So do you have more? Do you have more questions?
I did have one.
You have questions as well? Okay.
So can I move that we go into private and I can ask the question really quick, or no?
No, we have not enough time to do that. So, no, okay, we'll just have to deal, that will have to be the first item of business Friday because that will shape the work that administration is going to present. Assuming there are not major revisions, administration can go into that, assuming that is generally where we're headed. Is that at least safe to say? Okay, that's good. Then you've received sort of verbal confirmation this is generally where we're headed. So, okay, then let's make a motion to postpone item 8.1 to the next council meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Elliott.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote to postpone that item to the next council meeting.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We're just sending it out. If you give us 2 seconds, we're just putting it in the system. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. I can take a motion to send 10.3 and 10.4 to the Friday council meeting with 10.4 being first item of business.
And what about 10-2?
Oh, sorry, and 10.2. So 10.2, 10.3, and 10.4, with 10.4 being first item of business.
So moved.
That's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote to send those 3 items to the meeting on Friday.
And just while we're typing that in, 10-4 will be the first item, then we'll go to your other item that's on the agenda, then we'll do the leftovers.
Correct, yes.
That's 10-4.
No. Actually, I'll allow it. It's
Just waiting
occasionally
for a
good to
few more
happen.
votes. Just waiting on a few votes.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. At this point, we have to technically take each motion pending and then move them individually. I don't think.
Just 10, 11, and, sorry, 11-1 and 11-2. I believe the ones from 11-3 down can carry over one more time.
They can carry over.
Is that right?
And are any of those time sensitive? I think the snow clearing ones would just be part of the August report either way, so they can be moved. I don't think they're time sensitive. Councillor Salvador, is that time sensitive? No. And Councillor Wright, your minor sports subsidy, is that time sensitive?
Yes, for budget.
For like 2020?
So that the report comes back in time for budget consideration?
Oh, like 2020, like end of year budget?
4-year budget.
Oh, okay, yeah. So not time sensitive as in we need to deal with it. We could deal with that next meeting.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So then those 4 will just carry over. We don't need to make a motion. I do need to, we're on 11.1, and I'll take a, Councillor Clark has moved that motion. Actually, can you say that you move it?
And he might need a restatement if I had to guess.
Do you want to restate your motion? Sure. Right now, and then we can get a seconder, and then we can just move that right over to the Friday. That'd be perfect. That saves us.
This Friday, or should we send it to the March meeting? Because Friday might be fullish.
I think those two will we'll see. We will see if both councillors who have motions have engaged their colleagues, and if there's a lot of questions, then we'll have to move it to the March meeting, and if not, they could be quick. But that'll be up to the movers of the motions to see. Do you have the updated wording there, Councillor Clark?
I put in the chat. The chat disappeared. So I'm gonna find it.
Do you have that wording, Clerk says updated wording? Can you put it on the screen just so you can read it out for us as a restatement?
Do you want me to put it in the council chat?
Sure, that's great.
Adding now.
There it is. If you want to read that out, Councillor Clark.
Okay, as mentioned, I have made some adjustments after talking to admin since I first stated this on December 8th, and I'll read it out as it is. So that administration provide a report reviewing and updating city policy C603 events policy, including point 1, adding a requirement for major sporting events with an economic impact greater than 500,000, which I think I'm going to adjust to 3 million.
Okay, to 3 million, thank you.
3 million
Okay.
to leave behind a community legacy outcome, which may include but is not limited for youth programs, scholarships, volunteer training, equipment donations, and coaching development or capital infrastructure investment. This is actually the older statement.
Oh, we might have the older wording.
Yeah, sorry, this is the older one. What was the latest one?
Hang tight. Can we, just by unanimous consensus, can I let Councillor Jans make his motion, and then we can just move that, just while Councillor Clark is getting
And
us
we're
updated?
just triple checking, because this is,
So moved.
we're trying to make sure that none of these other ones are gonna die if you don't move them, so we just gotta, we're all working to figure out how many times it's been laid over already.
Understandable.
Thanks.
In the meantime, I'll just let Councillor Jans do that piece here. Councillor Jans, it was the motion as worded in the report?
As worded, yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second? That's seconded. Instead of introducing it, I'll take a motion to send that to the Friday meeting. Councilman?
moved.
Moved by Councillor Paquette.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford, I think I heard. Before I do that, I know. Yeah, I know, I see
We're
the
trying to
clicks.
provide an excellent level of service, and I'm missing all of this, so just. 2
That's okay. Yeah,
seconds.
we're just as we were getting Councillor Clark's updated wording, we've made a motion to send Councillor Jans's motion to February the 20th. And that is now moved by Councillor Paquette and seconded by Councillor Rutherford to make that move, that postponement, I guess it would be, technically. And I know we're right at that point, and as long as everyone is kind enough not to say the O word in the next 60 seconds, we can make sure we don't accidentally kill some motions. From Councillor Sure waiting to do that, if you're okay with that. I don't. Don't say it. I mean, you can. Are we ready to vote on that postponement? That's okay. Yeah, no, I just want to double check. I want to make sure. There it is.
That motion is passed. Without debate. My favorite.
Just waiting on 3 more votes.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. These scribes coming along. Don't worry. It carried 13-0. Fantastic. That gives us a moment to now. Councillor Clark, do you have the updated wording?
Yep.
Fantastic. Do you want to just read it restated?
Yeah, my updated sports legacy motion. That administration provide a report that, one, quantifies and showcases the legacy outcomes of major sports and cultural events attracted to Edmonton and sponsored by the city in recent years, 2024, 2025, as well as planned legacies for events in 2026, detailing the positive community impacts, including but not limited to economic activity, reputational opportunities, i.e. broadcast numbers, community participation, and infrastructure utilization. Point 2 identifies the accountable parties for oversight for the legacy requirement. Point 3 identifies potential funding options to ensure that major sports and culture events generating $3 million or higher in economic impact have formal legacy plans that benefit Edmonton written into funding agreements. Point 4 proposes a shared evidence-based definition and impact framework for legacy outcomes to ensure that legacy expectations are proportionate to event scope and measured consistently across Edmonton's attractive events portfolio. Due date June 29th, 2026, CPSC committee meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. I'll now take a motion to postpone that to the February 20th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Paquette, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to postpone that to Friday.
Just waiting on 1.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Are there any notices of motion or motions without customary
We need to
notice?
send the other 3 over. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, the other
sorry,
4
11.
will get sent over.
So moved.
Well, I think they've been sent over.
They are sent over once we finish the agenda. The other,
They've already been laid over, is my understanding. We're trying to triple check.
oh, these
So
were all,
you can only lay things over twice and then they go away.
so we need 11-3, 11-4, 11-5, 11-6, all need to still be moved over?
Yep.
Even though
Or
they,
people can just give notice on Friday.
yeah. Yeah, there's a few ways. We're already at 5:03, so I know people have to go. So what I would ask then is just for those 4, we can make them as notices of motion at Friday's council meeting. And, or if we have enough time, we can actually just do motion without customary notice because the wording, as long as the wording stays the same. So, because I think even just finishing procedurally these last 4 is going to take us another 5 to 10 minutes, and I think people are already at their limit. So, so to Councillor Morgan, Paquette, Salvador, and Wright, please bring your motions to Friday. If we have enough time, we will make motions to, without customary notice, to debate them. If not, you can at least make them notice of motion, and then they'll just come forward to the March meeting, which was our intent anyway. So, so we'll do that then. Okay, great. That's it then. Any new additional notices of motion? I have one, but I'll make it Friday. Oh, thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.